question. Does anybody hear that? No. Okay.
Yeah, we can hear that.
Hi, Renee.
Hi,
You there?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Just a second. Can you talk one more time?
Yeah, we just have some feedback here because there's a few
Okay, I
speakers
can't hear
on.
it in this thing. Okay.
Are you good? Can you hear me okay, Lori? I can't hear you if you're talking. No, I can't hear you. Not yet. I can see your mouth moving.
Oh, for crying out
Oh,
loud.
now I can hear you.
What?
Now I can hear you.
Oh, okay. All right.
You're good?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Are you
Is
going
it
to
better
leave?
to use a headphone? Probably.
Probably. You're able to hear better and we can probably hear you better.
You know what? I don't think I can hear through my. Can you talk now?
Hello, hello, hello.
Okay, I have to use this to hear my speaker.
So you probably need to fix your settings maybe down in the, so you see where your little mute microphone button is down there? Do you see? And then if you hit the little arrow, it'll say select a microphone and select a speaker. Maybe you need to adjust those settings. Put headset for both of them. Headset for microphone, headset for speaker.
Okay. There.
Can you hear now in your
Perfect.
headset?
Yeah,
Awesome.
I can.
Okay, good.
Yay. Everything, things always seem to go wrong with this stuff. I don't know.
Oh, it's just always a little playing. And when the more you play, the more you figure it out, I guess.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Okay.
So Lori, you have your speaker on now. Do you want to keep it on now or do you want to mute it for a little bit?
I will mute it.
Okay.
How's it going, Kevin?
Good, how are you?
I'm doing all right.
We do have Raj is on here, and he should basically, this is the in-camera portion.
Do you want to repeat that, Carrie?
The NABI item is is in the regular meeting after 2. So I guess Tamara or Renee.
Yep.
So basically, Raj is on the in-camera portion, and
Okay.
he should be part of the after the 2 o'clock, the regular meeting, because we're not dealing with NABI until the regular meeting.
That's right. Yeah.
So Raj, you'll have to come into the regular meeting after 2 o'clock.
Okay. So I'll log in at 2 then.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
Pardon?
Hello all. Just waiting for Sheena. It's 12:30. Oh, there she is. Okay, call the meeting to order for Monday, May 17th, 2021. Attendance at the start of the meeting is 100%. Can I have a motion to adopt the agenda as presented? Go ahead, Ken.
I'll be there. That the May 17th, 2021 agenda be adopted as presented.
Awesome. All those in favor? That is carried unanimously. And now I need a motion to go in camera for agenda item 3.1. Jackie, can you do that?
Sure can.
Thank you.
Is it, where is the, sorry, I've just got my agenda there. Why don't you let Sheena do it? I haven't got the motion in front
Okay.
of me.
Yes,
Go ahead,
okay.
Sheena.
That council move in camera to pursue a matter in section 24 of FOIP.
Thank you. Call for the vote. All right, we are in camera. So now, Renee, are you making out breakout rooms?
Oops.
I will be making out the breakout room. Yes.
Okay, so I think we need Council, Kevin, Lori, Marta, and Carrie.
One moment.
Renee, Christina probably should be in there as well.
Okay.
Okay.
And is Adrian here? I would think Adrian too.
Okay.
Yes, please.
So polite, Adrian.
Do we want Marta in there?
Yes, please. course, as soon as you leave the room, it goes, it mutes you. All right, we're all back. Can we get the video feed started? Thank you. And then can I have a motion from a member of council to keep the details of the in-camera? Thank you. You know which one I'm talking about now.
Yeah, I'll move. Renee's got that in the conversation, that the details of the in-camera discussion remain confidential pursuant to section 153E of the MGA.
All right, all those in favor? That's unanimous. Okay. So,
Mayor, post, just so you have it.
pardon?
I'm opposed,
Opposed to what?
keeping it confidential.
Okay,
I will keep it confidential, but I'm opposed.
okay. Did you get that for the records? Where is Tiki? No. I will write it down too. All right, so we're skipping over 3.3 and 3.4, and we're moving that to the end of our agenda because we want to get on with the main agenda at hand. So the next on the agenda is 4 presentations, delegations, and announcements. I'm going to start with the proclamation for National Public Works Day. At least the second year in a row, if not the third, that we've been doing this. JD, member? I see you there. You might not be paying attention. Anyway, for sure the second year, hopefully more. We will be doing this again this year. I think the number of municipalities that are recognizing their public works staff and Public Works Week is growing in Canada. But the purpose of it, in my mind, is really to educate the general public on the value and the necessity of the public works staff in any municipality. They essentially are essential workers. They continue to work entirely through this pandemic, and they were very much needed and probably in demand. They help build, manage, and operate our community, and they do it silently. They do it hidden, but they do affect the quality of our life. And so with that, we want to give them thanks. We all heard stories during the pandemic and how Dr. Hinshaw publicly was talking about how we cleared our trail systems at 6 feet so people could actually maintain apart. Well, who did that? But the public works staff. And I'm sure there's lots of other examples. So if residents of St. Albert have examples of good interactions with public works, it's great to share it on social media or even email council. We've had quite a few this year about praise for the staff, so I really appreciate that, because the staff that I know in St. Albert do go above and beyond in their jobs, and quite honestly, it's a great career choice. If you're interested in serving the public, it really is something to consider as a career. So I'm going to read the proclamation. I do know that there's some of our staff that are actually paying attention online today. So with that, I want to say hi to them and thank you for waiting for us. And hopefully you know how much your city council and your residents really do appreciate everything you do. So whereas public works professionals focus on infrastructure, facilities, and services that are of vital importance to sustainable and resilient communities and to the public health, high quality of life, and well-being of the people of St. Albert. Now, whereas these infrastructure, facilities, and services could not be provided without the dedicated efforts of public work professionals who are engineers, managers, and employees at all levels of government and the private sector, who are responsible for rebuilding, improving, and protecting our nation's transportation, water supply, water treatment, and solid waste systems, public buildings, and other structures and facilities essential for us citizens. And whereas it is in the public interest for the citizens, civic leaders, and children at St. Albert to gain knowledge and to maintain a progressive interest and understanding of the importance of public works and the public works programs in their respective communities. And whereas the year 2021 marks the 61st annual National Public Works Week, sponsored by the American Public Works Association. Now, therefore, on behalf of Council, I, Mayor Kathy Heron of the City of St. Albert, do hereby proclaim the week of May 16th to 22nd, 2021 to be National Public Works Week, and I urge all residents to join with representatives of the American Public Works Association and the Canadian Public Works Association and government agencies in activities, events, and ceremonies designed to pay tribute to our public works professionals, engineers, managers, and employees, and to recognize the substantial contribution they make to protecting our national health, safety, and quality of life. So with that, I will also, clapping, I will make sure that a copy of this proclamation gets over to Public Works. And I want to just also add that hopefully 2022, we can hopefully have a Public Works day like we used to have up at Jack Craft. I remember going up there and going up in a bucket. And I think years ago they made bath houses to try to keep the mosquito population down. So those kind of fun activities are great. So hopefully in 2022, we can have a really big celebration of Public Works Week. So with that, anything anyone wants to add? I see lots of nodding and clapping. Does anyone from Public Works want to jump on and say anything? Louise has got her thumb up. Jay, did you want to say something?
Thank you, Mayor. I would actually just like to reiterate what you had to say. There was very much appreciated with our crew that we were able to read that proclamation today for everyone that's put in a lot of time. Obviously, I jumped over here in January, but I was aware even in my previous position in engineering of how much, and my position in EOC of how much Public Works has done during these difficult times. So thank you for stating that, and we're very much appreciative.
Well, really, the appreciation should be going towards you guys. So thank you. Louise, you're unmuted. Did you want to add something?
Just as well, I saw Kate put her screen on because although it's National Public Works Week in a traditional sense, utilities is always part of a National Public Works program. So even though we have two separate departments, it is absolutely utilities as well.
For sure. And I was actually going to mention that because something I did not realize, but when Kevin and I were debriefing after the fire last week, he told me that somebody had to make sure that EPCOR needed to know that we needed water pressure in St. Albert. So there's little things like that that really utilities, Public Works really do contribute to the safety of our residents. And I don't think people are aware, and that's why we do this proclamation, so we can try to build that awareness. So appreciate everything you guys do. All right. Okay, moving on. I do have some registered speakers. Hold on one sec. Just gotta find the names. I know we have Lee Bond, but he was probably speaking at the public hearing. Okay, here we go. Rajesh from NABI, are you with us?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, so Raj, do you want to speak now or do you want to speak when we actually get to the agenda item, which I'm thinking will be very quickly. You can speak now or you can wait till we get to that agenda item.
It doesn't matter. I'm prepared. So whenever you say, I'll start.
Okay, why don't you go now? Go ahead.
Okay. And Mayor, can I get maybe a couple of minutes extra?
Minutes extra?
Yeah, so that I can maintain the pace, otherwise I'll have to go very fast.
I have a feeling there's going to be a lot of questions. So in the end, we'll probably have you for more than 5 minutes. So go ahead.
Thank you.
Are you sharing a PowerPoint?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
Can you see my PowerPoint?
You sure can. Perfect. Okay, we'll start the timer now. So go ahead.
So good afternoon, Mayor, councillors, and administration, and public. This is the first time I'm presenting in this general community council meeting, and second time in the council. So thank you for inviting me. My name is Raj Jaiswal. I am the executive director of NABI, which was founded in 1989 with the support from city with a mission to foster entrepreneurial culture and also business growth. So my agenda for today is on 4 points, which is economic impact of NABI, path forward for NABI, current situation, and request to the council. In terms of economic impact, based on the information that I received, the city invested $3 million in NABI in 2008. And this was in the form of $1.5 million in cash and $1.5 million as in-kind contribution. When I looked at the outcomes, going back up to 2008 was a bit challenging. So this is the best we could go from 2010 to 2020. So between this time, NABI supported more than 645 businesses, graduated 69 businesses, and paid over $800 in property tax. In 2020, we did a survey of our 82 member companies, and 35 of them, so about 42% responded that they generated a revenue of close to $7 million. So what we did, because we could not go back in time to retrieve all the data and to present it in a meaningful fashion, we used this 2020 data. And you can see here, it's a very conservative data, just 42% responses in the worst year of an economy, right? So very conservative. And plus we didn't take into account some of the other factors that go into the multiplier. For example, jobs created, for example, property tax paid to the city, and revenue our companies generated from outside of St. Albert. And I have quite a few stories, and there may be several more, that some of the clients of our companies, they ended up buying houses in St. Albert. And when they come, they bring their family, they spend their money in restaurants, and they buy groceries from St. Albert, they fill up their gas. So much of additional, attribution that we can give here. But, I didn't go into that. I just used very simple calculation and came up with this multiplier that every $1 from the city yielded $30 in economic output. So this is the best we could, get and to share the economic impact of NABI. In my last presentation, some of the counselors asked me details about some graduated companies. And as I said, hard to go back into the archive data, but this is the information about some of the recent companies, and many of them are familiar to you. And in 2021, we are graduating 2 more companies, Lyft Legal and Triviology, and they are very high growing companies. For the path forward, we are focusing on 3 strategic areas. One is to build entrepreneurial ecosystem, provide value-add programs, and build community confidence through storytelling and through sharing data and connecting the community together, and with the targeted outcomes of new businesses, new jobs, payroll growth, revenue and investment growth, business survival, and retention. And in terms of growth, we are focusing on 2 things at this moment. One is capabilities. So capabilities to serve entrepreneurship and companies in different sectors, including tech entrepreneurship, and also build NABI's capacity through expansion of NABI. For example, exploring opportunities for modern incubation facility that can match and the needs of existing and emerging entrepreneurs, and to also increase our intake for startups. And these are some of the recent wins of NABI I would like to share, and these are very interesting. So NABI made an investment in Food Collective, Uproot Food Collective, which is a food accelerator. And this started just a few years ago, and in the last couple of years, they have supported a lot of tech food startups, including food tech startups. NABI is also investing in Wellness Hub. We are closely working with the St. Albert Chamber of Commerce to bring some of the educational sessions for not only NABI member companies, but to business community in St. Albert. And recently, Amazon approved NABI as their official provider of their several credit programs. So in simple terms, every company associated with NABI can access more than $11,000 worth of credits from AWS. And the companies that have high potential for growth, they can go even further. They can access even more than $100,000. Now you can think of the impact of this, because the money they will save, they may be able to employ more people. They may be able to commercialize their product or grow their company. So lot can be achieved. So we are doing a lot of partnerships and collaborations. But we have some challenges. So for example, right now we are 2.5 staff, and one of our staff member is going on a mat leave very shortly. So we'll be reduced to 1.5. So very short staff. 100% employee turnover happened in last few years. Luckily, our board members, they are very competent. They come from diverse background. They came forward and they managed NABI during the period of that void. And with this very short staff, now we have to relocate and rehabilitate 23 mission companies. And the loss of mission building also will create a negative impact of $90,000. But we are not stopping. We are still pivoting ourselves to align ourselves with the existing and emerging needs of entrepreneurs and companies. And we are investing $175 to accommodate as many businesses as possible to stay in St. Albert. So these are our requests to the council. If we can get a one-time support of $175,000 to help us relocate and rehabilitate mission companies. And some kind of consistent annual allocation of financial support to increase NABI's capabilities and capacity. And this is what I think. I think business incubation should be considered as a thing for public good. Very similar to school system or the healthcare system or library. And our impact can be enhanced. We can reduce our financial dependency. But if we try to make any incubator more, financially completely independent, then we'll lose the mission of an incubator. Then it will be it will not be different than any leasing agency, and we'll not be able to select companies. We'll not be able to graduate any company. So similar to Edmonton, I mean, a lot of throughout the world, the municipalities are supporting business incubation. Recently, Edmonton invested $5 million into Innovate Edmonton, which is already supported by multiple other government agencies. And they have applied for more funding. But, I think we need some kind of a consistent support from the city. And in medium to long term, I think if we get a modern incubator building that can attract entrepreneurs and businesses and boost the brand of NABI and also St. Albert. So these are my requests. And with that, I thank you all for listening to my presentations. And
awesome. Okay, I'm gonna, if you can unshare your screen. Sorry, modern building, writing down your 3 requests. And we can open it up for questions. All right. Councillor Mackay, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thanks, Raj, for the great presentation. Just clarification on the $175,000 request. Wasn't the initial request for $120,000, and it was for just basically so that you could get a matching grant? Now you're is that still included in that amount, or is this a separate request?
It is a very good question and very good catch, actually. Yeah, it's a different one. It's a separate one. So we have close to $200,000 something from CARES, which is a federal funding. And NABI has to come up with a matching grant in order to access this funding. So that money is sitting in NABI's account, but we cannot utilize it.
So you need $120,000 plus $175,000. Is that what your request is?
Yes.
So additional 175. So that $175,000 that you identified, Raj, is to assist those companies that are currently using the Mission building, move over to your building in Carnegie. Is that correct?
Yes, to Carnegie, yes, to the
Yeah.
Campbell building, because we'll have to do a lot of leasehold improvements and to locate all this, because that space is not conducive to rehabilitate this company. So we'll have to make, we are making that investment into renovation there.
Okay, thank you. And how many businesses are we talking about in the move?
In the move so far, I think we have out of 23, more than 50% are moving to Campbell. And there are few companies which I think we don't have space to move because they have very specific requirements which we cannot provide them at. But the good thing is, even those businesses are, they would like to stay in St. Albert, because we try to help them find suitable space elsewhere, but they said, no, we would like to stay here. And Michael Erickson's team is helping us to help relocate some of these companies which have some specific needs.
Thank you. So one of the questions I asked previously was your definition of an incubator. I mean, I realize specifically on a business, you might need more time to move forward before you can stand up on your own. Do you have a definition as to what you would call incubation? And it could be time, it could be customers. What would your definition be?
Good question. And I think incubation is, I come from the background of reproductive physiology where I have produced test tube babies. So I use the same analogy that, incubation is where you can sustain them in a system where they don't have to worry for a lot of things, right? So I think the successful business incubation is where we provide them time, we de-risk their goal for their business so that they can focus on their business and create an ecosystem where they get all the support, they can nurture themselves, and to make them, suitable to go out and grow big.
So I love your analogy, because my analogy will be similar to, as you move forward, then you maybe have failure to launch as well. I mean, there are many of us parents that maybe have had children that have grown quite attached to their parents' basement and or turn around and want to keep coming back, unfortunately. So, I mean, I think though, I was be curious to know, out of the number of the companies, I mean, how many of the companies moving over from Mission have perhaps been in that period where they become more of a sustainable business and then become just, because I mean, to me, it looks like we're just subsidizing some businesses at the risk of other businesses who aren't receiving that subsidy from the city. So how do you answer that question?
So it was tricky. It was not easy for us, and I would put it this way, that the companies that are moving to Campbell, majority of them are new, fairly new, and growing fast. And some of the companies, they are moving back to their basement or whatever, and some companies are going out. For example, there are two companies who would like to move together to some different location. Right? So I think with that, I would say the majority of the companies that are moving, they are fairly new. They fall under that incubation kind of eligibility criteria.
Okay. And my last question, and I really appreciate your responses and thank you very much, would be, is if you weren't successful, if council can't support one or both of your requests for financial, where does that put you in like what financial situation does that leave you in?
I'd say because right now we have a burn rate, and as I shared that just by losing Mission, we are losing $90,000 per annum. So it's a very high burn rate, and I think with that particular rate, I think NABI would not be able to survive for more than 3, 4, maybe maximum 5 years. although we are trying our best, and I'm hopeful that we'll try something. We'll have to find some way to not only to survive NABI, but also to grow NABI. So, for example, we are, the reason we are forming all those partnerships and collaboration is to achieving more with less. So, because we don't have money, so partnership and collaboration is the best strategy to go out and still bring programs. So, Amazon is a great success here, right? And we are diversifying our revenue streams. We are simplifying our operations to make it more efficient. And we have, in just the last few months, we have reduced our expenses significantly. We have cut down on our expenses, and we are not hiring new persons. So we are trying our best to make it more sustainable and still impactful.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Sure. All right, next I have Councillor Broadhead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thanks, Raj. Just a couple of questions here. One, just sort of a follow-on from Councillor Mackay. What's your average length of stay? Like your tenancy, what's the average length before they leave?
So the average, there are so many different factors here. So the average, if you talk about ICT companies, information communication technologies companies, they can commercialize very quickly. They can commercialize their product in a year or two. Versus if you are talking for biotech companies, they sometimes took take 10 years or 12 years to grow to a stage where they can go outside and survive. They can commercialize their product. So it varies, but the average period I would say is 3 years. And in exceptional cases, for example, biotech, for example, some of the high-tech, advanced tech kind of companies where they use machine learning, artificial intelligence, nanotech, and all those kind of things, there we can increase it to 5 years. But we can achieve that graduation thing and selection of companies, because that is also very important for any incubation. We cannot achieve that without any support from from a municipality, and this is how the incubators work throughout the world, and they are supported by the government or municipalities.
Yeah, well, I don't know. From my perspective, there was a number of years where NABI was simply a tenant or a property management firm. Can you describe your incubation activities to help these businesses come along? I mean, when I first came to council, NABI was busy and very active in providing, advice, schooling, all of those things that would allow a new startup to become successful. And I'm not sure, maybe I'm mistaken, but I'm not sure how that's carried on recently. Can you just describe your incubation activities?
Yeah, so broadly, I think those incubation activities would be in terms of events and so, for example, networking events to connect the community, because I think if we do a very good job in connecting the community, then it's kind of a sustainable programming where you don't have to input any money, and the community is connected, then it becomes kind of a organically growing kind of a entrepreneurial community, just like Silicon Valley. Silicon Valley is not bounded by any boundary, but it's an organically growing kind of a ecosystem, and that's what we can achieve through this, community events, through networking events. So the event is number one. Number two is mentoring, coaching, as you said. And when Dar Schoenbeck was the managing director of NABI, he was doing a very good job of providing this mentorship coaching, and we would like to bring that back. And as I shared earlier, the board members at NABI, they come from a diverse business background. If you look at their profile, they're very impressive. So not only their board of directors, but they have come forward and offered more than 200 hours of coaching and mentorship per year, which is a significant amount of contribution from board members. And the third piece is, the programming. And as you said, we have already built number of partnerships with Amazon, with Palo Alto Software, with multiple other organizations. So those are the three areas that we will be doing most of our activities.
Okay, thank you very much.
Great. I think I saw Councillor Watkins' hand up.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, it's my understanding that NABI has tried to concentrate much of their efforts on incubating technology companies. However, the number of technology companies remain relatively low. Maybe you could comment on that, or comment on the mix of companies that are being incubated.
I would like to understand this question a little bit more. So could you help me?
I thought traditionally we were trying to incubate high-tech companies, technology companies, but it's my understanding that that's not really the majority of companies that are being incubated by NABI, that they're more personal services and financial services and legal things, companies like that. Can you comment on that?
Yeah, so no, thank you. And I think that the ecosystems are created by like-minded people. I mean, so for example, in order to create tech companies, I think tech companies have different kind of requirements. They have a different way of functioning. They prefer open kind of space and all those kind of things. So we have to create those conditions which are conducive which are attractive for this kind of entrepreneurs and companies, and also to bring in those kind of programming and to offer them those kind of conditions. So if you look at our partnership, we have already started working towards that area. So for example, Amazon, Palo Alto Software, Ripen, and the other partnership we have with Deal Prep. I think all those are geared towards attracting more tech companies here to NABI, because those are the companies we can support well if we have those kind of programs with us. And if we have those kind of programs with us, then we'll be able to attract tech companies to NABI. So we have already started working in that area. And so right now, you're right. We don't have a very kind of ideal mix of tech and non-tech companies, but we can definitely go there.
Okay. There's also been serious concerns about NABI's financial sustainability. And, there's been annual losses over several years, and the debt and I guess the refinancing of some buildings and that. And, these are some pretty serious concerns about the long-term financial viability of NABI and the model. I know you commented earlier and said that you're working on cutting costs and you haven't rehired some staff and that, but are there other things that you can convince us or prove to us that there is some long-term viability with NABI other than through funding from other levels of government? Because, as you know, all those levels of government are reducing those amounts of funding.
So this is a very tricky thing. And as I shared my thoughts that, incubation cannot be 100% sustained. I mean, self-sustaining thing. It has to be supported. It just like public library, healthcare system. So I think if I say that we can be 100% financially independent, I think I don't want to give that wrong hope. I would like to project a very right picture here that we can increase our impact, we can increase our efficiency, but trying to reach to 100% financial stability will make NABI a leasing agency, not an incubator. So there's a risk there. If we try to go towards there, then we'll not be able to fulfill our mission. So.
Okay, and then another question is, I know that when you're in a building, there's synergies of sharing assistance and things like that. But, given COVID and kind of the change in society and everything being offered virtually and online, do you really need to get people together in the same building to incubate them? or is it really just about offering them courses and ideas and assistance? And can a lot of that be done virtually and online through programs? And can you be a member of NABI and not be in a NABI building? Like, is that not the way that things are kind of moving?
Things are moving. I mean, so it's again, it depends on the type of business and type of environment business are looking for. So, for example, at Campbell, we are seeing new applications for. So just in last couple of months, I think 3 or 4 companies moved into space at Campbell, because they cannot focus in their basement, they cannot focus in their house. They want something where they can come, they can devote some time and grow their business. So I think the requirement for space will still stay. I think it will. I don't think it will go away. And I have seen that business still they communicate. For example, at Mission and Campbell both they communicate with mask, with some social distance, but still they connect with each other. They love that kind of environment to grow. So I think it will continue, I guess, for sure.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. Those are my questions.
Questions. Councillor Hanson, you're up next.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thanks, Raj. I'm sorry if I missed this in your presentation, but do you have a waiting list of people who want to begin a business and incubate it? And if so, what kinds of businesses are those?
Currently, we don't have businesses in waiting list, although we received quite a few applications for space, but the space was not ideal. We thought, it was not ideal for their business to grow at NABI. So I think the ideal companies would be, companies who can be supported through NABI programming and services. Those are our sweet spots. So we don't have any waiting list at this moment. But I think if we do right things, we build our value, I think then we will be able to create that waiting list. But I think right now, both NABI and Campbell, they are more than 80% full, which is the good news. I mean, 20% vacancies, not very worrisome. I think it's a very healthy kind of a thing. And the other thing is, with incubation, we'll have to graduate companies, and graduating companies the turnover will create the vacancy and all those kind of things. So to Councillor Watkins' question, I think that's why also an incubator needs some kind of a support to deal with this turnover of companies, right? So, so yeah, we don't have any waiting list at this moment, but I think with Mission members moving to Campbell, will be more than 90% full.
Okay, and did I hear you say in your presentation with your ask of the $175,000 that would be part and parcel to reconfiguring the Campbell building so that it has appropriate space?
Correct, yes. So we have 2 units at Campbell, 101 and 105, that we are renovating to. So 101, we are creating it as a wellness hub, where we are co-locating. We have 12 different units in that 101. So we out of 12, 10 are allocated already. So 10 companies are moving in that space, and we are making that space so that these companies can grow. They can grow their business, and they can grow their clientele, and they'll be able to graduate and grow outside.
So it's for businesses that are sort of in the health and well-being. Is that what they're? And then they would share that space for whatever. Maybe it's yoga, maybe it's other things. Is it that kind of thing?
Yeah, they are mainly counselors and
okay,
psychologists, and yeah. So, but they have complementary services. So that's why we are creating this. This idea came from one of my colleague, Courtney Quick, and a very good idea of creating this wellness hub, because with this ecosystem, I think I 100% agree that these companies would be able to grow, they can graduate, and we can bring in more. And I think this wellness hub would be something long term.
Okay, so it's not typical for somebody to make an application to be part of that building and ask for some kind of new space. Usually it's an incubator and you have the space you have. People have to sort of fit into the space you have, but this is atypical. This is because you're trying to grow this kind of a sector. Is that correct? Okay.
Yeah, it's actually the companies that are at mission. I presented in my last presentation that it's a ecosystem of women entrepreneurs, and they are mainly into alternative health and those kind of things. So that is why this is more strategic and also aligns with the rehabilitation of these companies. But otherwise, yeah, the typical process is they come and they look at the space and they have to fit into that particular space.
Right. And I guess in your policies of operating, do you reevaluate a business after so many years? So say, as the incubator, you say, we want you in and out of here in 3 years. We'll give you 3 years to get your business started. And then you've got to, fly on your own. Is that a conversation you have with businesses coming in, or is it we'll help you until you get on your feet?
I think it will help us once we are on our feet, because at this moment our biggest worry is revenue. We have to sustain NABI operation, and to get the revenue, we are letting companies in. But we already have framework for that. We have entrance criteria, we have entrance forms and everything. We have scorecard, and so we have built the whole structure, whole framework for making that happen. And before coming to NABI, I managed Edmonton Research Park, and we had this system, and we did it very successfully, and build a strong ecosystem there. But we have all things in place, but it's a tricky situation, as I said that I think whether we survive or we make that happen. So.
Okay, well, I appreciate everything, and thanks for answering my questions.
My pleasure.
All right, I'm seeing no more councillors with their hands up. Does anyone else want to ask? Go ahead, Councillor Hughes.
Thank you. Okay, so when I look at the backgrounder today, it doesn't even talk about the 175,000 that you're coming to ask for today. Thought I missed something, but it's not. So I guess the question I have right now is, like, to ask for 175,000 out of the blue, we would need to know exactly where this money is going, exactly why you can't get it from other sources, exactly how this is necessary, and how you're going to be, as you call it, on your feet. I mean, because this is an organization that's been around for decades. So this is not about getting you on your feet. You should be on your feet right now. So have you provided this information to the city, or when were you planning to provide this information? Because it's difficult for us to make a decision based on just a presentation to council.
So no, this is this is something new for me. So I was not fully aware of the whole process, but in terms of planning, we have one of our board members who is involved with this project, Curtis Stewart. He was a councillor before, and Courtney Quick, and they both are managing this project. And so this project involves renovation, and for renovation, there is no other source of funding we can bring in. So because it's not something tied to programming or tied to business incubation, so we don't have any other source for that money. But we do have a detailed quotes from vendors. So I think for every kind of project item, we went to see vendors. So I think we have 3 vendors for each, and so we follow all the process and everything. And so we have information in place which we can definitely share with the city.
Okay, because I think that information is necessary for us to have it and to look at it. And you're saying, other businesses, if they needed to do renovations, would get a loan, I suppose, if they didn't have the income sources coming in, but that's not something you're pursuing? I mean, I guess I'm looking at a business, if they want to expand, they have to figure out the money to expand, and most don't come to the government and ask them for the money. So, I mean, one of the concerns I have is that this will just continue to come. Every time you want to do something, you come back and ask for another 100. We had 120, now we have 175 as a separate request. So, I mean, having some idea of how this was going to be an end game, and how it's going to be a game changer for you to get on your feet, I think is necessary for us to see those numbers. The other, how many businesses do you have right now in the Campbell Park location that have been there for more than 10 years?
I don't have the number right off my head right now, but at Campbell, we acquired Campbell in 2008. So I think at this moment, out of 86 companies that we have right now, because we also created a new revenue stream of membership. So without space, and so companies who would like to just access programs. So that's the new revenue stream. So with that, our membership is growing now. But I think we have close to 80 companies which are located in Mission and Campbell. So 80 minus 23. So, and we have some vacancy there. So I would say roughly 40 companies at Campbell right now.
You have 40 companies that have been there for 10 years?
No. For 10 years, I would say, I don't want to give any false information at this point. So I think if I can find out the right information and then I can share, I think I would prefer that rather than, coming up with some guesstimate, which is not accurate. So.
Okay, so you only have 40 companies right now in Campbell that are, I thought you were 80% full.
Yeah, so yeah, so roughly 40 companies.
So you're less than 50% full? Because you said you hold 86 in total, right?
86 in total, but we have virtual members as well. So virtual companies. So they have virtual membership for our mail service, for corporate identity, and for the programming side, which is a new form of membership now. So, but I can.
Okay, so does the facility hold 86 offices or office spaces?
It depends on how many, because for example, Lift Legal, they started with a single kind of a space. Now they have 5 offices, right? So it depends on how many offices a company occupies. So, and yeah.
How many offices do you have available for rent? Like in total, even if one business takes 3 of them, how many doors do you have that somebody could rent? 86, correct?
So that's a tricky one for me, depending on how we break that facility.
Sorry to interrupt, Raj. Can I help you?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Council, sorry, it's Courtney. I am the operations and HR manager for NABI. So I'm just going to help Raj out. So the businesses that he's speaking of, the 86 businesses, are Mission and Campbell combined currently. But once you lose Campbell, or once you lose Mission location, we would be down to we have 38 offices at Campbell available.
In Campbell. And are all of them full?
Currently, I have 4 vacancies available.
Okay. And how many of them have been tenants for over a decade?
So actually, all of these businesses are new businesses, with the exception of, off the top very quickly, 5, I would say. 5 of them are long-term businesses that have been there for 10 years or more.
And then the rest have been there under 5 years?
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. We've brought in a lot. We've had a lot of turnover, and we've brought in a lot of new businesses.
Okay. And so the rationale for the turnover, are you guys changing the model, or because it's been in the past, there has been a lot more long-term. So has the model changed, or what was the reason that there was a changeover, I guess? Did the businesses fold, or did they graduate?
Yeah. Raj, did you want me to answer that question for council, or did you want to answer it?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Okay, so yeah, actually, to be honest, we've seen them organically grow and graduate. I've been in this position for 3 years now, and I think in the past we definitely have seen businesses stay longer. Right now, though, I'm seeing organic growth, and so these businesses are, COVID being another reasoning, these businesses are having to graduate a little bit earlier, and whether that graduation means that they have to move back from the business or that they grow. I definitely have seen 3 or 4 of them grow definitely in this last year and take up space in St. Albert as well as Edmonton in a larger location. They've outgrown our location.
Okay. And so what I understand from when I read our backgrounder is that staff in like city staff are also helping to relocate any of the tenants in Mission. But the request that we just got today was $175,000 in part to help the tenants relocate out of Mission. So
that's correct. Yeah. So the $175,000 is going to be used for 2 ground spaces at Campbell. So our upper floor is going to continue to exist with those microorganic spaces anywhere from 100 to 200 square feet. They're leasing well. These businesses up here are generally starter businesses, so they need the shared overhead amenities like access to the boardrooms, access to programming. They need access to the receptionist, the shredding, the mail service. They can't afford to employ a receptionist and people to take care of all of these extra services. And so that's what we help on the second floor with. Our first floor, they are businesses that tend to have grown a little bit more, and they can sustain without those shared overhead amenities. With the exception with having to relocate these businesses from Mission, the only places big enough to put them are in these anchor spaces downstairs. So I have 2 of them. One is about 2,300 square feet and one is 1,300 square feet. And so both of these spaces downstairs need to be modified so that they can accommodate several smaller offices to act like the second floor or like Mission. And allow those shared overhead amenities so that these businesses can network and organically grow off one another so that they can hopefully sustain on their own at some point.
And how many businesses are you hoping to put in those 2 locations?
The 2,300 square foot location will be 10 private offices, mostly compiled of counselors, but we have opened it up as a kind of a wellness, so a micro organism of NABI, so any massage therapist, but there'll be 10 of them, and so far 7 are moving over from the Mission location.
And then the 1,300 square foot one?
That will be one primary leaseholder, and she's looking to put 2 subletters in there with her of smaller businesses that have just opened up.
Okay, and you're
Right, so that they have, so basically, so a lot of these counselors, what's happening is they're stepping away from bigger practices and they're kind of going out on their own into these private practices. And so they're taking a chance to see if they can kind of grow that way.
Okay, and the $175,000, was there any intention of providing the city with more details about that? Like, is that all just for renovations or anything like that?
So that's all needed to be used for renovations. In order to renovate those 2 spaces so that they will work well. The one thing, because of the businesses that will be put in there, soundproofing is would be a major deterrent to those businesses. And so in order to harbor the growth, those spaces have to be completely soundproofed. And there's nothing like that out there for them to rent. And so that's the main reason that's the primary cost, is soundproofing.
Okay.
But we definitely can provide a breakdown of this 175. That would be kind of top of the budget for sure, but it's coming in quite expensive. Just also material costs right now are quite pricey.
Yeah, I know. You don't have to sell your firstborn just to get anything. So one of the concerns that I think as a council, certainly one of the concerns I have is the idea of putting in, let's say that's $200,000 almost into this and not seeing that you have a sustainable business plan that's going to actually make it long-term. So as Councillor Watkins brought up, there's been concerns about the ongoing financial sustainability of this in recent years. And so do you have, or has the board created a plan that's realistic that can be shared with the city to show how you plan to be in the black, I would say, and be financially sustainable going forward.
I think that's for you, Raj.
Yeah, so we are working on that. So we built our strategic plan last year, and we still have to make some more refinement because the situation, the conditions all change. So we are in the process of building that, but right now we don't have any. The work has initiated, but we don't have any formal version that we can share at this moment. But we can definitely, maybe next couple of months, we'll be able to share that plan with you.
Is the 175,000 of this most recent request, is this time sensitive? Or how time sensitive is it? Like, do you need it be in the next 2 months, or can it wait 6 months? Is this an expansion plan, or is it an imminent need?
So I see Curtis here. Curtis, could you help me with this question? Curtis is our board member.
Yeah, sorry, I was not able to come to this meeting earlier. I had a medical appointment, but in terms of the question about whether we're sustainable, NABI's been around for an awful long time. Mm-hmm. The mission building did and will hurt NABI an amount of $80,000 to $90,000 a year. And then going forward, I have done a budget up showing that we are completely sustainable going forward, and I have that, and we can share that to the city. It's just, and then the 175,000. Yeah, we've already started that process, so that's all ongoing, starting already, and it'll continue until the project's done, hopefully in the next few months.
So if the city doesn't give you the 175,000, you're going to be moving forward with it either way?
Either way, we're already started. We're committed. We're using borrowed funds, and we have that in place to do this. So if the city wants to be an active member, that's wonderful. If not, we're still going ahead. We're here to support the businesses in St. Albert.
Okay, so going forward right now, you guys you believe you can get going on moving forward without the city's funding, is that correct?
Well, it's with borrowed money, yes, and it's we're going to have to pay it back, and it's, again, with losing mission, it certainly hurts, and we had to make some adjustments with our staff levels to be able to do that, but we have done that, and we'll continue to do that and continue to operate, at a break even. But it's if we could get help, that would go a long way with helping NABI, that's for sure. And not only it's not helping NABI, it's helping the businesses in St. Albert that want to stay in St. Albert.
No, I agree. I think what we're looking at, this is a risk ratio right now, and also determining, have you guys changed your model recently from, let's say, last year, that would change it for why you think you'd be more sustainable this year than you were last year, for example?
Well, we were sustainable last year, and we're sustainable this year, and we're going to be sustainable in the future. If things go out of whack, like losing the mission building, then we have to make adjustments like any other business out there.
Okay, great. Okay, well, thank you for your help. I appreciate it.
And I'm a CPA, and I'm the board treasurer, and I'm looking after the finances. So.
Okay, I think that it'd be fair to say that the request for this additional money that both administration and council need to see details about and have a lot of questions before we would agree to do an investment on something of that nature. So if you have that information, I would suggest you provide the administration for their information. That's it. Thank you.
I don't know, Curtis, if this is a question for you or for Raj, but do you guys have any reserves for capital expenditures for improvements either at the mission building or Campbell? I would hope you'd have some reserves.
We have a line of credit. We have a $500,000 line of credit with nothing owing on it.
Okay. All right. That's going to lead to a further question from my staff. But one last question I have, and because I don't see anyone else on council with a question. I have a quick question about what's it called? The Community and Regional Economic Support, the CARES grant from the government of Alberta. So Raj, What is that grant's intended purpose? Is it
So that grant,
operational money?
no, it's not for operation, it's for programming.
Okay.
It's for building the coaching, mentorship capacity of NABI.
Okay. And the city of St. Albert did support your application for that grant?
No, so that is a very good question. I think that's a different one, which we have recently applied for, is the Alberta Innovates one.
That's it. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. I'm glad I got that.
Yeah,
All right.
so-
And any more questions? Because we aren't ready on this agenda topic yet, so we'll be able to ask our staff when we get to the agenda item. So is there any more questions for NABI directly? Okay, seeing no hands jumping up either on the participants are here, I'm gonna move on. First of all, I want to say, Raj, thank you for coming. I mean, this has got to be super hard for you. Not only is it the middle of a pandemic, you're brand new to the role and you're still probably trying to learn NABI's business. And a lot of the history is complicated, I would say. It's complicated for the city too, because we've had some turnover in ECDEV. And so we were mining out this data, and I think we've got a good picture. So I really appreciate your coming and answering some of the tough questions. We do, no matter what happens, this council really does support business incubation, and it's coming out of our recovery task force as a recommendation, is to make sure that there's room in St. Albert for entrepreneurs to grow. So the conversation, no matter where it results, is not a lack of support for incubation in St. Albert. So I just wanted to thank you for that, and from my point of view, understanding that these were hard questions because you are so new to the organization. So I appreciate your time. And by the way, coming in with the unexpected $175,000 request is fine. That happens once in a while. I mean, I know the communication between ECDEV and yourself is fairly decent, but you have every right to do that, and we will probably ask for more details before we actually give it out. But so I just wanted to know that the process was followed just fine. So thank you for that. All right, we're still on just presentations on our agenda, Council, because I still have two more.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, councillors.
Yeah, I would actually encourage you to flip over to the YouTube channel and watch our conversation with our staff when we actually get to this agenda topic and start talking about it. All right, thank you. Okay, I do have two more speakers on the special procedure bylaw. Hopefully they're still here because we are quite late. Mr. Crutchfield, are you with us?
Yes, I am, Mayor Herron.
All right, you want to take your time in the sun? Yep, turn your camera. There you go. You want to speak about the special purpose bylaw? I will give you your 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Okay, I really appreciate this, Mayor Herron and councillors. I'm not speaking in favor of bylaw 37 2021 as it's presently worded. In fact, I'm a bit dismayed and disappointed with the change in the handling of the previously scheduled public hearing that has already garnered considerable public attention. As presently worded, I consider administration's submission for procedural changes to the public hearing process for bylaws 7, 8, and 9 of 2021 to be a subtle form of intimidation to dissuade public input, and I'll explain. Input to a St. Albert Council public hearing should be unconditionally open to all residents of St. Albert. The wording of specific concern to me includes the following: changing the conditions for public input into a public hearing process after first reading of the proposed bylaw. In particular, it states now that there is an exclusion of public input addressed to administration and council after the June 2nd closure of written submissions prior to the public hearing date. It was my experience in the past that there was no such prohibition for sharing of information. Further, stipulating a requirement for speakers to identify how they are affected by bylaws 7, 8, and 9 of 2021 under Articles 6C and 7I, which states all persons must provide a brief explanation of how they claim to be affected by one or more of the proposed bylaws during the course of their presentation. In my mind, this cuts into the body of the opportunity for the speaker to raise their concerns. Currently, under section 30.2 of the procedural bylaw 3 of 2018, it states, any person who claims to be affected by the subject matter of the public hearing shall be afforded an opportunity to be heard by the council in person or through an agent. What is so unique, I wonder, what is so unique about bylaws 7, 8, and 9 that warrant these exclusive changes, aside from the fact that council was confronted with a speaker representing a group of residents at first reading? This exposed a weakness in the current public hearing procedure that may have warranted a change. So I'm saying some changes are possible. However, the necessity for speakers to provide a statement of how that person claims to be affected by one or more of the bylaws deviates significantly from the existing public hearing procedures outlined under procedural bylaw 3 of 2018. If changes are warranted, then why not make a change to bylaw 3 of 2018 for all future public hearings? Right now, it's just limited to the public hearing into bylaws 7, 8, and 9. So what and why the exclusivity for the singular public hearing? Is there a necessity for council to have an understanding of the reason for the public member to outline their views on a proposed set of bylaws? It seems to imply that unless the speaker is directly affected, the speaker's views are less than those who are directly affected. So if we have a neighbor adjacent to this property, they have a greater standing than I as a resident in another part of St. Albert. I don't think that follows the norm that we've been having for the public hearing process. The grounds for bylaw 37 of 2021 to be introduced after first reading of the proposed bylaws for 7, 8, and 9 of 2021 are not explained, so it raises a suspicion as to true intent. These suspicions are further exacerbated by the fact that the City Lights section of the May 12th edition of the St. Albert Gazette made no reference to bylaw 37 of 2021 in the council agenda. So how is the public to be included in today's discussion? I have concluded that democracy has been waylaid by other motives. Further, details of the agenda and the agenda report pertaining to this bylaw 37 2021 were not available to the public until after noon this past Friday. It afforded little time for a member of the public like myself to question either administration or their councillors as to the background for the procedural changes. Again, this only raises suspicions as to council and administration's intent to introduce procedures that deviate from how St. Albert Council had recently followed in its public hearing processes under procedural bylaw 3 of 2018. In conclusion, without amendment to the wording, I'm appealing to council to reject administration's proposal to suspend present public hearing procedures in favor of the amendments set out under bylaw 37 of 2021. I believe this bylaw undermines the intent and procedural application of the Municipal Government Act. Thank you.
Mr. Crutchfield, did you set your own timer?
I did.
Thank you for that. Questions besides the timer question? So I have one because I think I missed it. Your second concern was having residents say how they're affected. Can you repeat your very first concern? I just wanted to write it down.
About that one? About them being directly affected?
Number 2 was you had concerns of having the residents say how they're affected, but I missed the one you said right before.
Okay, the one before, it's under Article 6A and B. It speaks to the fact that public input addressed to administration and council after the June 2nd deadline for submissions was to be ignored.
Okay, right. So the dates, I had that.
Yeah, in the past, I always understood that you know, it could go to council and they could consider it, but it really wasn't part of the agenda package.
Okay. All right. Any more questions? Okay, I think some of this will get cleared up during our conversations. I don't think there's any malfeasance or malicious intent. It's just, I would say that conducting virtual public hearings over the last year has identified some gaps in our procedure bylaw that we're trying to correct so everyone has clarity. Not sure everyone agrees with those corrections and those gap fills, but And then your question about the changes should be for all future public hearings. I have that same question myself. So
Yeah, if I may, Mayor Herron, I believe your point, I believe in light of the submissions that happened during that first reading, that the proposed change here with regards to handling of an agent and those matters, I think they were reasonable proposals put in there, but it was the other elements that caused me concern.
okay, excellent.
Okay.
All right, next I have, and I think it's Jerry. Yep, he's already got his camera on. Mr. Hussar, how are you?
Good. Thank you, Mayor Herron.
You can start whenever you're ready.
Okay. I had sent by email basically the questions that I had that I was hoping that council have it in front of them, as well as administration to hopefully read ahead of time what I was going to speak about and save some time. But anyways, good afternoon. Thank you for listening to me speak on this matter. First of all, I'd like to say I agree with Mr. Crutchfield on much of what he said. I mentioned that we did not advocate for having a special purpose procedure bylaw, nor do we feel it's necessarily required beyond the procedures bylaw that is in place right now. The questions that we posed to administration were more logistical in nature, and they were intended to help make sure that the entire public hearing process moved along smoothly for all parties concerned. The questions that I had that after reviewing the bylaw, one was whether when someone clicks on the Zoom link for the meeting, whether that person would have to watch the proceedings through YouTube on live stream on one screen while having the Zoom blank screen waiting for the host on yet another screen. Some people might be at work and they may need part of their computer screen. At the last public hearing in June, I believe that the city did have some kind of provision where someone could, even though they were speaking much later at the public hearing, they could sign on or onto Zoom right off the bat and listen and watch the proceedings. Second question that I had also was done at the last public hearing was a speakers list that showed the order of presentations. I understand that the order is the same as people registering for the hearings, and we just wanted to have some idea of give people some idea of when they were going to speak. I mean, they couldn't predict accurately, of course, but with everybody speaking for 5 minutes, they could have a general indication of whether they would be speaking in the morning or the afternoon. And it's especially important for people who are working or don't have the time to attend the full hearing that particular day. Question number 3 related to section 11 of the bylaw, which states that a speaker will be brought out of the meeting at the conclusion of their presentation, and they may watch the remainder of the hearing on the live stream. But there's a new definition in the bylaw dealing with new information. And if any of those speakers wish to address new information in accordance with section 7, subsection M, how will that person who is now outside the hearing be able to alert the chair that they wish to speak to the new information? Question number 4, I note that the deadline for written submissions is noon on June 2nd. The bylaw says that written submissions received after that time will not be considered at the public hearing, but it creates a huge inconsistency with other public hearings because looking at several of them in the Gazette, it states that submissions received after the deadline are still summarized by administration, and council has provided a high-level summary report, including an indication of how many people were for or against any of the bylaws. But in this particular bylaw, that provision doesn't exist. That's an inconsistency that I wanted to bring to your attention. My last question was, how will the public be informed of this special procedures bylaw and its contents and its requirements and that type of thing? I mean, I would expect that there will be an ad when the public hearing is advertised in the Gazette. It will provide information about bylaw, the special purpose bylaw, but it won't necessarily, people who are sending in submissions or registering to speak at the public hearing may not know about the special purpose bylaw and its requirements and provisions. One suggestion I may have is that when people register to speak, that they be told about the bylaw and any special requirements that may be therein that are not consistent with the procedures bylaw itself. So those were the questions that I had. Thank you.
I have written them all down, and some of them I had similar questions too. So when we get to this agenda topic, does anyone have any questions for Mr. Hazar right now? Okay. Okay, so I encourage you obviously to follow on the debate on this one because it will probably affect how you're preparing for June 9th. So we will get back to this and probably we've got a fair amount of things on consent, but a few have now been pulled. So I'm thinking maybe an hour probably till we get to this. And I probably will give council a little bit of a break too. So, all right, council, so the next thing on our agenda is business arising, which everything's on the agenda. So are we okay if we wait to those agenda topics? Okay, so consent agenda. Over the last few minutes, two things have been pulled off. So can we get someone to make the motion? We're pulling off 7.1 and 8.4. Councilor Jolly, go ahead.
That the recommendations in the following, the recommendations in the following agenda report be approved. 8.1 CLSC draft unadopted minutes and agenda items from May 10, 2021. 8.2 CLSC recommendation arising from Arts Development Advisory Committee. 8.3 CLSC recommendation arising from Community Services Advisory Committee. 8.5 Community Growth and Infrastructure Standing Committee draft unadopted minutes and agenda items from May 10, 2021. 8.6 CGISC recommendation 10-year municipal RMR plan and budget. 8.7 CGISC recommendation 10-year utility RMR plan and budget. 9.1 free all aboard program. 9.3 rescind first reading of bylaw 18 2021 land use bylaw downtown district. 10.1 bylaw 20 2021 LUB Riverside Stage 33 redistricting first reading. 10.2 bylaw 36 2021 land use bylaw amendment direct control district 23 Akins Drive first reading. 13.1 quarterly report finance, and 14.1 civic and external agency counselors updates.
Thank you for that. All those in favor? That is unanimous. Okay. Okay, 7.1. So Councilor Jill, I didn't read your email why you wanted 7.1 pulled, so you can maybe.
Yeah, sorry, just in the special meeting minutes for our strat planning session, it doesn't indicate who attended virtually. I just don't want it to look like we had 25 people in a boardroom. So if we could just have that updated and brought back at a later date, that would be great.
Does, I guess this question from you, Mr. Scoville, do we have who was virtual and who wasn't? Because I know that's why it wasn't there, is Ledge didn't know that information.
Yeah, I think, well, we'll take it offline and discussion. I think probably recollect most of them.
Okay. All right, so this will come back. but you pulled everything off. So do you want to make a motion to approve April 19th and May 3rd?
That the regular council minutes of April 19, 2021 and May 3rd, 2021 and the special city.
Nope, stop.
No, that's not, sorry, ending there, be adopted as amended.
Okay.
Or
As presented.
adopted as presented, rather.
Okay.
Sorry, I was reading the chat.
Did you get that, whoever's taking the minutes from Ledge?
Yes, we got that.
Okay, thanks. All right, so in favor of approving April 19th and May 3rd, all those in favor? Okay, that's unanimous. All right, we'll see back the strat planning minutes at a later date. All right, 8.1 was on consent, and this was just receiving the Standing Committee for Community Living, the agenda package and their draft minutes as information. Then the next thing was 8.2, which was the recommendation from the Community Living Committee on Arts Legacy. I'll read it out. That the following applications for the Young Artist Legacy Award Program be awarded as follows. Number 1, Ben Brown, funding request $423.75 to attend a writing program hosted by Second City in Toronto. Number 2 was Mara Larmond, if your eyes can see, for $500 to attend a virtual jazz and contemporary summer intensive at the Joffrey School of Ballet in New York. And number 3 for Abigail Angel for $250 to attend a virtual creative writing residency program hosted by the Writers Guild of Alberta for a total cost of $1,173.75. So congratulations to all of those kids. Not kids anymore, really. And then 8.3 was approved on consent. It was as follows, that the following applications for the ad hoc community program for the 2021 spring intake be awarded as follows. Number 1, Jukebox Saturday Night Association for Rockin' August 25th Anniversary Celebration Parade, and they were awarded $500. And the second one is, $5,000. Second one is for the Out Loud Foundation for LGBTQ Community Supports and Services, St. Albert Pride, for another $5,000, for a total of $10,000 for that one. And just on that topic, Mr. Scoble, can you thank your staff for the rainbow crosswalk painting that happened yesterday? It looks wonderful. All right, 8.4 was pulled off of consent by Councillor Hughes. Councillor Hughes, do you want to tell us why?
Yeah, I just wanted to bring forward that motion that failed at the committee level. I think it should be a council decision, that's all. So I'm more than willing to bring forward the recommended motion right now and then worry about the second one after.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, that the following applications for the 2021 Community Capital Grant Program be awarded as follows. Kinsman Club of St. Albert renovations, improvements to the Kinsman Banquet Center and RV Park upgrades, $41,250. Muriel Martin Fundraising Society replacement of play structure component, $2,661. St. Albert Soccer Association upgrades to Real Field number 1, $27,847. Wild Rose Parent Society replacement of play structure component, $2,661 for a total of $74,419.
Awesome. Any comments on that, Councillor Hughes?
Yeah, everything that's been brought forward for this year for the grants for the capital component are all absolutely necessary. These were not things that could be deferred by any of the organizations, which is why they brought them forward. So what we're seeing here aren't expansions or nice to haves. They are basic improvements that had to occur for the club to continue or organization to continue to offer what they were offering before. In some cases, it was mostly safety issues.
All right. Anyone else want to comment on that? Call for the vote. Is that everyone? Let's see. Okay. Unanimous. All right. Go ahead, Councillor Hughes.
Thank you. I have one question. I'm glad to see you here, Ms. Royer. As you've talked to the other organizations, have any of them expressed a lot of interest in being able to, there you are, you moved on my screen, expressed interest in having a capital projects being brought forward in the short term? Like, what is the general feel on having capital projects? What are the odds we're going to use up that money, I guess is what I'm saying, in the short term?
Thank you, Councillor Hughes. Not sure what the odds are, but I can say I at this point in time, I have not heard from anyone who is planning to bring something forward in the next 5 or 6 months. I mean, that said, someone could certainly do so, but I'm not aware.
Okay, so the impression I got when we were at the CSAC meeting was just that a lot of these organizations are really just focusing on trying to stay afloat, period, as an organizational point of view, and not do capital projects right now, unless they're absolutely necessary, as we've seen already.
That is true. Yeah.
Okay, that was it. Thank you. So, can you 1 second? So, sorry, I'm in the middle of a great noise behind me as usual. Mayor Hen, I'd like to bring forward the motion that failed at the committee level, just so I can read it.
Go ahead.
Okay, that Dynamics Gymnastics Club of St. Albert receive an additional funding allocation of $29,415 from the 2021 Capital Community Grant Program, which would increase their capital grant funding for their new building development project for a total of $94,415, which would put it in line with the 2020 recommendation of CSAC.
All right, I'm going to accept that motion.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Sorry, Mayor Herron, are we not doing questions first?
Sorry, go ahead, Councillor Jelly.
Mr. Scoble, I'm going to ask you an awkward question.
He loves awkward questions.
What is the city's 10-year capital deficit?
North of 200 million. I don't know if our CFO's on here at the moment. I see her. Yes, hopefully she'll help.
I will confirm your statement. North of 200.
Okay, north of 200 is great. And kind of another question, did Dynamics apply for this grant, and are they eligible based on our policy?
Who's that question for? Maybe Anna?
Probably Anna.
Thanks, Councillor Jolly. No, Dynamics did not apply for the grant. They were not involved in the request, is my understanding. Are they eligible? Well, they have already finished their project. They have handed in the reporting. They would be eligible again for a community capital grant as per the policy for 2022. I mean, this is a very unique situation as far as more of a top-up grant. That's not something we have covered in the policy before, or it hasn't come up before. So, but as the grant stands right now, they have applied, they've received funding for the project, and they're eligible again to reapply for a grant in 2022.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Mayor. That's all I have.
Okay. Anyone else have any other questions? Seeing none. Okay, go ahead, Councillor Hughes.
Okay, so this is just basically about whether or not we would have done what we still would have done had we known what we know now. This is all on new information. When we made this decision, at least I did in part, and I do believe that was part of the discussion, was that we were concerned about having an overwhelming request numbers in 2021, and we didn't want to take out all that money and give 90,000 to one organization and then not be able to meet the demand in 2021. Going forward 8 months, we now see that we don't have that demand, and it's unlikely it's going to happen anytime soon. So the reasons for us to hold back that money is no longer valid. We did not know that at the time, but we do now. And so, and they had to scale back their project. They can't reapply for the same money for the same project. So this is about just, we held back, and I understand that we did this a committee, and I understand that you're upset that I probably repeating it for it again, but I really thought about this, and it's, had we known what we know now, would I have done the same vote? I would not have, and I'm not really sure if this council would have or not, and I think that needs to be a discussion that this council has. That what we made as a decision last September was unusual. And was in light of concerns about what we're going to do with our capital, whether or not we're going to have the capital funding to give to organizations. And what's very clear is that it's very unlikely that we'll spend the 250,000 allocated. And I already know, Councillor Jaw, you're going to talk about the capital deficit, but this is not money that goes to the capital deficit unless you want to permanently change the capital program and reallocate it. It would roll over. And so the reasons that we held it back, they just aren't valid right now. And we don't have an overwhelming number. We're not even going to meet the current demand that we have this year is the most likely scenario. And that organization put in well over $800,000, and giving them the 90,000 or giving them the extra 25,000 would not, it would still put them well below the 1/3 request ask. So, you know, I think that when we made that decision, we did it in the purest of intentions. It's just that we looked at it and thought, what do we do if we have a huge demand next year and we gave it all away for one large project, or gave a lot of it away for one large project? I don't think anybody in September of last year is expecting this restrictions and the impact these organizations to continue for this long. And so I thought that this should be a discussion that council has, is knowing what we know now, would we still say that we would give the same amount to Dynamics? And perhaps that answer is yes. But if the answer is that now that we know that we are not going to have the overwhelming demand for that, the reason that we did hold back that money is no longer, at least the reason I did, but certainly the discussion we had and the understanding we had is no longer valid, would you still do what you would do today? They can't reapply, which is why they didn't ask for the money. And they've come to council, and I don't think it's been, I think for them it hasn't been successful. So I think that's why they didn't want to come. So this is just about just recognizing the fact that we did something that was highly unusual, and we now have new information. And, you know, with that new information, would you still make the same decision? And we have the opportunity to say, no, actually, we would give back that extra money and let them work with what they have to try to, you know, they've taken on debt to try to handle all of the requests or all their concerns. They've scaled back the project to try to handle their concerns. And so the $29,000, I think, would come quite willingly. Like, they'd be quite grateful to receive it. I haven't spoken to anybody in Dynamics. This is not about them coming to ask. This is just about second sober thought reflections and looking at the information we have today, and then saying, what would you do moving forward? You know, and I know that some people would say, well, whatever, this council makes a decision, that's it, we should never revisit it. But the reality is that revisiting decisions in light of new information is the right thing to do sometimes. And just to say, like, now that we know better, would we still make the same decision? If you do, that's fine. But I think that personally, had I known that the demand would have been so low compared to previous years, I would not have said, let's scale it back. If I could go into a crystal ball of the future, I would not have been as concerned about giving them the 90,000, considering how much their project is, how much risk they're taking on. And, you know, and I thought about, and I'll conclude this, but I thought about, you know, yes, there's a lot of organizations that are hurting, and a lot of them are hurting operationally. They're not hurting for capital funds because they could apply for capital funds, and they're not. And if any of them want to apply for capital funds, the funds are still there. This is about capital funding. And the thing with capital funding is it's a lot of risk for the organizations that are doing it, because they got to come up with 2/3 or more themselves. So if we want to have a discussion about operational funds, great. But this is about capital funds, and the organizations aren't coming to the table to ask for that cash. And this organization took on a high risk and continued through a pandemic. And the reason we didn't give them the money that was recommended by CSAC to begin with doesn't hold water anymore. So that's why I'm suggesting, and I brought this forward and had this discussion at the committee level because I wanted to know what their opinion was. And the committee, which I'm not a voting member, chose to make this recommendation and said, yes, that in light of what we know now, after we've had this discussion with what we know of the capital grants, we recommend that we reconsider and give them the full amount that's being suggested. And that is why the committee brought forward this recommendation, because they had a second sober thought about what we reviewing the information. And I honestly think it's the right thing to do. That's it.
Councillor Henson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. When we made this decision, that was a difficult evening. It was a long night, and I can remember being quite upset that an arbitrary number was reduced from what seemed to be a fair request from Dynamics at the time. And truthfully, I never really understood why this number was picked out of the air, and they were targeted. It felt like. But now we are at a place in time where they did get what they got. They changed their scope. They completed their project. And they never asked for any more money. They dealt with what they got with, as unfair as it felt for them and for me at the time. And so from a process point of view, I can't support this revisitation of grant funding. There's a lot of people we just heard from NABI that they want capital grant funding as well. And I just think this opens up a precedence that it isn't good. It isn't healthy for the way we do our business. And it was very unfortunate. And of course, I really felt for them and really hoped that the vote would go a different way, but it didn't. And that's democracy. And they did get their funding, and they went ahead with the project to the extent that they could with their limited funding. And I am sorry they didn't get the extra $30,000. I would have loved to have seen them do the whole scope. But I just can't in good faith support this motion being brought forward again, because we could do this on so many applications that come in. And I really do hope that Dynamics comes back in 2022, and they are honestly going to be able to complete whatever they want to do going forward. But I think at this point in time, when applications come forward, the applicants know that there is no guarantee that they are going to get what they applied for. Do I agree with the way we did it? No, I'm still upset with that. But the decision was made by council that evening, and they've gone ahead with their project. And so I won't wax on. This is difficult, but I cannot support this motion. Thank you.
Any more members of council want to enter into debate? I'll go quick. I didn't support.
Sorry, Mayor. I just said something really quick.
Oh, I see. Okay, go ahead. Yeah.
Okay. So I'm not going to be supporting this motion. I think you know that, Councillor Hughes. We heard today again that our 10-year capital deficit is north of $200 million. So there's absolutely a demand for this money, and this is money that goes wherever we want it to go. So whether it goes to a community organization or whether we change our policy so that it helps us out with the challenges that we're facing over the next few years, is completely up to this council. A lot, and I'm gonna be kind of echoing what Mayor Herron said last week, but a lot of our businesses are struggling right now, and we have to really take a high level approach to help them, not these one-offs. And so that's why I can't support this. Thank you.
Ken?
Yeah, thanks, Madam Mayor. I'll add my 2 cents in as well, only because I want to say remain consistent with the way I voted initially when this was brought forward to us, and very well a very well description was provided by Councillor Hanson, and I appreciate that recollection because those certainly were my feelings at the time. But I mean, not to be lost in this whole discussion is that it was a recommendation of community volunteers that came forward initially. And I completely, even though I didn't agree with it at the time, I completely understand the discussion that and the decision made by council at the time, although I didn't agree with it then. And now again, even though we've had the virtue of hindsight and we've gone through a very tough year, yet we've now seen that this capital money is still available for an organization in our community that's been long-standing in our community and has come before us on many occasions and not being able to be successful in their previous applications. But we now have a second recommendation from our Community Service Advisory Committee in support of providing them with additional support. So I understand the argument, and I understand the process, and I understand perhaps the difficulty that this presents for administration trying to go outside of policy. But I didn't support the way we just arbitrarily snatched a number out of the air, and I still have trouble with it. And I can't reconcile that right now. And because of that, I'm going to continue with my ongoing support of not only giving the Dynamex the money that they initially requested, but just in the sense of the support that I have for where the recommendation comes from both our communities. And I'll just end on, and I understand completely that council has the purview and the right to make the decision. I just think that we should have followed that at that time, and we didn't. And this is just an opportunity with the benefit of hindsight to correct that. Anyways, I'll end it on that.
Thank you, Councillor Mackay. Thank you, everyone, for the debate. Lots of good arguments, and I get all sides of this. For me, I just can't imagine the community outrage when we give away $29,000 to a group that has not come forward and asked for it, has finished their project against policy. This is retroactive funding. When, if we want to support our community groups, I think we should. And if we have 29,000 or the rest of this entire grant, maybe we should be opening it up and being more flexible in who can apply, and not one-offing this without a request. That's my biggest problem. No one on this council, including Councillor Hughes, has even spoken to Dynamics, and that's where that frustrates me. So if we really want to give $29,000 away, we should probably have a phone call with them and have a conversation. And we should be honestly opening it up to anyone. We should be opening up to business. This is completely outside policy, and we're allowed to do that. My recommendation is if this capital grant has not been used up by the end of the year, we do a one-time transfer back to the capital reserve. Don't change policy, just do a one-time transfer back to the capital reserve. Because I want the Frisbee golf to be funded, and I want the Croco curling, and all these community capital projects that are available to the entire community. I want them funded. And if I don't have to fund it out of the capital reserve and I could use this grant, then let's do that. But council, we will be in hot water if we hadn't happened to do a one-off without actually opening it up to the whole community and checking with the particular group that we're giving money to. And so I do want to recognize your comments, Councillor Mackay, about the Community Service Advisory Committee. And I did reach out to the chair, Lorraine, after our community meeting, just to let her know that they did everything right. The Community Advisory Committee absolutely can make a recommendation up to our committee and then to council based on the knowledge they have. But they only have a small piece of the big puzzle of what's going on in this. Anyway, so Lorraine was fine with the way the committee turned out, agreed with all sides of every argument, told me that she feels sorry for us having to make these decisions. But honestly, to me, given the capital deficit we have, $29,000 could go a long way to a bigger and better, more thoughtful capital project in St. Albert. Councillor Hughes to close.
Thank you. The real reason that I brought this forward again, and I understand some may be insulted about it, is just that we made an unprecedented decision where we reduced the funding from what their ask was, not based on the fact that we ran out of money, but rather because we are concerned about what our future demands are going to be. And so that was unprecedented. So when we talk about we're giving them 29,000, no, we took away 29,000 based on a concern of what would happen in future months. And that concern never materialized. So, you know, if you want to take the extra 200,000 and not let community organizations have it going forward, that's a decision the next council can have, not this one. But the reality is we arbitrarily took 29,000 away because we were concerned about the overwhelming demand that would happen in 2021, the demand that never materialized. I mean, I can't stress that enough. And so they did not have to come because they already had this money. We already knew the money was going to be requested, that they needed the money. We knew they needed more than the money that was even being recommended. And so they had no venue to ask for more money. So of course they would not. So I just, that is why I thought we should have this discussion, is that now that we know what we know, would we still have the same decision? And my suspicion is this council is going to say yes, and that's fine. But then the reason that we made that decision in September was not over the decisions of what could possibly happen or the demand that could happen in 2021. Because we have the opportunity to recognize now and look back and make a correction to that and say we'd actually give the full amount because we don't have that request. And if the request is that we actually want to start giving a limit of $65,000 in any maximum project, then we should be putting that into a policy as was stated before. So this is an unprecedented motion because we did an unprecedented decision just a few months ago. And so I do believe that because of that, we owe it to the people who we removed that money from to at least have a second discussion and say whether or not we would change it going forward. And as I said, whatever council decides in this is that decision, but I think that we owed it to them. And you don't have to call and ask if you desperately need the money. It's blatantly obvious when they had to scale it back and they had to take, and they had that kind of a request, and we're in such a situation where they don't have funding coming in easily and they've been shut down again. You don't have to have a discussion to know that they would need that cash. But so just be clear, we're not about giving it, we're about restoring it after we took it away. That is what we are saying, is that we're not going to restore that funding that's recommended, even though we have the money in the pot. So if that's the decision of council, that's fine. But that's the decision that council needs to make on this one because of what we did before. That's it. Thank you.
I will call for the vote then. So all those in favor? Councillor Mackay, Councillor Hughes, all those opposed? Councillor Broadhead, Jolly, Watkins, Hanson, and Mayor Herron. All right. I did just throw in the chat, in case you guys missed it, that I'll call a break at 5 if you guys can hang on for another half hour. Does that work? Seeing everyone quiet, I will keep going. Okay, so the next thing on the agenda was also on consent, which was the agenda package of draft minutes from the Community Growth and Infrastructure Standing Committee. Received that for information. Then the next thing was 8.6. I'll read the motions that the 10-year municipal RMR capital plan provided as an attachment to the May 10th, 2021 agenda report titled 10-year municipal RMR capital plan be received as information. And that council members submit any postponed motions for the proposed amendments or for proposed amendments to the 10-year municipal RMR capital plan to administration by May 20th, 2021. And that administration prepare backgrounders for proposed changes to the 10-year municipal RMR capital plan and present it to council at the June 8th, 2021 meeting for consideration and approval.
Mayor Herron, sorry,
Yes.
Carrie's just popped into the chat that we have a public hearing at 5.
Oh, that's right. Thank you, Carrie. I'll read through these last consent ones and then we'll take a break. Thank you, Carrie. And so for the next one, 8.7, it's essentially the same motion as I just read, so I won't reread it all out, except it's for the utility 10-year RMR. So council, you have just a couple of days if you want to make any changes to those 10-year plans, get your motions in by Thursday. And then the last one on consent before I call for a break is the free all aboard program. Motions were as follows: that the trial period for council motion 2010 free all aboard program, which is free local access to St. Albert Transit handy bus services for all residents who qualify for the all aboard program, be extended to the end of 2021 and be funded by the stabilization fund for up to $30,870. Number 2, that the trial period for the parallel program, Council Motion 2006, free transit for seniors, also be extended in the same fashion as Council Motion 2010 above and be funded from the stabilization fund for up to $29,000. And that number 3, upon the conclusion of the proposed trial period extension to December 2021, that the programs continue to be supported as ongoing programs beginning in 2022 budget in the amount of $59,870. So there you go. Approval of that made those permanent to next year. All right, back in our chairs at 5 o'clock. Sound good? All right. Just waiting for the clock to tick to 5. Oh, there we go. Just did. Welcome back, everybody. We have Councilor Broadhead with us. I'm sure there he is. Awesome.
I am.
Did we give you enough time to eat? Everyone good? All right. So we're skipping ahead in our agenda to 11.1, which is our first public hearing for the evening on Bylaw 26, which is the Clean Energy Improvement Program. So I'll bang my pretend gavel and call this public hearing, open this public hearing, sorry. And process-wise, we'll get a presentation from Mr. Benson, the manager of the environment, and council will be able to ask questions. I see Kate's here too to help with the questions. And then we do have one registered speaker, which is Mr. Lee Bond. So I see him. Thank you for joining us, Mr. Bond. And then we'll get him to present, ask questions, and you know the process will exhaust your nagging questions before we can vote on this bylaw. So, Mr. Benson, do you have a prepared opening for this?
Yeah, thank you. Good afternoon, Council. So we do have a presentation today for the Clean Energy Improvement Program, CEIP. Today I am joined by Steve Atani, the CEIP Program Director from the Alberta Municipal Services Corporation. Stephen will be preparing a presentation for us, and then we can have questions afterwards. So Stephen, I'll ask if you'd like to take control of the presentation and screen, and then you're free to start.
Thank you. I'm just popping up the presentation right now. Please let me know if you can see my screen.
We sure can.
Okay, thank you. Well, thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, City Council, for allowing us to present today on this very exciting, innovative initiative called the Clean Energy Improvement Program. My name is Steve O'Tony, and I'm the director of the program. I'm joined today by two of my colleagues, our Executive Director, Trina Innes, who's also here, and our program lead, Stephanie Ripley, who's also here. So we wanted to first talk about what is the Clean Energy Improvement Program. We call it CEIP for short, and CEIP is a market-based financing tool at its very core. And the intent is really to increase the uptake of energy efficiency and renewable energy installations. Outside of Alberta, it's known as PACE, which is Property Assessed Clean Energy. And it's a model that's been proved successful in the United States and in Canada. So in the US, there are about 50 municipal PACE programs. In Canada, there are about roughly 10. And we expect over the coming years in Canada, there'll be dozens more programs coming online. CEIP is different from all other financial instruments that are available in the market, because people will say, well, why can't I use a home equity line or a loan to finance my projects? Well, Clean Energy Improvement Charge, or the CEIP loan, is tied to the property and not the property owner. And that's a big distinguishing factor from all other financial instruments. The Alberta Municipal Services Corporation is the official program administrator for CEIP. We were designated by the Government of Alberta on February 11th of this year as the provincial program administrator. And the AMSC is a wholly owned subsidiary of the Alberta Urban Municipalities Association, the AUMA. And the AUMA is a not-for-profit association founded in 1905 and represents over 250 urban municipalities as well as associate and affiliate members. As the program administrator, we really support municipalities throughout the whole process, from program development, including bylaw support, to program implementation, including onboarding contractors, processing applications, and handling customer service. So that's sort of the what. Here is the how. So how does CEIP work? We've distilled this down into 5 main components, pretty common across PACE programs in Canada. And the first main step is a municipality must pass a bylaw. So no bylaw, no program. It's voluntary to participate in CEIP. And once a bylaw is passed, the municipality has to source financing for the program. And once that's complete, the program is essentially established, and we go to step 2, where a property owner would visit the webpage, they would pre-qualify to make sure they're eligible, and they would select a qualified contractor on the website. If they prefer to use their own contractor, they can also notify AMSC, and we will vet them and list them on our website. In step 3, we receive a project application, and as the program administrator, we, the AMSC, would review it and make sure it's eligible. And then upgrades can begin to be installed. And then we move to step 4, and once those upgrades are installed, again, as the administrator, we confirm installation, we review all the invoices, we'll then request funds from the municipality and pay the contractor for eligible completed work. And then we move to the final step where once the project's complete, it's been verified, the municipality records the project cost on the property tax roll, the property owner repays the municipality over time, and then basically the cycle repeats itself where funds get revolved into projects in the future. So in terms of the types of projects that are eligible, in the CEIP regulation, what's really good is it's a wide range, a wide variety of energy efficiency and renewable energy installations. We have a bunch of examples here listed, but it's a wide range of HVAC, building envelope, renewable energy, alternative energy. All the projects, as I mentioned, have to be completed by a qualified contractor. Those contractors are listed on our website. And we do engagement with contractors in and around the municipality, so in this case, the City of St. Albert, prior to a program launching, because to the extent possible, we want local contractors completing these projects. So why would a property owner choose to participate in CEIP? And so we have a program website up right now, myceip.ca, and through that, we've been able to engage with some property owners around the province. And we hear 3 main themes that emerge from our conversations. One is CEIP offers or will offer, once in market, very competitive terms. So long repayment periods of up to 25 years, competitive interest rates between 1% and 5%, and 100% of the upfront costs, up to, can be financed through the program. So I think when you put the financing package together, it's really compelling. The second is technical assistance. So through CEIP, a property owner will be able to have a home energy evaluation, which will help identify the most cost-effective reductions in their home. And we know sometimes people start by wanting to do a window upgrade, then they go through the evaluation and they realize, hey, if I put attic insulation in my home, it has a really good payback period and I can save quite a bit on energy costs. The second is we provide technical support throughout the process, so that white glove service from project inception all the way to project completion. And also we train the contractors on how the program functions. So when a property owner does engage a contractor on our website, the contractor will know how the program works, what applications and supporting materials need to be submitted. So it's a seamless experience for the property owner. And last, and probably the biggest factor that we hear from property owners, is the idea of loan transferability. And I mentioned this is what makes CEIP really unique from all other instruments in the market. And that's the loan stays with the property and not the participant. Oftentimes, property owners are worried about how long they're going to be in their home, and they'll delay doing upgrades as a result, which leads to higher energy costs and higher GHG emissions. So if they have that peace of mind, knowing that if they undertake these upgrades and they may not be in their home over the life of that upgrade, that loan will be passed on to the subsequent property owner, and that subsequent property owner will also enjoy the benefits of that upgrades, including energy cost savings. So in working with the municipal staff at the City of St. Albert, we've done some modeling on what we think the uptake will be in the city. So we do this in several ways. We look at past participation by St. Albert residents in provincial programs that were in place before. And also we look at the average number of projects from other PACE programs across Canada and the US. And according to our modeling, we think after 4 years, there'll be about 250 or so projects with a total forecasted project investment of just around $5 million. And 250 may not seem like a lot of projects, but with CEIP, they tend to be high impact projects. So lower volume, but higher impact. And that's because in financing programs, because people can finance, because there's no upfront costs, they tend to do multiple upgrades, which yields higher impact. And by higher impact, I mean higher cost savings and higher GHG savings. There are a couple of options to offset the administration costs of the program. The CEIP legislation allows a program administration fee to be charged to program participants, and that's up to 5% of the project cost. So an example here is if there's a $20,000 residential solar installation, there's a 5% administration fee of around $1,000, and that fee is split between the municipality and the AMSE. But there's also a second option, and that's the Federation of Canadian Municipalities. They're offering a low interest loan coupled with a grant to offset the cost of administration. And administration is not just staff time, but also includes marketing costs, website design, and other aspects to build the program. So one example is if there's any software updates needed on the tax side of municipality to accommodate CEIP, that's a cost to be covered through the grant as well. So we gave an example here of if there's a $5 million financing program, there's a potential grant available up to $2.45 million. This is really beneficial because we know in the first 2-3 years of a program like this, there tend to be higher startup costs. And then after those higher startup costs, over time, the costs go down quite a bit. So by taking advantage of a program like this, we're able to build the foundation of the program using FCM support, and then have a streamlined program once that support goes away in years 4 and 5. Now I'll pass it back over to Christian.
Thank you, Stephen. So for consideration for a St. Albert-based clean energy improvement program, the main focus initially will be a residential program. So this program will be both designed to be accessible for residents and homeowners of St. Albert, but will take special consideration for those people in lower income brackets. We have the ability to pair this program with existing or upcoming other programming. So an example of this was a recent motion for the Home Energy Retrofit Accelerator Program, a grant program for energy efficiency, or other government grants that are becoming available through the federal government. We'd be working with Program Administrator, AMSC, on the introduction of a commercial or non-residential program in the near future. For timelines for a St. Albert-based CEIP program, all estimated, upon approval of the bylaw in May, we will be working with the FCM. So Stephen highlighted the second option for financing, and the City of St. Albert has contacted and reached the second approval point for FCM application funding. With the approval of a bylaw, we can actually formally submit our application, and representatives from the Federation of Canadian Municipalities let us know that the process takes between 6 and 8 months for final approval. Through this period, as we're working through FCM on grant funding as well as program funding, we'll be in the process of having an administrative team doing CEIP program design. So we're going to be gathering an internal committee group, and then we'll be designing this program between May and November 2021. At which point we'll be looking to return to council with the program design. So I've identified in December. However, that could occur earlier. That could be in the form of a presentation to council or potentially a memo to council with some opportunities for program design. Ultimately, we're looking for program initiation at the start of 2022. That could be right at the start of the year, January, February, or we could move it to Q2 depending on progress of the program. Finally, I have the recommendations as presented in the agenda report. So the recommendations read 1 through to 3, that the public hearing on bylaw 26/2021 be closed, and the second and third deal with the second and third and final reading of the bylaw. Awesome. So I wanted to thank representatives from the AMSC, Stephen, and his group, and we're available for questions based for this program. Thank you.
Thank you to both of you and to Trina and Stephanie for joining us today. Council, any questions of Christian or any of the AMSC people on the program itself? Go ahead, Councillor Mackay, and then Councillor Hanson.
Yeah, thank you very much. This is exciting. I'm actually really looking forward to this. A couple of questions though. So yeah, I think the background. So how much financing will a homeowner be able to apply for? Is it 50,000? I think that's the number in my head.
Yes. So in the CEIP regulation, there's a maximum of 50,000 for a residential property, and then there are different caps for commercial and farmland. But farmland and the commercial or the non-residential is not being contemplated in this first round. So it would be 50,000 per residential property as a regulatory maximum.
And that's over the length of the property. I mean, that's not based on 1 year or 5 years or 10 years. That's just based on that property.
Correct, yes.
Thanks. You mentioned you are looking after getting and obtaining contractors. And I believe you said you are also responsible for training. By training, do you mean, is that, do you certify contractors, or is that the right word?
My mistake, I should have clarified, Councillor McKay. I meant training on the program. So we don't get involved in any of the technical training side. There will be stipulations that every contractor onboarded has to follow all municipal, provincial, and federal trade requirements. We train them on the program, how it functions, how to use the materials, how to use the application forms.
So I guess this would go to the city for risk. I guess do we have any risk if there was some shoddy work in relation to installing windows or solar panels, they blew off into the night and became frisbees or whatever? Is there any risk to us?
So all that work is actually under the jurisdiction of the program administrator, AMSC, as discussed in the regulations. So all that risk, we make sure we put the proper bounds in our program terms and conditions on our website, that we don't certify the work. Onboarding really means we're listing them on our website. They meet some basic requirements to operate in the province, but we're not certifying the work. But that risk under the regulation is a regulatory responsibility of the AMSC.
Thank you. I appreciate that. What about new home construction, or is this just for mature, or can somebody who's buying their first home apply for CEIP grants or CEIP funding, pardon me?
That would be part of the work we do with Christian and his team in the detailed program design. Under the CEIP regulation, we have to demonstrate that an upgrade on a CEIP project increases the energy efficiency or generates renewable energy. I think it's feasible for new construction that we say, if we look at the building code, as long as we're surpassing that, there's an argument to be made that we are increasing the efficiency. But I know a lot of the focus tends to be on retrofitting existing stock and older stock, because that's where the GHG opportunities are.
All right, thank you very much, Stephen. Christian or Kate, in relation to the FCM funding, what's the maximum funding we can apply for a loan?
So the maximum really is designed by that market study that was slotted along with the agenda report. So there has to be justification for what you're applying for through FCM. What we're applying for obviously is the item of 4.9 million through this program. I'd have to refer back to our chief financial officer for any other information about the financial side, but from my understanding with the FCM funding, it's specified for them from what is developed through the market study, which is a necessary part of the program.
Yeah, so I can confirm that that's what we'd be looking is to borrow approximately $5 million based on that market study. And from the some of the initial conversations we've had, it looks like we can actually pull out some of that funding again, sort of in draws, similar to how we would do a normal capital project loans. We don't necessarily have to take it out all at once, but maybe a couple of times throughout the program.
And if our estimates were somewhat modest, can we apply for a bigger loan, or is that pretty much we're stuck at that for a period of time?
I would actually suggest we probably need to get some more information on FCM related to that if we find ourselves in that situation.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Let's hope we find ourselves in that situation, Councillor McCall. Okay, Councillor Hanson, I saw your hand pop up. You had a question, right? Okay, go ahead, and then I've got Ray and then Wes.
Okay, thanks. Thanks for the presentation. I'm excited about this. You talked about higher impact. Because generally what might happen is a particular household will do multiple projects, perhaps. So do we kind of understand when they have a return on their investment? Let's say solar panels for starters, or
It's really hard. Thank you for your question, Councillor Hanson. it's really hard to say in terms of payback because it's going to depend on the upgrade. So we know some upgrades have a faster payback period or more accelerated payback period than others. So for example, insulation tends to have a very quick payback period, whereas something like solar tends to have a longer payback period, which is why the CEIP regulation ties the length of the CEIP loan to the upgrade life of the product to allow property owners to have a longer amortization, to have lower costs, to help with the financial feasibility of the upgrade. So even for something like solar, there's no set timescale for a payback period. It depends on the orientation of the roof and the project itself. So, which is why that home energy evaluation is really important, because an NRCan certified third party is going to go through the entire home and evaluate upgrade by upgrade, and allowing the homeowner to find out which upgrades have the highest savings and be able to estimate the cost savings and the payback from that report.
That's good to know.
And if I can just add one thing to that, part of balancing the investment that the homeowner will do will be looking at what they're going to be saving on their energy bill, and then what the incremental cost will be on their monthly taxes, in essence, to pay back the loan that they've kind of pulled for that. So it's about balancing their savings and the cost so that any particular homeowner is not paying an astronomically higher incremental rate on a monthly basis, putting them in a poor situation. So it's a little bit more, it's a kind of a complicated formula in that sense.
But there's an offset in there, and
That's correct.
That's the whole point, with a really good outcome. So in your report, you talked about in year one having 37 contractors available to St. Albert property owners. Is that already determined, or is that something that you think you need?
That specific number is based on a past experience, because there was a provincial program that was run through Energy Efficiency Alberta. It was a government agency, and it also had a deep retrofit program. So we were able to leverage some of that data to understand how many qualified contractors under that program were operating. And so we know with confidence around the launch of the program, we'd have at least a similar number for this program. Our goal is to shoot for more contractors through our engagement process, but we're confident to have that number, which is why it's specified in the report. But yeah, through detailed engagement, through working with the city, we'll do some extensive engagement to get local contractors, as many as we can, posted on the website.
And so do these contractors, do they have to pay a fee in order to become certified under the CEIP program?
There's no fee to onboard or be part of the program.
That's great. That's great news. And because the city does have to do some borrowing, I understand that there's no impact to our debt threshold as it stands. Can that be confirmed?
That is confirmed in the CEIP legislation.
Yeah, so that's good. So it doesn't touch that, even though we're borrowing, it's not touching our debt ratio. And then interest low, I think it was low interest loan from FCM, is that correct? Is the interest rate just based on today's interest rates, or is it different?
So go ahead.
I'll just give my experience with FCM, just working with other municipalities. They don't actually post the rate on their website. Our understanding is they try to undertake a matching rate. So they know municipalities can leverage very low rates to the stability of the municipal system. So they try to match it and or beat it.
Oh, okay. Okay. I think that's all I've got for now. I just want to thank you, Christian, and your team working with AUMA, FCM, and what's the other one that I always forget the acronym for? The Canadian MCCAC or something?
Oh, Municipal Climate Change.
Yeah. So I know that there's been a lot of back and forth. So kudos getting this together so quickly.
Councillor Mackay spelling it out for you using YMCA. Councillor Watkins.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just so I understand it here, did you say that like the the payback period is up to 25 years, depending on the project, and that it may vary?
Thank you, Councillor Watkins. The CEIP amortization period is tied to the life of the upgrade. So if we take solar, for example, the expected useful life of a solar PV system is 25 years, and that would be the maximum loan term for that project. The payback period will hopefully occur before then.
So if somebody puts insulation in, then it's immediately, so what's the payback period on that?
So insulation is a good example where it would probably have a long amortization period as well, because insulation lasts a long time. And we have to list all these effective useful life is what we call it on the program website for each upgrade. So I believe for insulation, it's I believe it's 25 years. So in that case, the property owner can take a CEIP loan for up to 25 years. If they wanted, they can take a shorter period, but the payback would be likely much faster than that effective useful life of that term.
Why do you say that?
It's just because the energy savings resulting from that will be pretty high. So it's possible that they are saving more energy costs than their CEIP loan. And then if they wanted to, they can pay off their CEIP loan at any time, which is also in the legislation. There's no minimum period for a CEIP loan. So if it's a high performing upgrade and it's saving energy costs and they have that saving, they can pay off the CEIP loan at any time.
And so say the loan, so I borrow money to put a solar panel on my $400,000 house, and I can borrow up to $50,000. Is that correct? Is that the amount?
Correct.
And then I can amortize that over 25 years. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then I'm paying that back with an interest rate of what again? What is the interest rate I'm paying? It's applied to that loan?
That is determined through the FCM process. So once the FCM application is submitted, FCM doesn't disclose it, but what they've signaled is somewhere between likely 1% and 3%.
1% and 3%. Okay, that's pretty low. So, because I'm saying after 25 years of amortizing $50,000, you've paid a lot of interest. So, I'm sure there's a calculation that the interest is less than the cost savings related to the energy savings.
The interesting on solar though is from a microgen perspective, you'd have to do the calculations of how much electricity you're using in one bucket, how much solar panels that would equate to in the other bucket, and you can't put more solar panels on your roof than you're actually producing. So you may not be able, unless you generally run with lots of standard incandescent lights running on your home all the time, you may not be able to have that high of an investment for one single upgrade. So again, it is over the life of that property.
Okay, but my concern is that you wouldn't want to be amortizing something 25 years, because we all know when you amortize something 24 years, you pay a lot of interest for that thing. Something that costs you 50 grand end up costing you 100 grand. So I'm saying you better save at least 50 grand and serve in energy savings over that year, or else you're kind of going out of the world backwards paying all that interest. And the loan, is that applied as a like a mortgage? Is it on your title like a mortgage? I see.
Sorry, Councillor Watkins. So that's through our program design on the side of St. Albert, and we're currently working with our taxation department. It would appear similar to like a local improvement charge for your individual property. So it would be registered on your tax certificate with the province, and it'll also be registered with the city through our taxation programming.
So if I go to sell my house and it has a $40,000 charge for a solar panel on it, will that appear on the title, or will that appear on the tax notice?
From my understanding, it'll appear on both.
On both. So then it will be registered on the title then in some way.
Yeah, working with our internal staff who've worked with local improvement charges in other municipalities, it does appear on both.
Right. Okay. And then you said that there's a 5% administration fee that would be split between ASCM or AMSC, all these acronyms, and the city. Is that correct?
That's actually spelled out in the CEIP regulation to allow administration costs to be recovered. So if we did go through the FCM route, the nice option about that is we'd be able to not pass along those costs or not implement the program administration fee, because effectively FCM would be paying administrative costs for the program. So that would be for the first 4 years.
But did somebody not say somewhere that there's a 5% administration fee and that's split between AMSC and...
That's correct, Councillor Watkins. Going the route that the City of St. Albert's going to be doing and going after FCM funding, there's a grant that's attached to it that can go directly towards that 5% for each home, so that it doesn't pass. So while we get the program established, we can get programs, understanding staffing requirements, marketing, et cetera, done. And so hopefully it streamlines it past that 4-year mark.
Okay, so if we do $1.5 million a year, or $1.25 million a year, and we get 2.5%, that equates to $31,000, right? Roughly $31,000 of a fee we get to administer it. And then I see that it says that the program is going to require a half-time FTE, and depending on how it goes, maybe more. So maybe somebody could comment on that.
Yeah, I can speak to that, Councillor Watkins. So initially for the first year of the program, administration is proposing a contract position of a 0.5. The understanding is to limit the impact to our existing service levels in other departments. There's a potential actually through FCM funding that we could utilize the grant component from that grant, from the funding model, and have that pay for a contract position. So as of right now, it'll appear as a operating business case for the 2022 budget. However, as we move forward with FCM, we'll have a better understanding if we can apply that grant funding, and it is an eligible cost, directly to program administration. So ultimately, we're gonna view the first year of the program and keep a careful watch on what that contract position does and how much it's used. We may have that position. We may have requirement for a higher level of time for that position, like a 0.75. We may find out that position is not as utilized. So we may drop it off or remove it entirely, or we may keep it at 0.5 if that is an appropriate staffing level for St. Albert contract administration.
And my final question, with this administration, AMSC said that they're the program administrator, and we have to do a bunch of administration. Maybe you could just define the buckets of, this is the administrative work that's done by AMSC, and this is the administrative work that's done by the city.
Sure, Stephen, you can talk about the AMSC portion, and then I'll talk about what the anticipated impact of the city is.
Sure thing. So one of the first things we do as an administrative function is help the bylaw support process. So helping to build that market study, working with municipal staff to really understand the potential and assessing financing requirements. That's at the outset. Once the program launches, our first main function is to do that contractor onboarding. So we'll hold contractor events. We will onboard them, post them on our website. We do manage the program infrastructure as well. So we'll build the program application forms. We'll build the program application process. And then we also do all the technical reviews of all the applications that come in. In addition to that, we also help facilitate some of the agreements that have to be signed. We also do, if requested by the municipality, some site visits. So if they want us to visit projects on site, we'll also do that. We also have an annual reporting function that's required in the regulations. So every September, we'll have to publicly report on all the CEIP programs across the province.
And from a city perspective, the interface we have with the applicants really is to ensure their taxation is in good standing, to sort of approve from the municipal standpoint that this is a valid application that will be going forward to AMSC. And then we're looking on the back end. So working on having the application put into our taxation system. So there's appropriate charges going towards the improvement. We'll be looking to do on some of the marketing and communication from a St. Albert specific standpoint. There'll be assistance required from the assessment group. Of course, and then local improvement to your house will also require an update to your assessment. and also any of the grant opportunities that would pair with this program. So I did mention a HERA, Home Energy Retrofit Accelerator Program. If there's another type of grant that the city administers, that would be the responsibility of the city and not AMSC to administer that portion.
And then, sorry, I had a lot of questions about this. And then when you add, say you add, like once again, you got the $400,000 house, and the guy adds $50,000 worth of solar panels to save the energy on his house. It's like when you upgrade your kitchen for 50 grand, it doesn't make your house worth $50,000 more. So is there any study or concern about so somebody adds, you're basically adding $50,000 worth of debt to your house, but it doesn't add $50,000. It may not add $50,000 worth of value. It may add $40,000 worth of value, or it may add $5,000 worth of value over 25 years. So what impact does that have on the value of a person's house when they go to resell it with it's basically additional debt tied onto it? Has there been any studies done on that, or have any people looked at that in the past?
Sure, and I'll make a point for, especially for the example you've used for solar. So I think you'd be hard pressed to fit $50,000 worth of solar within a roof. So for a single family home within St. Albert, I've seen recent quotes for residential programming, and it's more in that $10,000 neighborhood. So you're adding, potentially when you're doing this program and you're adding these energy efficiency, they're improvements both for aesthetics, for the function of the house and operation of the house, plus they are cost limiting improvements. So if you are adding new windows, there's an aesthetic improvement, plus there's a significant cost savings on your heating and energy use. You'll also be potentially adding some insulation. So it's no different than a lot of other home improvements you would do without a financing program. It would make your house more marketable. So if I'm in the market for a house and they say I've got brand new windows, I've got a brand new furnace, new HVAC system, I put solar on the roof, my utility bill is almost zero. As a buyer in the market, that is a more attractive option than another house that hasn't done those improvements. Maybe Stephen, if you had anything else to add on the the global research about how this adds value to a house.
Not too much further to add. I think we've seen in studies that energy efficiency upgrades, especially because they reduce energy costs, tend to increase the value of the home and are often required for the operation of the home. So in terms of investments made in the home, it's one of those that has a real payback instead of something that's purely just cosmetic that may not benefit the property. So energy efficiency upgrades specifically tend to increase the value of the home.
And remember, when they get approved, when each project gets approved, the incremental monthly cost that you pay back to the program has to be less than the savings that you're going to be having. So your output should be less on a monthly basis.
Okay, yes. Thank you very much. Those are my questions. Thank you.
Questions, Councillor Broadhead, you had your hand up, but it looks like your questions got asked and answered.
They did.
So did mine. Any more questions of Christian or Stephen right now? Okay, I'm going to go open it up to the public for the public hearing. So Mr. Bond, thank you for joining us. I'll get you to unmute.
Okay, there we go. I think you can hear me now.
Yep, welcome back.
Okay.
Go ahead whenever you're ready.
This is the first time I've ever done one of these, so bear with me.
Okay.
I hope you see my smiling face.
We do. Yes, you can start whenever.
Okay, I'm here today to give a thumbs up in support of passing a PACE bylaw. Well, I call it PACE, they call it CEIP, but with some caveats and suggestions. This smiling picture was taken by Kevin Ma of the Gazette on the morning of April 12th, 2018, when the government announced that they were at a press conference that they were actually going to bring in a PACE legislation. I was smiling because after 2 years to get to this point, it looked like we were going to have something that worked. Later on that afternoon, the legislation was tabled and my smile went away because it has so much red tape embedded in it that it's going to be very difficult to make it work the way it should. However, I took some solace from a saying from Sir Winston Churchill, who of course has an avenue named after him here in St. Albert. He said it's better to do something than to do nothing while waiting to do everything. And that's kind of where we're at with this program. So I call it property assessed clean energy because that's what the rest of the world calls it. It's a brand name that's internationally recognized. And here's some of the people that are using it. It's not copyrighted. It has gained significant brand recognition and has no cost associated with its use. It's a good brand. And I propose that we're wasting a lot of money trying to create a new brand around CEIP. And we are asking the provincial government to look into changing that. The other thing that was sort of brought up in the previous presentation is that there's two versions of PACE. They share DNA like a tiger and a kitten.
Sorry, I hate interrupting you, but do you have a presentation that you're sharing? Because we can't see it.
You can't see my presentation?
No, you said, can I see your face? And I said, yes, we can, because your camera's on. But if you're trying to share a PowerPoint, we're not seeing that.
Okay. Anybody know how to do that? Let's see here.
It's the green button, Lee, on the bottom. It says share screen. Right beside chat participants.
Okay, let me try that. Share screen. Okay, I see that. Oh.
And you pick the screen you want to share.
Okay. And then I have to pick which screen. So just a second, let me get it up and going. I'm glad you stopped me.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know that you were intending to share a PowerPoint. I thought you were just talking.
No, both my screens look the same. Why is that?
Whoop. Something just happened.
So now do you see a screen?
Yes. So can you pick up kind of where you were and maybe jump to that slide?
Or you just go to your slideshow though, Lee, because you're showing the whole, all your notes pages as well.
Okay.
Bottom right hand in the toolbar is a.
There we go.
That.
Got it.
That work?
Yes. And you might want to.
Okay. Somehow I lost my notes though, so I'm going to wing it.
Okay.
Okay. So, yeah. So there's two versions of PACE. They share DNA, like a cat or a kitten and a tiger. There's a residential or our PACE program that you're looking at implementing here right now with MyCEIP. And then there's a commercial or CPACE program, which we use as a kitten because it ends up being financially smaller. Our PACE is single family homes. Here in Alberta, it's going to be a little bit more than that. CPACE is everything else. So hotels, churches, barns, hotels, whatever. So why are we doing this? Why are we trying to pass a PACE bylaw? First of all, back in 1975, we're at 315 parts per million of CO2. Today, we're at 419 and it keeps growing. And we don't seem to be able to get a handle on it. And that, of course, has become apparent in the Environmental Master Plan report that just came out here a few days ago. Whoops. Okay. So with residential PACE in the US, they've done $6.4 billion and 280,000 projects in 4 states in the last 5 years. In Canada, we haven't even come close to that for all kinds of reasons. One of them is the fact that we don't seem to be able to grasp the concept of unlimited capital. Here in Canada, we're so hepped on using FCM or CMHC or whoever to get the money instead of going to the private market, which is what has been done elsewhere in Europe and Australia and South Africa and so on. Also, we don't seem to be able to understand that we need to unleash an army of people to go out and sell it. There was no mention of marketing costs, by the way, in who was going to be responsible for that in the sharing of responsibilities of administration. Marketing costs typically are somewhere between 3 and 5%. As anybody that buys real estate knows that. So you've got to unleash an army, and if you do it right, you can get it for free, because you can have the contractors and all the people that are providing the funding out there working at getting the job done. And it can do all kinds of things, not just solar. It can do HVAC systems, it can do insulation, and we can unleash all these people and all these different trades. We don't have to go and do artificial intelligence that'll pay off in the next 50 years. We can put people to work right now. Thousands of jobs can get created, and the studies that have been done show that for every million invested, 15 jobs get created. And if we use the billions and billions that we should be using, and if we get rid of the red tape, we can make that happen. This fellow, Cisco DeVries, I was fortunate enough to hear him speak at a conference back a couple of years ago. He's considered the inventor of the PACE program in the US. We did have him come to Edmonton and speak last fall. He said there are only a few ways to structure a PACE ecosystem successfully and a multitude of ways to encumber it to the point of failure. And in Canada, we have encumbered most of our systems to the point of failure. They don't look like this. They look more like this because of red tape. The programs in Toronto, they've done about 1,000 projects. The population of Toronto is about the same as Alberta. It took them 10 years to do that. If they continue at that rate, it's not going to make any impact at all on the CO2 rates. And here's where we're at. The federal government back in 2019 have announced a $300 million pot of money to implement PACE programs across Canada. So that's 2 years ago, isn't it? 3 years ago, whatever. It's a long time ago. And then they handed that money over to FCM, who then is going to, and the CEIP people, PACE administrator, has been trying to get that money allocated for different municipalities in Canada. And then it's going to end up in the municipalities' coffers and then finally to the building owner. Compare that to a mortgage where you go to a building owner goes to the bank and fills out a form, and they do their underwriting and analysis, and the money gets advanced to the building owner. There's a lot less administration costs involved there, and it works quickly. We got another program coming down the pipe. They just introduced $4.4 billion in the 2021 budget, and that's going to be administered by CMHC. I would guess they'd hire the same consultants, and we're going to end up with the same high overhead administration program again. So let's look at St. Albert. You've done your market study, but I don't agree. St. Albert buildings contribute about 60% to its carbon footprint. The 2016 census, and Christian's going to argue with me on this, but this is just round numbers. It's 24,000 dwellings and 900 commercial buildings. Also, there was a survey done that 68% of the people believe we should do something about climate change in Alberta. So that's really your target market, is those 68% of the people in St. Albert that believe that. From past experience in other programs, only a third of the people that say they want to do something will actually take action. So that leaves us with 5,500 dwellings and 200 commercial buildings that we need to upgrade by 2030, so 8 years from now. The average loans are $25,000 per home and $820,000 per commercial building. I noticed that there was $20,000 in one of the other slides. So just do some rough multiplication. We need 138 million for homes, 16 million for commercial buildings for a total of 154. And we're going to start with 5. Ain't going to do it. By 2050, we need 1.3 billion in St. Albert. So that's that on the PACE side. I want to bring up a couple of other things, though. We do need to eliminate greenhouse gases, and the only way to do that is to stop burning things. And that includes natural gas in our homes. we're going to electrify everything. So everybody knows about electric vehicles and the fact that they're coming. Over 30 manufacturers have committed to selling EVs. What we haven't focused on yet is the fact that we're all going to have to change our heating systems to electric. We get focused on solar, but that's not where the most energy is used in a home. 63% is used for heating, according to Natural Resources Canada. Now, there's two implications to that here in St. Albert. One, if we're going to go to electrical heating systems, then we're going to put in, okay, I'm going to get a little technical here, coefficient of performance. So baseboard resistance heaters are a COP of 1. So 1 unit of heat in, or sorry, 1 unit of electricity in, 1 unit of heat out. Air source heat pumps are twice as efficient. Ground source heat pumps, colloquially called geothermal, is 4 times as efficient. So we're all going to have to switch to one of these 3. In order to do that, we're going to need a big underground cable that comes into our house, and we're going to have to upgrade our electrical panel from a 100 amp service to a 200 amp service, especially if we buy an electrical vehicle to go along with the heating system. So I would encourage you to get your people that are in charge of your development permits to put this in the rules that every new house has to have a 200 amp panel, and every piece of wire that runs from a green.
I'm going to just interrupt you for 2 seconds. Public hearings, we allot 5 minutes per presentation, and you're at 12.
They told me 10.
Well, you're at 12. And
this is my last slide.
Okay, thank you.
Other than my summary, which I'll skip over because.
Oh, no, I'll give you. You can go through your summary. That's fine. Especially because.
So I think St. Albert should promote the PACE brand in conjunction with CEIP. I think they should make the bylaw 50 million, which is about 40% of what you're going to need by 2030. And along with the residential program, I think you should immediately start on looking at a CPACE program. And the other thing is I would really like the help of St. Albert to get rid of the red tape. There's just so much. I can do a 1 hour presentation on that alone. And from a practical point of view, change your development permits to require 200 amp service and with 4-aught underground cable going from the pedestal to the house. More information on PACE, go to our website. Thank you.
Well, thank you for joining us. I'm sure there might even be some questions. Does any member of council have a question for Mr. Bond? Oh, seeing no questions. Most of your presentation actually raised questions for our staff, Mr. Bond, so I'm going to go back now. So that's it for the public presentations. But council, do you have any questions of Christian or Stephen arising from that, or anything else? Go ahead, Councillor Hanson.
Thanks. Christian and Stephen, if you're still there, at this time, the regulations that were passed, we are not, like, this bylaw is going to allow for commercial, but right now we're not doing commercial in the country. Is that true?
I can speak to that a little bit, Councillor Hanson, and Stephen, just correct me if I misspeak, but there currently are no commercial CEIP programs that are active in Canada. There are some that are under development. So this bylaw that we have presented today doesn't specify the allowance of a commercial-based program. If we did introduce a commercial program, it's probably a small amendment to the bylaw. So I'd probably rely on advice from our legal group, but commercial is allowable through the legislation that was tabled by the province. So we have the ability to offer it. We are at this point focusing on a residential program first for a couple of different reasons. Primarily, the FCM funding does provide for grant opportunities for a residential-based program and not a CPACE commercial-based program. So I'll look to either Kate or Stephen if to supplement that.
I'll just add one thing and then I'll pop over to you, Stephen. The other thing that the city wants to do is sort of work out some of the kinks of how we work through the program, create a very streamlined process for folks at the residential level, and then we will be in a better position to roll out the larger commercial program in the coming years when we have a better understanding of the impacts to staff, taxes, et cetera, as we get a bit bigger. Stephen?
The only other final point that I'll add is other municipalities in Alberta are taking a similar approach.
Can I jump in?
Actually, at this point, Mr. Bond, only if council asks a question of you.
Okay.
But Christian, just to be clear, the HERA program, the commercial can apply for, right? The one we're working on.
The one we've specified for council's consideration for budget for 2022, a HERA is be focused on residential programming, so home energy retrofit accelerator. The city of Edmonton does have a SARA program, so like a commercial accelerator program. So there is an option. I mean, it's completely dependent on council and the way they choose to interpret the business case. We could have the potential to offer a commercial program as well. So on the approval of budget, we can design it to council's wishes.
But just to follow up on that, most of the new buildings that are getting built in St. Albert are at least attempting to have some kind of a LEED designation. Would that not be correct? There is an effort to go green.
Have to be, I don't know, what is it, net zero by 2030?
So yeah, I think you guys both bring up great points. There are new builds within St. Albert, both on the residential and the commercial sector. The minimum code standard is a higher efficiency than our existing building stock, both in residential and non-residential. So any new house built today is inherently more efficient than previous builds. We've seen great examples of leadership within the city, both on the residential side and through the commercial side, that our builders are building to a higher standard. So sometimes that's a LEED certification. Sometimes that's a net zero certification. So we are seeing a ton of leadership within the Edmonton region and St. Albert specifically for energy efficiency. Really, these programs, including a grant program and a CEIP program, are focused on existing building stock and getting those up to a standard where it's a higher efficiency and lower energy cost.
That answer all your questions, Councillor Hanson? Okay, I've got Councillor Watkins and then Councillor Jalby.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I did have a question of Mr. Bond. So, Mr. Bond, your basic position is you support everything. You support everything that the city's proposing, but you think we need way more money, and we should start the commercial program right away at the same time. You got to unmute, I think.
Just looking. There we go.
Okay. So in other parts of the world, commercial usually comes first. In Canada, we've always tried to go residential for some reason. To set up a residential program, the admin costs are about $1 million. The setup costs are about $1 million. We're almost there based on the 5 years we've been at it. Commercial programs cost about $100,000 to set up because you don't have to do all of the legwork of looking after trades, certifying trades, keeping on top of them, and so on. That's all done under the auspices of an engineer that's hired for the project. So CPACE programs cost way, way less to administer. And they have a bigger impact because commercial buildings typically are energy pigs compared to a lot of houses. So the impact is quicker at less cost. But for some reason in Canada, we've gone down this road of trying to appeal politically to the residential market. And it's not a good place to start, in my opinion.
But what you're saying, what you're asking is you're saying that we should implement the commercial one ASAP.
I could do that for you, yeah.
Okay, that's what you were saying. Okay, thank you. And we need way more money for the tune of how much a year?
You don't need the money. I can find the money for you. We have $220 million sitting, waiting to go somewhere.
Lent out to be used for projects?
To use for projects.
What interest rate?
Does it matter if the payback is, if the amount you're paying per month is less?
Well,
because your energy savings will be more than
rate
your
always-
interest rate, your interest payments.
Yeah, from my point of view, interest rate always matters.
It would all depend on, when I said 220 million, I got different vendors, so it'll be depending on which vendor we use.
Okay,
But somewhere in the neighborhood of 3 to 5%.
sorry, Matt, this may be a stupid question, but I'm just thinking, you're here just speaking on behalf of who again?
I am speaking on behalf of PACE Alberta. We're a advocacy group, but we've been literally in touch with people all over the world, so we know who can do what.
So you're here with an advocacy group called PACE, speaking on behalf of an advocacy group called PACE Alberta.
Yeah, the PACE administrator would be another organization that we're prepared to set up.
Okay, thank you, Mayor.
Okay. Councillor Jolly.
Thank you. My first question is for Mr. Benson. And so it's about the program development and whether there's an opportunity to prioritize those higher impact projects that Mr. Bond was kind of talking about. You know, I know solar is sexier than heat pumps, but is that something that that we can do? Mr. Bond likes that question. Just to get kind of bigger bang for our buck.
Thank you, Councillor Jolly. So every project that would be submitted for approval from a CEIP program starts with a home energy evaluation. So you're working with a professional that goes through and does an energy evaluation of your home, and they will itemize for you on a report what is the biggest impact. So at the end of the day, it still is up to the residential person to select which improvement they would like through the CEIP program. Certainly, we can offer the ability and grant programming that would have higher impact. So we could pair a grant program potentially with that. But I think if I've understood your question correctly, I don't think we can focus specifically on one improvement like home energy, or a ground source heat pump. It would be incumbent on the applicant to what they want to improve. But it would be itemized through a home energy evaluation.
And so there's no opportunity to say, okay, we can only choose $1 million worth of applications. We've got 5 million of applications. We're going to choose the ones that have the bigger impact. That's kind of not on the table at all.
I think that's something we could definitely discuss through our program evaluation. I think certainly, within the first couple of years of the program, we'll be anxious to have applications come in for the residential program. So I think, these types of programs do build on successes. So if you have a core project group within your first year, I think you'll have the ability to start being maybe more selective with the approval, and I'll rely on the administrator for that side of it. But from the program side, we can certainly help push with communications.
Okay, thank you. And to get to a higher amount, kind of that question of we need to be doing 50 million and not 5 million. I know in the backgrounder it talked about kind of a 4-year rollout and see how we're looking at the end of that period. Is there an opportunity to accelerate that so that we look at it in a year or 2 years to see if there's that opportunity to ramp it up to something that's going to help us hit our targets?
From a city perspective, I think we'll definitely play a wait and see approach when it comes to our applications and the successes of our first year. I think certainly within the market study, you've seen an estimation of the potential amount of projects per year, but that's not necessarily a limiting cap. What we've requested through grant funding for this supports what we've produced through the market study. So I think that we have opportunities, especially through the period of this 4-year window and then post 4-year window, to look for additional financing options so we can offer this program to as many applicants as feasible.
The benefit of the city too is we're so connected through our neighborhood connectors and all of our programming that we have established today that we have a really unique opportunity to really connect to the folks that will benefit substantially from this. So the intention is to hit as many of our target residents as we can within that window and grow it as we can post 5 years and see kind of what we can do from a city perspective while also understanding existing workloads, et cetera, that we do have to manage.
Thank you. That's all I have right now.
All right, any more questions? I see no more hands up on the participant panel. Councillor Broadhead, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a couple of things. So first off, just the process of signing up, engaging this inspector to come along, is there a cost there to the homeowner?
The intent through applying from FCM is to get funding to cover that cost for the homeowner.
Okay, so in essence, this is almost a transparent program to the homeowner. They just have to enter into the sort of the agreement that the improvement will offset the costs that they incur. So if you put solar voltaics on the house, the cost of implementing them will be offset by the reduction in your cost of electricity. So I'm just wondering what's the problem with the program that we would only have so many people apply? I can't imagine why 200 people wouldn't apply the first year. Never mind what number you had there.
It is totally feasible that we get more uptake than anticipated. It's just that CEIP is or PACE is new to Alberta, so it's unclear what the uptake will be. So we had to look at other municipalities to see the uptake there. Now, their programs are structured a bit differently. Their legislation structured a bit differently, so it's not a true one-for-one. So we have our modeling. The nice thing is we've applied. We've been supporting other municipalities through FCM applications. FCM has technical support and experts who have vetted our modeling approach and have said our assumptions are reasonable. But of course, after year one of the program, we'd have to recalibrate because just based on enthusiasm we've been getting through our website, we do think there's pent-up demand, especially with the closure of the Provincial Energy Efficiency Alberta Agency. It is feasible that uptake is higher than we anticipate.
Okay, fair enough. Just a second question around sort of piqued my interest. The presentation that Mr. Bond put out was this idea of changing the construction standards to increase to a 200 amp service to houses. How do you see that playing out? Is that a practicality, or is this already on the books to go that way? I've always heard that if you have 4 electric vehicles in the crescent, the local infrastructure collapses anyway. So I don't know where we're going with this. Maybe it's not a question for today, but given that it was presented, I don't know how we're going to respond to that.
Councillor Broadhead, I see Adrian is available, so our Director of Planning can probably help answer that.
So it's an interesting question, and it is something that our building official has been pondering lately, because we have seen a number of instances where people are retrofitting in high demand services or high demand appliances after the fact, and they're very expensive to do the retrofits for. And the cost to do it ahead of time is incremental. The cost to do it after is exponential almost. So it's something that we've had preliminary discussions with engineering about, and I think that those will be continuing here in the near future.
Okay. Well, it'll be interesting to see how the building industry responds to this sort of thing. Thank you very much, Madam Mayor.
Questions? All right, any more before I entertain a motion to close the public hearing? All right, anyone want to do that? Thank you, Councillor Jolly. Go ahead.
Can I get that tossed into the chat, please?
Let's just close the public hearing for Bylaw 26, 2021.
So moved.
All right. All those in favor? That's unanimous. Okay. So we've already given this first reading. We're just doing second and third. I don't hear anyone thinking about amendments. So I'm going to, Councillor Hanson or Councillor Jolly, I know you're both really supportive of this. Is either one of you want to put the motion second reading on the floor?
Councillor Hanson, last term.
Thanks, Councillor Jolly.
And yeah, you've been working hard on this, Jackie. Go ahead.
Yeah, I am thrilled to be reading that Bylaw 26, 2021 be read a second time.
All right. Any opening comments?
I think everything has been said. This is a very positive step forward, an opportunity for our residents to have uptake in their passion for a greener St. Albert. This is an opportunity to finance their homes and feel good about doing their part in terms of the green environment. So I think this is this is a new program, but it's kind of a long time coming for St. Albert because we are generally known as stewards of the environment. And it just fits very, very nicely into our vision of the city. And I really do hope that we're over subscribed for this this program because I think it's wonderful. So again, my thanks to everybody that got this to this stage.
Anyone else have any comments? Councillor Jolly?
Thank you. I'm delighted that we're getting moving on this. And, you know, Mayor Herron, credit where credit's due. You haven't really made a point of saying that really you got this rolling in St. Albert. And, you know, we have amazing staff doing the research behind the scenes. Christian and your team have done such a good job of researching this, making sure that we know that it's important for St. Albert to get on board. And Mayor Herron, you got the ball rolling. So I'm really unreservedly excited to see this take shape in St. Albert. And I don't say that often about bylaws. I do want to see this ramp up steeply. Mr. Bond really pointed out that has to happen for us to hit our targets and deal with the problems that we're facing having to do with climate change. And I also think that we need to educate homeowners on what really is going to make the biggest difference in terms of changing the way our homes are built and the projects that we choose for retrofits and even the education for commercial businesses. And I know that that's not a part of this program yet, but people want to get on board with making a difference. And I'm excited about St. Albert continuing to be a leader in this area and to kind of have a role in making sure that we are sustainable, just in general. So thank you to everyone involved in this, and I'm delighted to see this move forward.
Councillor Mackay.
Yeah, I'll be quick because most of it has been said. I'm very excited as a homeowner of a 40-year plus building, and I can tell which direction the wind is blowing by standing in front of the windows. So I'm actually looking forward to this, and I've already seen some of the early adopters in my neighborhood because we're seeing a lot of homes being retrofitted. So this is just one extra opportunity. Like Councillor Jolly, I'm excited by the potential possibilities, and hopefully this ramps up quicker than our modeling shows. So I'm all for this, and I look forward to it. And correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the federal government just announced more programming today in relation to future funding initiatives. So I think it's fantastic that we can just continue to add this to our growing inventory of projects that we have around green energy.
Awesome. Anyone else? No more hands up. I'll just throw my support behind it as well. Mr. Jolly, I didn't really have a lot to do with this. I've just been supportive and wanted to make sure as a board member of AUMA that Energy Efficiency Alberta had a place to land. And I can say I actually thought about excusing myself from this whole debate because of my connection with AUMA, but the advice I got was it's AMSC, and I do not sit on the board of AMSC. Just to be clear, I have no pecuniary benefit for approving this bylaw, just to be clear there. But I'm super excited. I know that there have been people that are, they are probably not really going to be excited to hear they have to wait to 2022. They want to get going immediately, but there will be a fair amount of uptake on this when we get it going. So, Councillor Hanson to close.
I'm just going to be very excited to tell the AMA Environmental and Sustainability Committee at Roundtable what we've been able to do. And I also am very proud because I think Stephen said in his remarks that only 10 communities in Canada are going down this road at this time. So, you know, we should consider St. Albert as a leader again. So, great. That's it.
All right, call for the vote. All right, that passes unanimously. Third reading, Councillor Hanson.
That bylaw 26/2021 be read a third and final time.
Awesome. Anything further?
No.
Okay, call for the vote. That passes unanimously. All right, thanks everyone. One more thing I'll add is that last Thursday I had to participate in an EMRB meeting and we talked all about what every municipality in this region is doing for greenhouse gases. And Kate, you did a great job filling in that survey. And again, I mean, Edmonton's quite far ahead of a lot of this, but we're nipping at their heels very closely. And I was in competition with Rod Frank and Strathcona. So yeah, St. Albert should be proud of what we're doing, what we can at this time. So, all right. Let's move on to the second public hearing. I'm just going to let council know that we have a fair amount of work ahead of us. We have the incubation supports has got a lengthy presentation. So does the tax rate bylaw. We have a lot to talk about. So let's keep our questions in this public hearing concise. It's a pretty, should be an easy one. We'll see how it goes. But I'm just warning you that we have 2-3 hours ahead of us. So let's keep our questions tight. Sheena, you're better at predicting than me, and she's saying more.
7 things still on the agenda.
Yeah. Okay, so second public hearing of the night is Jensen Lakes redistricting. So I will formally open this public hearing. And who is doing a presentation? I've got Eric listed. Are you doing the presentation, Eric?
I am.
All right, Mr. Schultz, go ahead.
Share screen. Share PowerPoint, Jensen Lakes. You got that?
Yes, we do.
Thanks. Okay, well, good evening. My name's Eric Schultz. I'm from Planning and Development, and I'm here to present Bylaw 16/2021, which is a redistricting in the Jensen Lakes neighborhood. There we go. Jensen Lakes is a residential neighborhood located in the north of St. Albert, just west of St. Albert Trail. Bylaw 16/2021 is an amendment to the land use bylaw Schedule A, which graphically identifies each parcel of land in the city and its current land use. When there's a change to a district in Schedule A, redistricting occurs. The area to be redistricted is shown here, and it will be accessed from Villeneuve Road via a new local road going north into the Jensen Lakes neighborhood. The Jensen Lakes area structure plan shows the area as medium density residential, and this aligns with the municipal development plan Flourish. There is a conditionally approved subdivision for this redistricting area that proposes 34 townhouse lots. The application proposes to redistrict approximately 0.7 hectares from medium density residential R3 to medium density residential R3A. This redistricting is required because the proposed density of the townhouse lots is 51 dwelling units per hectare, and the R3 district only allows 35 as a maximum. The R3A district allows for 94, and that will allow, redistricting will allow this development to proceed. The application was circulated to internal and external stakeholders, as well as businesses and residences within 100 meters. There were no objections or concerns raised. Basically, in conclusion, the proposed redistricting aligns with the municipal development plan and the area structure plan, and therefore administration recommends that council approve the bylaw as presented tonight.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Can you, Maybe unshare your screen just so I can see everybody all at once. Perfect. Any questions of administration? I didn't mean to scare you guys out of questions when I said we have a long meeting ahead of us. But this is a pretty straightforward one. Councillor Broadhead.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. It is, this introduces lane product as well too, does it not? To the R3A introduces lane product?
No, this one is just strictly townhouses.
An XL or something.
So it doesn't have anything to do with that, but it increases the density, right?
Correct.
Okay, fair enough.
The R3A is a more modern townhousing district than the R3 was. So this enables a little bit more variety of product, mostly because of density, but it's the same form.
Variety is the spice of life. There you go.
There's some of this R3A already in Jensen Lakes, is there not?
I believe so.
That is correct.
I feel like it's already been starting to be built. It looks quite attractive. We do, so I'm not seeing a lot of questions here. We do have, who's with us? Hold on, let me just check. We have from Select Engineering, Eric Seen. We have Blade and Dimon from Select, and we have Michaela Davis from Melcor. So if is any one of the proponents wanting to make a presentation, or are you just here to answer questions?
We are just here to answer questions.
Oh, okay. All right.
Thank you.
Any questions of Select or Melcor? Aren't you guys glad you hung around for this whole evening? All right, there is no questions anywhere. Ray, you're unmuted. Oh, no.
They're happy when they don't get questions.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah.
It was an interesting presentation, so it wasn't bad to sit through.
Okay, so I guess, Council, if there's no questions of either administration or the proponent, and there is no registered speakers from the public, I will entertain a motion to close the public hearing. Sorry, Wes, did you throw your hand up?
I did.
Okay, go ahead.
I move that the public hearing on bylaw 16/2021 be closed.
Thank you for that. All those in favor? That's unanimous. All right, Wes, you want to carry on with second reading?
Sure.
Okay, thanks.
That bylaw 16/2021 be an amendment 191 to the land use bylaw Schedule A be read a second time.
Anything to add to that? Any comments?
Well, as it's been said, it's just a introducing of a new style of townhousing within a district that was already intended to be townhousing. So a little bit increased density, which is not a bad thing, and certainly support this.
Awesome. All right, anyone else? All right, call for the vote. That appears to be unanimous. Third reading, Councillor Broadhead.
That bylaw 16/2021 be an amendment 191 to the land use bylaw Schedule A be read a third time.
All right, I'll call for the vote. Okay, that passes unanimously. And that's all we have on this public hearing. So thanks, guys. Thanks for sticking around with us.
Thanks, everyone. Good night.
Thank you.
Okay, is everyone okay to keep going?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we are back to 9.2, which is business incubation supports. So that is Mike Erickson. Mike, do you want Mike or Michael?
Mike.
Okay. Go ahead whenever you're ready.
Right.
We can see the screen. There we go.
All right.
All right.
So yes, good evening, Madam Mayor and members of council. I'm Mike Erickson. I'm the acting director of the Economic Development Department. I'm here before you this evening to provide some information on the matter of business incubation supports. So obviously the purpose here is to seek direction from council regarding the city's financial support of business incubation in St. Albert through NABI and the future of the city-owned property at 13 Mission Avenue. This topic and administration's recommendations on this matter align with council's strategic priorities, particularly priority number 2, economic development and the enhancing of business and commercial growth, as well as priority number 4, infrastructure investment, particularly around the implementation of optimal business models, operating models, and life cycle strategies. So in this presentation, we'll provide some background information on NABI. We'll examine the city's financial support of NABI. We'll take a look at their delivery of business incubation services and their financial sustainability. I'll provide some considerations around the management of the city's real estate asset, and we'll explore some possible effects and implications resulting from potential changes moving forward, and finally, of course, recommendations. So I'm sure that NABI or the council is fairly familiar with NABI, and Mr. Jeswald did an excellent job of providing an overview earlier in the meeting. But just quickly to summarize, NABI is a not-for-profit business incubator operating in St. Albert for over 30 years. They help entrepreneurs and different early stage companies with a number of services, space for businesses, space for events and training, networking and collaboration opportunities, operational support services such as mail services and shredding, as well as education and mentorship. They operate out of 2 different buildings, 13 Mission Avenue, which is sometimes referred to as the Mission Building, which is leased from the city, and their 200 Carnegie Drive building, sometimes referred to as the Campbell Building, which NABI owns. The city did provide some funding for it in 2008. I'll provide a little bit of information on that later in the presentation. So as you heard earlier in the meeting, NABI currently supports over 100 different businesses. I think it said 86 combined within their 2 buildings, and a number of them that they support virtually as well. So we'll take a look at the summary of financial support that the city's provided to them. So in looking at this, administration conducted a fairly comprehensive review of the various types of financial supports provided to NABI, both directly through operating and capital grants, as well as indirectly through subsidy of rent and operating expenses. So we'll begin with operating grant support. From 2011 to 2012, the city provided several financial operating grants totaling just about $87,000. Presently today, NABI has made a request for a one-time grant of $120,000. I guess I should probably mention that obviously earlier in the meeting, Mr. Jeswald, the executive director of NABI, presented a new request for $175,000 related to making tenant improvements or undergoing a renovation project of sorts at their 200 Carnegie Drive building. So I'll sort of jump back to the request that we were aware of prior to this meeting, which is the $120,000 request. It would serve as matching funds for the Government of Alberta Community and Regional Economics Support Grant, or CARES grant. So these are financial supports for Alberta communities, regions, and different municipalities for various initiatives that promote long-term economic growth. So fairly vague in nature, but fairly all-encompassing. The funding was approved at that time by the Government of Alberta for the purposes of supporting NABI's Waypoint Mentorship Program, which is intended to build a self-sustaining community of multi-generational experts to mentor entrepreneurs and small and medium enterprises. I believe there was a part of it where they were going to connect investors with small businesses. Switching to capital grant support, in 2008, the city provided NABI with funding for 2 capital investments totaling $1.3 million. The first part of that was $1.2 million, which was provided to NABI for the purchase of the 200 Carnegie Drive building, their Campbell building. NABI also received just over $1 million from other levels of government, from the provincial and federal governments, as well as some financing for that building. The second part of the capital grant at that time was grant support for $100,000, which was provided for improvements at the 13 Mission Avenue building. So we also looked at the opportunity cost and the revenue loss associated with NABI's lease of the 13 Mission Avenue building. Essentially, in providing subsidized rent to NABI, the city has foregone the opportunity to earn a fair market rent. In attempting to estimate this lost revenue, administration considered the average local market rent range, as well as the average rent paid by NABI's tenants at 13 Mission Avenue. So when we looked at the market rent, the current average market rent range for office product in St. Albert is between 20
Mike, you video's off. You're not muted, but we can't hear you. Like we lost you. Kevin, you're gonna have to finish the presentation.
I'll just text him to make sure he knows that.
We'll wait. Okay. Mike, can you even put in the chat what's going on? Here he comes. He's back. And muted.
There. I've been, of course, on the meeting the whole time, and the first time I have internet issues is.
Yep. As soon as you start talking.
Okay, let me jump back in here and start up my presentation. Let me just a heads up as to where I may have cut off, stop coming through. I'll just maybe
lost revenues, Mike.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much.
There you go.
On this slide here.
Yeah, that's where you were.
I'll just maybe I'll start from the beginning.
Sure. Yeah.
So I think I mentioned that we looked at the opportunity cost and the revenue loss associated with NABI's lease of the 13 Mission Avenue building. I feel that in providing subsidized rent to NABI, that the city has forgone the opportunity to earn fair market rent. So we tried to estimate this lost revenue, and administration considered sort of we looked at it two ways: the average local market rent and the average rent paid by NABI's tenants. So we looked at market rent here in St. Albert. The current average market rent range for office product is between $20 and $30 per square foot, depending on the location and quality of the product, of course. And when we considered the rent paid by tenants, in 2018, administration had identified that NABI was charging their tenants at 13 Mission Avenue an average rent of $26.50 per square foot. So based on these two inputs, we believe that the city could have conservatively generated between 1.4 and 2.2 gross rent from 2011 to 2020. Looking at rent subsidy, this table provides an overview of the rent subsidy that was provided to NABI, as well as a bit of a history on the various different leases that were agreed to over the years. As you can see, there are quite a few here just in the time period from 2008. So in the period from 2008 until late December of 2019, NABI paid a nominal rent of $1 per year for the 13 Mission Avenue building. I should note that in 2018, prior to their rent increasing for the first time to a mutually agreed rate of $8,000 per year, NABI issued the city a letter initiating 180 days notice to vacate the building, citing concerns over the new rent rate and a request to the city to make some repairs to the building. So the two parties negotiated for the better part of a year and eventually agreed to a total rent of $36,000 over an 18-month lease expiring on August 31st, 2021. And finally, it's important to note that while NABI has paid a nominal rent for the vast majority of their time at 13 Mission Avenue, they've paid approximately $20,000 per year in property tax over the last decade. On to operating expense subsidy. So while NABI is responsible for operating expenses such as the cost of utilities and regular maintenance, the city is required to keep the foundation, roof, exterior walls, and other structural elements of the building in good condition. So since 2011, the city has spent close to $86,000 to maintain, insure, and repair 13 Mission Avenue building. And that the most recent expense was just over $66,000 in 2020 to make repairs to the roof. So this table provides a summary of the financial support that the city has provided to NABI from 2008 to 2020. In that time period, the city has provided just shy of $3 million in financial support. Annualized, that works out to approximately $229,000 per year. As the city has been one of NABI's largest financial supporters over the years, administration believes that it's relevant to examine how NABI has delivered business incubation within the community, as well as their financial situation. So for council's consideration, we'll take a look at two sort of central aspects of their service delivery. The first being industry focus, and the second being business graduation. So some of this was discussed earlier, but as an incubator, NABI has indicated that a significant portion of their efforts are dedicated to supporting technology companies. Their mission, states that they wish to be an indispensable facilitators for tech companies and those who love them. However, NABI serves a relatively low proportion of tech companies, approximately 15% in both buildings. And conversely, they serve a relatively high percentage of personal and professional service companies, such as health services, financial services, and legal services, roughly 75% at the 13 Mission Avenue building. The next aspect is business graduation. So this is a key part of an incubator. Businesses will typically spend 1 to 2 years in an incubator before graduating. Graduation allows the incubator to continually serve this, essentially a new pipeline of businesses every year. Without graduation, an incubator is essentially providing business supports and leasable space to the same companies year after year. So lack of graduation presents several significant concerns from the city's perspective. It limits the space available to new entrepreneurial businesses looking for incubation supports within St. Albert. It can limit the physical growth of businesses, such as restricting the number of employees that they can have, or it could prevent them from actually expanding and growing into a larger office or commercial space within St. Albert. It puts the city in a position where we're indirectly providing subsidy through NABI to longstanding, well-established local businesses who may no longer be in need of incubation services. It provides long-term financial support to a fairly select and exclusive group of businesses. And finally, it puts the city in a position where we could be perceived as funding or supporting direct competition to private sector commercial landlords and property owners within the city. I believe NABI did introduce a graduation program back in 2019, and they indicated that they plan to transition slowly a certain number of businesses into the graduation sort of model. So administration has some serious concerns regarding NABI's financial sustainability. Some of these concerns pertain to the number of annual losses that NABI has realized over the last several years, their debt, the size of their financial reserves, and some of their operating expenses. We believe these items should be taken into consideration should council wish to provide further financial support to NABI. Now, the other part of this matter concerns the management of one of the city's deteriorating real estate assets. The building located at 13 Mission Avenue is approaching 80 years and nearing the end of life. It's essentially reached a point where it's necessary to either make a substantial investment to bring this building up to current standards or divest of the property. So in looking at the first option, reinvesting and renovating the building, it was previously estimated that it would cost between $750,000 and $810,000 to bring the building to its current standards. I should note that estimate was done about 5 years ago, so it's very likely that those costs have increased since then. Looking at the alternative, the sale of 13 Mission Avenue, the potential demolition and subsequent sale of the property is estimated to net somewhere between $750,000 to $1 million. Sorry, $750,000. So essentially, keeping the building could cost the city around $750,000 or more, and divesting of the property could generate around $750,000 to $1 million in revenue. The other aspect of divesting of this property is the opportunity to have it essentially redeveloped. So this, we feel this property is quite marketable, and the current direct control zoning offers significant flexibility for future uses. Now, council would have ultimate authority on districting and use of the site. So I thought I would just briefly kind of walk you through some examples of potential uses that could be considered on this site. So starting off with a commercial office, so similar to obviously its current use, this site could be redeveloped for that purpose and would allow for potentially improved site coverage, increased building heights, and would effectively create additional purpose-built office space for local businesses while generating additional assessment for the city. Alternatively, multifamily residential use is another option. There's a variety of different multifamily product types and sizes and densities that could be considered. But I think this is an interesting option because continued population growth and creating more spaces for more people to live is essential. It's paramount to long-term economic viability of downtowns. And finally, a mixed-use development on the site could provide the benefits of both commercial and residential uses, potentially allowing for some ground floor, neighborhood level retail offerings to more conveniently serve residents in some of the nearby neighborhoods. An additional benefit of the sale and potential redevelopment of the site is that a new development of similar size and use could conservatively generate an additional $50,000 in property tax. So some of the potential implications resulting from this decision. From a financial perspective, looking at NABI's operating grant request, if the city were to support NABI's CARES grant-related funding request, it would mean an impact of $120,000 to the city's 2021 operating budget. In terms of divesting of 13 Mission Avenue, the sale could net the city around $750,000 to $1 million. With respect to the 200 Carnegie Drive building, NABI's concerning financial situation could put the city's initial $1.2 million investment into this property at risk. Some other implications, the city may be subject to reputational risk in pausing support of NABI and divesting of this building. NABI has been a long-standing St. Albert-based organization that has traditionally received financial support from the city, and some of NABI's tenants are well-rooted at this building and have occupied space there for upwards of 10 years. When it comes to incubation and entrepreneurship services, NABI's reduced resources and capacity may create some gaps in support for local startups and entrepreneurs. And from an organizational perspective, changes in incubation and local entrepreneurship supports and that whole ecosystem may impact administration's workload. When it comes to NABI's financial sustainability, any reduction of support by the city, whether that's directly or indirectly, will add to their significant financial challenges. And finally, the expiration of NABI's lease at the 13 Mission Avenue building will ultimately impact their tenants, requiring them to relocate on or before that date. And I think this was brought up before, but it's worth noting again that administration, we have been coordinating with NABI to assist those subtenants that will not be able to relocate to their Campbell building, their 200 Carnegie Drive building. It appears right now that there's only a handful of those tenants that may require assistance, but nonetheless, we are working together to provide ongoing assistance and support. And so finally, the recommendations are as follows: that the city pause financial support for the Northern Alberta Business Incubator. And number two, that administration prepare options for the divestment and redevelopment of 13 Mission Avenue for council's consideration. I'll go to questions and stop sharing.
Thank you, Mike. Good presentation and good recap of the package that I mentioned it to Kevin earlier, but I'll say it to you. That was a very well-written agenda report, and summarizing what I'm sure took you a while to find all that information. So thank you for that. All right, let's start with some questions. Anyone on council have a question to start? Go ahead, Councilor Mackay.
Yeah, thanks. I echo your comments. Thank you, Mike. I appreciated the thorough overview. I guess it just comes in relation to what your recommendation to pause means. Like pause means what we heard earlier, that us not providing the matching grant potentially puts that NABI at risk. So what's your interpretation of pause for clarification?
I think pause can mean a couple of different things. I think it could be until we reach a point where NABI can demonstrate, that they have been able to demonstrate for some period of time, financial sustainability. So that could mean, reduction of their debt levels to a certain degree. That could mean, providing balance to their budget. It could mean providing some additional certain level of threshold to their reserves. Some of the financial concerns that we have. It could mean perhaps financial audit or a further, more detailed review of their financials. So it could mean a number of things.
So if we supported that recommendation and approved it, would the expectation come back? A number of those things that you've identified would come back. It would be your interpretation that that's what we'd be looking for, or you would need something more specific from council motion?
I would say that we'd probably look for, some form of benchmark or metrics that would be achieved before we would sort of, resume or consider additional financial support.
All right, thank you. I appreciate the clarification.
Okay, next question, Councillor Broadhead.
Madam Mayor, thanks for your presentation, Mike, and the backgrounder. What have the annual audits said? Have there been recommendations to NABI over time to increase their financial sustainability, and how have they responded to them? Do we have access to those kinds of documents or not?
We haven't received that degree of financial information from NABI. We have received some. Of course, concerns another organization, so I want to be careful about discussing details. But we certainly reviewed the information, the financial information they did receive. But of course, it was limited. It wasn't by any means a full financial audit.
Okay. Well, for me, to get my support for ongoing support of NABI, that's what I would want to do. Simply to be able to establish what ongoing sustainability might look like. And to your point, Mike, some metrics around that I think would be very helpful. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Sure. More questions? Mike, I remember, I asked Raj this, but I remember something about a reserve that they had set up to do capital improvements on the mission building. Do you recall anything about that?
I do. Again, I just want to maybe, again, when it comes to the details around their financials, I always want to be a little bit cautious, but I know that they did establish a reserve for a very short period of time very recently. And they did make some expenditures, some significant expenditures from that reserve shortly afterwards.
And that it sounds like they have nothing now, right? Just a line of credit is what they said. I don't have a lot of questions. I think for me, I did do a little poll of some of the mid-sized mayors. Do you know much about Quebec and Beaumont, Mike? Maybe Carrie knows more about it. Which I think is very much, I've Googled it, and it's like a shared space and small offices. I'm just wondering if they get municipal support.
Yeah, my understanding, and this could have changed because I've not been there for a few years, is that when they were just getting into that when I was leaving, and it is run by the municipality, and they basically coordinate the space.
Okay.
They also have the chamber working out of the office there as well. But in terms of do they have any independent staff who actually look at the incubation part of it? I'm not sure, but my understanding it was municipal directly controlled, and they were running the incubation at that time.
Okay. The other one I found that was really interesting was out of Waterloo. They have a thing called Communitech, and I can send you guys this, but they actually have a 2-year graduation cycle. And then the successful businesses sit on the board and fund the new ones and mentor the new ones. So those are the models that I think we need to see to really support incubation. So at this point, I'm just not seeing it in our current incubator. So what are we looking at for motions here? I'm just going back to it. So we're pausing financial support, and then it's almost 2 separate issues. It's how do we support NABI, and then what do we do with the building? So any questions on NABI itself, Jackie?
I guess I just would like to, we seem to keep coming back to the same themes that are bothering us, and that's the graduation of businesses, the financial help that we've already given them, and the return on investment with that. And look, I don't mind the word pause, but I don't want to completely necessarily give up on business incubation. I just think that maybe we've come to a time where it needs to look a little differently, and we really need to look at other business incubators and startups around and see what's happening, because there is a place for business incubation, I think, in St. Albert. Just what we've seen through this agenda report is that what we've got right now isn't quite right. So that's on NABI. But the second question I have, Mike, is the building is 80 years old. And I'm sorry if I missed this in the report, but what was it built for? What was that building actually built for? Anybody know? Ken, you probably know.
Yeah, I was there. I believe it was a school, and became many other things throughout the way.
I think it was a school. I think they told us before the background it was a school. I think you went to school there, didn't you, Ken? Kindergarten?
Yeah, well, they only had Catholic education, so I had to go for a little while, and then once we switched over.
And it always breaks my heart to, knock down old buildings if there's something that we can do to save them, but there's always a big giant cost in it. So I just wondered, from a cultural perspective, the options that you gave us were commercial use, multi-family residential, and mixed use. Didn't see anything in there around cultural use, but was that conversation ever had?
So I'll jump in here. So it doesn't have any designation, the building currently, but I mean, at the same time, as Mike mentioned, direct control, it's really council has a lot of say, so to speak, in what would developed at that site if you chose to go that route.
Okay, that's all my questions for right now, or comments.
Okay, Ray?
Yeah, just a question. I don't know if Mike can give the answer or not, but when the building was bought on Carnegie, it said that we came up with $1 million or something, and this province came up with $1 million something, and then they financed some money. And then it said further in the report that they refinanced the building in 2018, something like that. And usually refinancing is either to try to get a lower interest rate or to add more debt. Do you know if they added more debt when they refinanced the building, or do you know if they just got an interest rate, or can we even say that? Because I mean, if it's a mortgage, it's on title and it's public information, anybody can pull it.
Right. Yes, it's my understanding that they did incur some more debt through that process.
Okay. That's a concern, because I'm not too sure even what the value of the building is relative to the total debt that's on it. It could be underwater. In that case, that's an issue. Okay, thank you. That's my only question.
Councillor Hughes?
Thanks. So the tenants that are leaving, time to be leaving on mission, you said there's just a few? Like, so it sounds like there's approximately 40 or so, 30 something that are going to be displaced. So I guess, where are we with that? Like, because you said you're working on it. NABI says they're working on it. Everyone's working on it. We have a little bit of time still, but where are we more precisely on achieving our goal of finding new office space for everybody that's going to be moving out of there?
For sure, I can give you a little bit more information on that part. So we wanted to give, obviously NABI, these are their subtenants. They have a contractual agreement with them. We wanted to give them sort of the first opportunity to speak with their tenants and talk about options. We sort of felt that the first best option was to keep them, in a NABI building. So give them the opportunity to see if they could fit them into their 200 Carnegie Drive building. And then if they weren't, any tenants that were identified as not being able to or not willing to or considering different options, we would sort of work with NABI to provide additional assistance to keep them here and look for options here within St. Albert. So we've had a number of conversations with Rajesh and Courtney and their group. I believe we had conversations last week. We have another meeting set up later this week to sort of work with some of those tenants. I believe there are about 4 or 5 that were identified right now that are still sort of looking, and we're just trying to get a little bit more information so that we can help them, in a more detailed way.
Okay. Is there any consideration? And I'm not telling you, I'm just asking. Where did you go? You moved on my screen. Okay. I looked down for 2 seconds. Is there any consideration if there's any extra space in the city out of any of the buildings that we're leasing? I guess I'm looking at Mr. Scoville right now, but has that been any discussion at all? Or are we definitely just looking for outside of a city-run or owned facility?
At this point, the first step is just to narrow down exactly what they need. I believe there's 1 or 2 tenants in particular that have requirements for specific ventilation requirements. So we're trying to identify buildings that might have that type of ventilation system. So it's really going to be come down to what the tenants' needs are, and how do we sort of play matchmaker and help them find some of those spaces that are available, and working obviously with the real estate professional community here to identify some of those locations and make those connections.
We have 3 months left, right? So do we think we'll be successful in getting homes for everybody that's looking for one, so to speak?
Yeah, I mean, I certainly hope so. I mean, like I said, we were looking to have these initial meetings with them this week. So yeah, my hope is that we can, outside of any, really challenging requirements. But hopefully we can identify those real quick and put together some options for them.
Okay. The 120,000 they were asking for, that's not for, I'm trying to figure out what it's for. Like, it's not for the mission building, correct? So what was their intention to use that cash for? I should have asked them when they came and I forgot. But do you know what the intention is for that money if they were successful in getting the grants?
Yes, so it's essentially a program they applied to the provincial government. And the program at that time was called their WePoint program. Essentially, it's this idea of connecting mentors with entrepreneurs. And there was an element of perhaps also some investment connecting with potential investors. I believe they actually provided some information to council just as an update a couple of years back on that. And we've just got some base level information on it, but that was the intention at that time, and that's what they got approved for through the government of Alberta at that time.
So if they don't get the 120,000, they just won't be able to operate this additional program that they were considering doing. Is that right?
That's my understanding.
Okay. Jeremy, look up. You move on. Okay. Okay. This will not supporting the 120,000 doesn't actually stop them from being operational or anything. It just stops them from offering this program. Okay.
That's my understanding.
Okay. So one of the things that I was trying to, I think Councillor Hansen's also, I'm going to work on what she said here. So the city POS financial support, we're not really giving financial support right now. I mean, we are giving a reduced rate on one building that right now, unless we pour a lot of money into it. And I know that the dollars that we were estimating almost $1 million, that was in 2015 before a sheet of plywood cost $200. you know, like I think the building costs are quite optimistic at $1 million. I'm guessing in today's pricing it'll probably be at least triple that, if not more, just because the cost of building supplies are so high. So other than the building that we now are at end of life that we were giving at a reduced rate, I don't think we're actually giving financial support to NABI, right? I mean, that there was a period we were giving about $100,000 a year, and then that transferred over to something like 100 or 50,000 for just for capital, and then that also eventually came to a close in the past since I've been on council. So, but we're not doing anything else, correct?
So presently they have, initially, I guess they had one operating grant request, and as of earlier today, they've got two operating, well, I guess one operating and one would be, I guess, capital, 175. Yeah. So they do have two requests on the table for support. The rest of the support is indirect through rent subsidy and operating expenses.
I'm just not sure if we need the first motion, because I recognize you're putting it forward. I'm just trying to figure out if it's actually necessary, because we're not actually giving, they've come to the table and asked for money, but we're not already giving them money. And so I think like the one thing is the 13 mission, which they're getting de facto, but we also understand that that building just is just not able to support itself anymore. And so that's a decision that we're moving forward and making that decision going forward. But like, in the event that they came forward and could give us a justification for the 175,000 and everything worked out, I don't know if we can make that statement right now saying we're not going to even consider it. You know what I'm saying? The 120,000, it's an optional program. And so they're asking for that. And we as a council can say yes or no. But I'm having a difficult time just saying we're cutting support when we're not actually giving support outside of the building. Because it kind of implies something different than what it actually is. And that's the thing is, I'm not sure if we want to make a statement saying that we're not even willing to listen to their concerns in the future or requests in the future up front right now. So that's kind of where I'm at. And the other question I had, okay, so the financial sustainability. I know that we're looking at this, and I know we have concerns about making sure all the finances work. But if they became financially sustainable, then they wouldn't need funding from council, right? At the same time, that they wouldn't actually need to come to the table if they were financially sustainable. So again, I'm trying to, like, I think that when you say the financial sustainability, are we basically saying, I'm trying to wrap this in my head, like if you come and ask us for additional lump sum funding, that we are going to require a greater look into the finances to make sure that we are, the risk is low to the city on not getting a return back on our investment. That's kind of what I'm hearing on that. But if that's the case, then again, saying we're pausing financial support would imply that we wouldn't even be considering that, right? So am I reading this correctly, that they're saying that we're looking for more financial stability is if they want money in any way, shape, or form, we would like to have a better look at the books and the audit and make sure that have a better idea of the direction of the organization. Is that basically what we're trying to accomplish here?
I'll do my best to try to answer that. Sure. I think where so a lot of this process was initiated, at least the part of the let's just say the requests for financial support. The city, we as administration did receive a request from NABI around this financial support. So we wanted to find an opportunity to bring it forward to council, so that you could obviously make a decision on it. I think part of it as an administration, we wanted to make sure that we did our due diligence and we prepared council and made sure that they had all the information in front of them. So not just to consider the one-time ask for the $120,000 in grant support, but also to look at the big picture of all of the financial support that had been provided to NABI over the years as well.
Okay, but I mean, a lot of that support came in the form of 13 Mission Avenue. And obviously we have that lump sum that we gave in 2008, which that money's gone, like one way or another, it's gone. So I understand that, but we also just have, I guess I'm just having a difficult time with the wording of this motion because they've asked us for 120, they've asked us for another 175, and we could say we would consider it, but us saying up front, we're saying no. is a difficult thing, I think, for us to do when we haven't even seen the details. Where did you go? Oh, now you're over there again on my screen. Okay, every time I turn on, you're moving. It's like I'm watching Hollywood stars, but while being cross-eyed. Okay, so have you had a really in-depth look into their finances? Have you had that opportunity, or have we not really looked into that at all at this point? We just have like just a very high-level idea. Yes.
Yeah. Yes, they've provided some financial statements.
You froze.
Yeah, you're frozen, Mike.
He's very frozen there. I know you can't unfreeze him.
Frustrating.
I had nothing to do with it.
No. Mike, if you can hear us, put something in the chat.
Link. Maybe he'll go and come.
He's probably signed out and he's going to log back in. Oh, no, he's turned off his video.
Okay, I can talk to Mr.
Oh, hear me now?
I hear you, Mike. Just maybe keep your video off.
Yep, got it.
Is that you?
Hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you. Maybe just keep your video off.
Yeah, I'm gonna change locations as well.
Okay.
So you froze at the very beginning of what you had to say. So we didn't. You don't have to worry about repeating yourself because it'll all be new.
Sorry, if you could just remind me, so just repeat the question.
And I don't even remember anymore what I was going to say. Shoot. I think it was. Oh, do we only have a high level of the book?
Oh, right.
To go
right.
into that?
My apologies. So, yeah, NABI has provided us with some financial statements that we've reviewed. We did ask some clarifying questions to understand some of the accounting within there. But, I would say that, it wasn't an in-depth, audit or in-depth review, just sort of at a high level based on some of the financial statements they provided.
Okay. Okay. I think that's it for my questions. Thank you very much for all your help.
Okay, I have Councillor Watkins and Councillor Jolly.
Thank you. I probably should ask this question of NABI, but I don't know the answer. I thought NABI said that they were using this extra money they wanted, the new 150,000 or whatever, to do tenant improvements on the main floor to create a 1,500 square foot space and a 2,300 square foot space. They said the 1,500. Did they say that the 1,500 square foot space was a tenant who was having two sublessees? Because that's a little bit concerning too, that somebody rents more space than they need in a business incubator and then subleases the space to somebody else. I thought for sure that's what he said. I'm sorry, I should have asked him.
Oh, you're right. She said that. Yeah.
No, he said that it was a 1,500 square foot space that the person was having two subleases. And to me, I don't know if that's business incubation, and do we control those subleases? Like, how would that work? Because we don't even own the building anymore. And that just seems kind of odd that that money was going to somebody who was, usually when somebody subleases space, they can't afford all the space they need, so they take a bunch of space and they sublease some of it out, or they sublease it out to try to subsidize their rent rate, right? So I was just kind of curious about that comment as it relates to the operation of the business.
You're back, Mike.
I don't know if you know the answer to that. You may not know.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that's, as I identified before, I mean, there's some concerns about how the space is being used, and perhaps the perception that, perhaps that they're using incubation space to compete with private sector commercial landlords, right? I think there's a part of it too that, when you look at commercial leasing generally, and you're making significant investments, you're making tenant improvements to a building, typically those come along with a long-term lease agreement for the property owner, for the landlord to sort of recoup their costs. My understanding is that the leases are typically shorter in nature when it comes to NABI's tenants.
Just one other thing about the building where we gave them over $1 million that they're operating in now in Carnegie Street. The only interest we have in that, a first right of refusal to purchase the building. Maybe Kevin can answer that. I thought that's what we was told once, that we had a first right of refusal to buy the building, but we don't have any mortgage or any 1/3 interest registered online or nothing. We just gave them the money, they bought the building, and we've got a first right of refusal.
Marta, you popped on. Do you have an answer? He's right?
That's correct. Yes, that's correct.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions.
Okay. Mike, okay, go ahead, Councillor Jolly.
Thank you. And so I'm trying to wrap my head around the purpose of the first motion. So just to be clear, the purpose of the first motion is to say that we're not interested in entertaining that $120,000 operating grant. And that's administration's recommendation, that we don't entertain that.
Yes, I mean, that's the original request that was put forward. There has been some discussion about other forms of support, and as you saw today, there was one sort of a last minute one that was presented today. So I think part of this is initially about the initial request for $120,000. However, there does seem to be a consistent pattern of requests for different forms of financial support. And that's the part that I think sometimes is tricky for administration, is if there's not support for this one, will there be another request in a couple of weeks or another month, or as we saw today, this morning, or earlier this afternoon.
Okay, and do we know if NABI is eligible, for any of our operating grant or capital grant programs? Like, have they ever applied for any of those?
I'm not aware. I guess I can say that they've all, from what I've seen through our records, they've always been sort of one-offs brought forward to council.
Okay, thank you. That's all, Mayor. Thanks.
Mike, it doesn't say in the background, but I feel like you had it in your presentation, or maybe I'm confusing the investment to bring it up to current standard. Did you have in your presentation what you think we could get for the building if we sell it? And I think it was net of demolition, right?
Yeah, I tried to summarize it in terms of a net profit, because I'm just doing the rough math. I think the demolition cost was estimated at about $500,000, and sort of the net on that was about $750,000 to $1 million. And this is of course based off, I believe, the assessed value, which is not always the market value.
So what did you say, 750?
750 to $1 million.
And that's net. Okay.
Net.
I was getting confused because the investment to bring up to current standard was just 750,000 too. So that's why I was getting confused. So essentially, I know there's some confusion with the first motion, but they're asking for $120,000, $175,000, and their third request was consistent annual allocation of financial support. So if we put a pause on it, then that kind of says no to all three of those at this time. So I actually see the wording as sufficient for now. But Councillor Hanson, you threw your hand back up.
Yes, I did. I just want some clarification in the agenda report, page 2 of 8, where it says presently NABI has requested a one-time grant of $120,000 from the city to serve as matching funds to support the CARES grant received from the government of Alberta. If we don't give them that $120,000, they don't get the matching part from Alberta, the Alberta government. Is that correct, Mike?
So they'll be required to match those dollars. So whether they provide it themselves or whether they receive the funding from the city or another source, but ultimately they will have to provide matching funding.
So if they could essentially fundraise for $120,000 if they wanted to.
Yeah, that could be an option.
Okay, I just wanted to ensure that it, you know, somewhere in policy, it needed to come from a municipality. Thanks.
Ken Mackay, go ahead.
Yeah, not to belabor the report that point, but I mean, my understanding of it is that it was a part of a grant to operate one of their programs, but that if we didn't supply the 120, they would just only be able to run that one program, but they would actually have access to other parts of the grant for other programs. Is that wrong?
You know, again, it's challenging to answer all the specifics to it. But my understanding is that, you know, they could obtain a portion of that funding. They wouldn't have to, it's not 120 or nothing, that there's a portion of that they could receive.
Yeah, it's too bad we don't have like Lori or Anna on the call, because normally when you apply for a grant, you have to approach, if there's a matching grant, you have to approach the party that's supposedly matching the grant. Like, I mean, this is, you know, the first time we hear about it is when we get asked for the 120 because they've already been awarded a grant. So, I mean, I'm a little cautious about the fact as to why they get the grant and, oh, by the way, $120,000, it's matching. It's sort of like, I don't know. Anyways, that's just my point of clarification I had.
All right, not seeing a lot more questions. I actually have a question for Wes. Do you remember in the last 10 years you and I have been on council together, were we not transferring, I think it was like close to 100, and then we started to whittle it down to maybe 50 to a reserve for their third building that was kind of setting them up for the next space. You remember that, don't you?
We were doing a lot of things. We were doing that, but I don't know where that money went. So
yeah. That's my question. Where'd that money go? So I don't know if we could do a little bit of a deep dive on that one. Oh, Diane, thank you.
Yeah, no, I was just going to say we can jump in and investigate the history of that and see what transpired with that money.
Do you remember that, Diane?
Not off the top of my head, no.
The only reason I remember really well is because I used the same model to start transferring about $50,000 a year over for the potential food bank.
Yes.
That's the one I remember, but I don't remember the one for NABI.
The NABI model, that's where I got the idea from. So I don't know if that was the reserve money that I'm thinking of, that we maybe transferred that over to them for capital. I don't know, but so I think, Mike, there's a piece of the financial support that we've been giving NABI that's either missing, or maybe we kept that money. I'm not sure what happened to it. So,
you know, Mayor, I think I could not remember this correctly, but I believe they came to council in the past 7 years, and they asked for it for some kind of renovations. I think it was for that third place that they want, the third building. And then they said they would like to deplete that fund, and we weren't adding any more money into that fund at that time. I'm looking at you, Wes, and you're supposed to nod now because you're
yeah, so there's a little bit of a gap there.
That's what I remember, is that I remember them coming, I remember them being at the podium, I remember them asking for that money, and they said they wanted to get out of the reserve to expand on this other sort of building. And at that time, we also stopped putting additional funds into it at that time.
Yeah.
So you're not wrong in what you're remembering. Yeah.
Right.
So yeah, that's it.
Okay, so council, I think the second motion seems like the intent of that motion is pretty obvious. Does somebody want to move the motions as they're presented, or do you want to tweak the first one? Go ahead, Councillor Jolly.
I can move them as presented.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Do you want them split or all together?
Can we split them? Because I'm
not comfortable. Asks to split it, then we will split.
Yeah.
So read the first one only.
Or actually read, whatever order you want to go in.
That the city paused financial support for the Northern Alberta Business Incubator.
Okay. Councillor Mackay.
Yeah, the only reason I asked for it to be split was just some of the discussion, and hence my first initial question of Mike was around, okay, what does pause mean? And then, you know, follow up by Councillor Broadhead when he was saying, you know, there needs to be some audit, or there needs to be some work done by NABI in conjunction with administration, just around how long do we pause it for? Do we pause it? Do we pause it indefinitely? Do we pause it until we get some financial information? Do we pause it until we get a new business model or have access to the business model? Because I mean, in the presentation, both Raj and Mr. Stewart identified that they did have a business model that they were working on.
Councillor McKay, I'm going to cut you off for 2 secs because there's a motion on the floor.
But that's why I'm asking questions.
Are you asking to maybe add
I'm
to
not
it?
debating it. I'm asking
You
questions.
Because I think that's an appropriate direction.
Yeah, well, then that's what I'm seeking because I think that that's what we need to do, but I don't want to add all of that wordage in there.
Mayor, may I suggest, I mean, we could just add wording right to the end of the motion saying so that the city pause financial support for NABI and encourage them to consider looking at their eligibility for our standard grant programs. You know,
I think it just needs to be more than that. I just think pending something. I'm missing a word here. I'm looking at Sheena or Wes.
Further information.
Yeah.
From them.
But that's kind of vague. So
that's as vague as possible.
Business plan on their incubation strategy.
Yeah, I've updated business strategy. I mean, you've identified other models that are out there. Potentially, we use that wording. Other models of incubator, because we certainly seem to be around a theme that are they really an incubator? And so I'm trying to get that. I don't want to be prescriptive because that in itself creates challenges too, right? So I just think we just need additional information. It's just what information do we want? And
I think there's two pieces of information we could be asking for. We could be asking for an incubation strategy.
Yes.
The other thing we could be asking for is more detailed financial disclosures.
Yeah, and like a business case, or I guess the incubation strategy would be part of a new business model going forward. But I guess it's just pending additional information required around their proposed models or proposed business plans. Is that too vague as well?
I'm just like, in terms of accepting that as friendly, I'm concerned that that's creating work for administration that is going to go nowhere.
Well, I don't know if it goes nowhere. You're right. It will definitely create work, but pausing it creates work too, because by pausing it doesn't necessarily mean nothing will happen. Correct? I mean, obviously, Mike's still going to have to work with NABI.
Okay, here's what we could do. We could do motion 1 as is, and then add a motion after it, asking administration to do A, B, and C.
Okay.
You want to do it that way?
Yeah, whatever's cleanest in your mind.
Okay. So I'm going to look to you to start drafting something up, Councillor McKay.
Yeah. I am.
And you know what, Ken? Honestly, it's 7 o'clock. It doesn't have to be tonight. You can put a notice of motion forward at any time, and we can work on it even as a council on how we can support our incubation in the city of St. Albert in partnership.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think we have a whole bunch of time because I mean, obviously we have some other issues, but I think you're right. I would rather get it done right with the right wording than try to piece something together.
That's what I'm worried about tonight. So it's a thought.
Yeah, I just want to do it the proper way.
Okay. All right, so we're going to just focus on the motion as is, number 1, and I see no more hands up, so I'm going to accept your motion and let Councillor Jelly start.
Just really briefly, I appreciate all the work that administration has done on looking at our options for support to NABI. They've been a big part of our community for a long time. And the background information that was provided and the recommendation is just really well thought out and thoughtful. So thank you for that. That's all I have.
Are there any more comments on that one? Go ahead, Sheena.
Thanks. You know, I'm still torn on this motion. Just I'm not even sure if it's necessary. I understand they've come with a request and they've come with other things, but it's just the flat out no. I feel like we could still say we're willing to talk to you. That doesn't still mean you're going to get the money you ask for when you come to the table, or any of the times you come to the table. And we're not actually providing ongoing financial support right now. So the fact they're asking for it, a pause would imply that we're already doing something and we're stopping it. And we're not doing that right now. But I also don't want to just slam the door in their face and say no without having that discussion. And I understand, Councilor McKay, for example, that I share it, like, it's like, well, we need more information, but specifically, what does the information require? And I think that if they do come to the table, if they have already to ask for additional funding, well, then we need to look into whether or not this is a good investment for the city. And a logical, objective point of view, is this a good investment for the city for our rate of return? But I just have a difficult time saying no, because that would basically imply that we're not even willing to have those discussions. And I understand, like, we have a capital deficit, and we have obvious budget crunches, but I'm having a difficult time saying no without listening. I'd rather listen, and then if nothing else, we could maybe opt for other options if it's not straight up cash, and other direction, and then we could even have additional conditions. So even if we were to say, for example, they came to the table again and asked for something, it could be contingent upon certain things happening, like it becomes an incubator to the satisfaction of council and the city before the money was given to them. So, I mean, there's a lot of things at play here, and that's where I'm just saying no just because they can't. And I know that when this came forward, they were not asking for everything they grew up to us today. And I'm not saying if they came and asked $175,000, I'd say yes. But I think that if they require this, that perhaps we just need to be willing to have those discussions without flat out saying no to the finances. Because if we approve this, then we also have to have basically a motion saying that we resume financial support. And again, we never actually had any. So other than the building right now, we're not offering financial support. So I'm really grasping with this one, because I feel like it's almost slamming the door in NABI's face, in spite of the fact that we're not actually giving them any dollars right now. And I do want to make sure that that line of communication is open, and whether they are fulfilling the intention of what it began as 3 decades ago or not. Again, I feel like perhaps it's morphed out of something than what it started as. And I'm not willing to just simply give away finances, but I also we're not pausing anything. I guess we're not pausing anything. So I'm having a really difficult time with this motion. I'm still grappling with it. That's it. Thanks.
All right. Anyone else want to jump in? Councillor Watkins, and then Councillor Broadhead.
I have to agree with pretty much everything Sheena's saying there. Do I think the model has failed in the past? Yes. Do I think financially it appears that they're in some tough times and the model doesn't seem to work? I kind of agree with that. But we like you say, besides the building, which we really have no right in, like that ship sailed, we've given them the money. We aren't really, as Sheena said, we're not really giving them any cash right now. We were with the building that we were subsidizing there, but once they're out of there, we're really not giving them anything. And I think that they, like I say, though the business model doesn't seem to work, and sometimes the question how much value there is in NABI, I think there is value there. And from what I hear from the new executive director and from people there now, they really are trying to turn the ship on it and create some value and operate it differently than in the past. As a result of, I think they've seen that it has been failing and that it doesn't really work. So I'm not really willing to vote to support this, to shut the door on them totally right now. I'd like to hear more information and find out that, but I'm supportive of the second motion.
Councillor Broadhead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, I hear the concern in Councillor Hughes and Councillor Watkins' comments, and in a sense, I share them as well. But I think the motion works if it's coupled with what Councillor Mackay brought in earlier. And I see Marta put something in the chat that may, in fact, I don't know what you put together, Councillor Mackay, but if we were to state, we're going to pause this pending this new, I think Marta said, proposed business plan and updated incubation strategy, that would put a lot of my fears to rest around that. Now, to your point, Councillor Hughes, about we're not pausing anything because we're not giving them anything, but their expectation is that they can come to the city for at least to propose funding. And what we're saying in the motion is that, no, you can't come until these concerns around information are satisfied. And so the motion would have my support, provided that we married it to what Councillor Mackay had was putting together. And I think we can do that tonight.
All right.
There's more here. Marta's throwing additional stuff in there.
Okay, we'll get to that in a sec. So herein lies the problem with a motion that's maybe not worded that perfectly. If this fails, then she says we will support them financially.
We could.
But if this passes, we're only pausing. There's no closed door here. It's just a pause for further work. And so Marta's got some proposed wording. Be tonight, it can be tomorrow. I got to say, I have done a lot of work on this just because I see that it's huge value in incubation, but I don't see it in having individual office spaces where everybody goes in, shuts their door. You know, at one point we were going to have open space like, what's the one in Edmonton?
Startup Edmonton.
Yeah, exactly, which is St. Albert residents started. You know, there's Quebec there's Community Tech. There's also Velocity Incubator. Surrey's got one called Clean Tech Entrepreneur Resources. They're very specific. They will incubate what the sectors that their city is trying to attract. Like, there's got to be a better way to do this. So at this point, I'm not willing to support NABI with the 120, the 175, or consistent annual allocation of financial support. So I'm okay with pausing. I'm okay with the wording of this motion. So I'm supportive of it, Councillor Jolly. And Wes, I guarantee you that if it doesn't come today, it'll come tomorrow from me or Ken, because I'll work on it with him. But there will be a follow-up, because I want to see a strategy. But what I want to see in a strategy is not for them to do in isolation. I think the city needs to be partnering with them, and ACDEV needs to be, sorry, Mike, and maybe the Recovery Task Force can help with this as well. Focus that incubation supports on targeted industries, et cetera, and guaranteed graduation programs. It's not just space, it's venture capital access, all those things that a business needs that we could work on. So that's the kind of stuff I would support. So I want the city to be involved with that development. So Councillor Jolly to close.
Thank you. And Mayor Heron, I think you really said it best. Business incubation is really important. We're excited about supporting business incubation in St. Albert with the addition of another motion, either the one that Marta suggested tonight, or, you know, I would even suggest those of us in agenda committee consider waiving or putting it on the agenda earlier than that 21 days so that we consider this sooner, just to see what NABI has planned. I'm familiar with Startup Edmonton because I got to know the founders of Poppy Barley, who started out there sharing a table and are doing really well now. And so I really see potential in this type of business or not-for-profit. But right now we need to take a step back and really look at their plan and be collaborative so that we can move forward and really see some exciting incubation happening in St. Albert. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to call for the vote. All those in favor? I've got Councillor Mackay, Councillor Hanson, Councillor Jolly, Councillor Broadhead, and myself. Opposed? Councillor Watkins and Councillor Hughes. All right. Ken, did you want to put that motion that Marta threw into the chat, or do you want to refine it a little bit more?
I think, you know what, let's base on the discussion. I mean, that's good. Thank you very much, Marta. I appreciate the efforts, but I think we would incorporate some of that, but I want to also work and pick up on some of the comments you made as well, Mayor, and potentially get this right. Maybe even work with, like you said, work with administration around economic development, work with recovery task force. So I think you've identified quite a good thing. So I don't want to rush this. I think we're all getting tired a little bit right now. So I wouldn't mind waiting a day or two.
Okay.
It will be, I will put it in though.
Okay. Marta, if you can cut those proposed motions and send them to Ken and I in an email, then we'll just have them as a framework to start off with. Okay, thanks. Okay, so that's the NABI. Now let's deal with the building, which is the second motion. Anyone want to move that one? Councillor Jolly, or let Councillor Broadhead do it.
Go ahead.
That administration prepare options for the divestment and redevelopment of 13 Mission Avenue for council's consideration.
Okay, any questions on that one, guys? All right, I accept that. Go ahead, Councillor Broadhead.
Madam Mayor, we have a building that the city owns. It's at the end of its useful life, and to bring it back is more money than it's financially really worth. And so it's time to make decisions around the future of the building. And in this case, we're going to ask administration to do the work necessary to give us a decision around it.
Okay. Any other comments on this one, guys? Councillor Hughes.
Yeah, so just quickly, it's unfortunate. I mean, I know people have had their home there for their business for such a long period of time, but the building, unfortunately, this is not, it's at its end of life, and we have to come to that acceptance. And we are trying to figure out solutions for those people that are being affected by this. So this is just about a building that's just gonna become a money pit if we start going into this, and we've kept it as long as we could. We've actually kept it past where we should have, really. And we kept it to the point of where we could, until the cost of repairs just escalated to a point where we now had to acknowledge the situation for what it was, which was that the building is now at the end of its life. So this is not about whether or not we support NABI or support the businesses within it. I think this is just about the fact that they're in a building that no longer can support it, the needs upon it, and that we need to consider what else we can do with it. And also just the one thing that as we prepare these motions is that we just finished telling NABI that we're not going to support them, but we also can't force an organization to reveal anything unless they actually came to the table and asked for something, and then we could put conditions. So if we're not supporting them, putting a motion forward saying, give us information, they don't owe us anything. So just keep that in mind. But as far as this building goes, this is just about facing facts, unfortunately. And we're trying to do the best we can with the situation of what we, to make it as painless as possible for those who are being affected by it. Understand that there's really no way to get around the situation. Thank you.
Any more comments on this one? Councillor Broadhead, anything to close?
Nothing further, Madam Mayor.
All right, call for the vote. All those in favor? That one is unanimous. Okay. I have good news for all of you. I texted Kevin and said, if we can extend the driveway fire pits to the end of May, I'll wait and not put my motion forward tonight. And he said that that was doable. So one thing I will not do tonight, we'll wait till May 31st for that one. So one thing off the agenda. Okay, so on to 9.3, which was first reading. That the motion that we passed was that motion B21014, the bylaw 18/2020 being amendment of 193 to land use bylaw 9/2005 be read at first time, and so we're rescinding this, and that a public hearing for bylaw 18/2020 be scheduled for May 31st, 2021. So that has all been rescinded, and then we did a consent agenda for first reading of the land use bylaw amendment for bylaw 20, which is Riverside Stage 23 redistricting, and we set the public hearing date for June 21st for that one. 10.2 is also on consent, which was another land use bylaw amendment, this one for 23B Aikens Drive. So we read that a first time and set a public hearing for that bylaw 36 for June 8th. All right, Smart Fair Transit bylaw. Will has been waiting around all night. You guys ready? Do you guys need a break or are we ready to keep going? Keep going. All right, keep going. Go ahead, Will. And you need to unmute. Will, you're muted. Sorry.
Pardon me.
That's okay. Start again.
Bylaw in its present form was written in 2017, and it identifies rules involving transit. It identifies that there are fares that need to be paid. It identifies infractions for bad behavior. The reason we brought this forward is because some of the wording needs to be updated to reflect the new form of payment that's coming on stream, the smart fare. The wording amendments in no way compromise council's ability to establish fares or fare prices. It just updates the language to include electronic payment. That's the general gist of these changes to this document. Sorry, I'm moving my mouse here. There we go. It's more of a just a housekeeping practice that is consistent with the wording that will be used in the bylaws of our regional partners as well.
All right. Yeah, when I'm looking at the red light version, there's a lot of changes, but I think it's cleaning up stuff more than anything. And you answered my first question. So this was reflective of what Edmonton and Strathcona is doing. Everybody's nodding. Okay. Any questions? Councillor Hughes.
Thank you. So with this, are they the old way not going to be allowed at all? You have to have a smart card to be able to get on the bus?
No, it means it talks about both the smart card and any other fare type payment that we have in place.
Okay.
So the paper product, the passes, it could be the electronic as well.
Okay, so we're just adding something. We're not replacing anything, correct?
That's basically the gist of it. Is we're adding language that includes the electronic payment system.
And when do we plan to implement this to have the cards available and usable?
The first phase of the project is slated to begin at the end of August 29th, to coincide with the beginning of the school year. That's when we introduce all kinds of new programs.
So university is supposed to be back in person, which I'm thinking is about 30,000 students that are extremely excited about that opportunity to get out of their home. Because we're not as attractive as you think as parents sitting there next to them. But, okay, sorry. So are we planning to distribute these cards to all the kids, all the university students, or all the post-secondary students?
All the post-secondary students that are members of UPass will have their cards distributed to them by the universities.
Okay, so when they register and they get their initial date, because if they were to go, I'm thinking of one logistics here. So you go to register, you take the bus down to the university, but you don't have your smart card. So I guess at that point you would, right?
Yeah, you might have to pay for that first trip, but okay. But after they receive their card, they're good for the rest of that term.
Okay, and then let's say they lose it. I've heard of people who lose it. What is the replacement fee on that? Is it just the same as before, the 150 or?
No, in this particular case, all of the post-secondary students will be registered in the system. So if they lose their card, they'll have to buy a new card, $6 charge for a new card, but all their funds and their eligibility will be transferred over to that new card.
So that's an improvement from the current system, because my understanding is if they lose their UPass right now, it's $150 to replace it.
It's actually $180 to replace.
Oh, worse. Okay, so this is a huge reduction.
But that goes down as the term progresses. So it's 180, and then the next month it'll be 120, and then.
Okay, but with this, they would just. I'm not telling people to lose their card, but in the event that they do, it actually is not as much of a penalty.
Exactly. Right. Exactly.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. That's it.
All right. Any more questions?
One quick one.
All right, go ahead.
Yeah, we already have, obviously, if we're starting this up in August, we already have installed all of the hardware, right? Correct?
Not all of it. Most of it has been installed on the buses.
Yeah.
But there is additional hardware that needs to be installed. For instance, here at the transit building, in terms of what they call a point of sale. It's a till, electronic till that sells our product. There are also some vending machines that need to be installed. And that should just about do it.
So all of that, that's all procured. We're not waiting for that to be sent to us from somewhere south of the border.
Yes, the timelines are pretty strict on that, and they've been telling us that the equipment will be arriving in the month of June.
2021.
Yes, sorry.
Yeah. Okay, great.
There's schedules for installation of the vending machines and the point of sale machines. There's scheduled setup of the retail partners. So yes, that will all be taken care of in a pretty aggressive schedule for the next couple of months.
Yeah, so I mean, those, for example, you could buy a smart card anywhere you can purchase a pass currently?
That's correct. Right. Yeah.
Okay, and is there a cost that would be associated with that too, like a small store operator who is currently selling passes? Is there a cost, or are we picking that up?
Yeah, there is a cost. The stores sell a variety of these kinds of cards, and they get a bit of a cut.
Okay.
And so the company that administers those cards, the company is called Incom. I hope I didn't reveal something I shouldn't have revealed. But the company Incom and its retail partners each get a small cut of what they sell.
Okay, thanks. I was just curious in relation to if this adds any extra burden onto our business community or onto access. That's all. Thanks.
No, it will not.
Thank you.
Councillor Hughes?
Thank you. Okay, sorry, I had one more. So let's say that you have half the fare on your smart card, like you load it up with money, correct? So let's say I load it up and I've got like $2 left, but it's going to cost me $4 or $5 to ride the bus. What happens then? Because I didn't realize I was there at that number.
Then you get declined for the trip. Once you get to a certain amount where you're down to your last trip or your second last trip, the machine will give you a warning. It'll say, I can't remember the exact term, it'll say replenish funds. If you don't have enough for a trip, you'll be rejected.
Okay, and the other thing was, can you refill your card online? Could you like put in your number and then just refill it online?
Yes, you can. Yes,
okay.
That's going to be a very valuable component of this system.
And then what is the communication and marketing plan? Because this is a very large change from what we've done in the past. So just knowing that it's happening and then the rules and how they're changing those people so that they don't wonder. When are you planning to launch that and how?
The major information push begins just before the end of May. I believe it is approximately the 27th or the 26th of May, because the very initial phase of testing begins May 30th. And that
People
is,
can buy them then.
I'm sorry?
People can buy them as of May 30th?
No, not yet. They're going to be distributed. It's what they call the friends and family phase. They're going to be, the cards are going to be distributed to a very small group of users, of transit users, who are employees of the regional municipalities or the regional transit systems, and their friends, literally friends and family, to do the very initial testing. And so there will be passengers that will see this happening. They'll see people tapping these cards onto the validators when they board the bus. So that's when the media information program rolls out. So
Okay.
it'll be just before the end of the day when you'll see the first media campaign begin.
Okay, I'm talking fast because I know we have a lot of stuff to do tonight. So one last question. So if I'm a commuter, I'm not a student, I'm a commuter, and I want to start buying the passes, I realize that August 29th is when you're starting to accept the passes. When is the earliest I can buy them? Because I don't want to only have 2 days for everybody to get their passes for the next month.
Does it have anything to do with the actual bylaw in front of
Sorry,
it?
I'm just trying to figure out what's going on here. This is my last question, honestly. It's just when can the average
the bylaw? It's kind of more operational that we could probably find out in a different.
Okay.
Do you need that? You need that to vote on the bylaw?
You know what? This is when it's coming out to the public. So I just thought this is a question that we needed to find out. That's all. So that the public knows, because this is when it's going up to the Gazette. And when can they, what's the date they can buy the pass? That's all I want to know.
The passes will be made available prior to, or the cards will be made available prior to August 29th. But there will be a transition period. They can purchase them afterwards.
Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Okay. Any more questions on the bylaw? All right, I'm going to turn to you, Wes. All things transit. I know you're always there to help me out.
No problem. Let me just get it here. I move that bylaw 33/2021 be an amendment 1 to transit bylaw 23/2017 be read a first time.
Great, thanks for that. I'll accept that. Any comments?
Yeah, so basically what we have before us is an amendment to the transit bylaw that's really a text amendment to update language. And I note that the city manager is now the chief administrative officer. So here, there's a number of updates within the bylaw just to make the language current. But it also introduces the idea of smart fare payment. And I got to tell you, I'm kind of pumped to see this come because it's been a long time gestating. So in any case, it's a good thing. We're moving into the 21st century here.
All right, anyone else have any comments on this one? Okay, I'm just going to go straight to the vote then. All those in favor? And that is unanimous on first reading. Go ahead, Wes, on second.
That bylaw 33/2021 be read a second time.
Anything further?
Nothing further, Madam Mayor.
Call for the vote. That is unanimous. Somebody want to do, go ahead, Councillor Mackay.
That unanimous consent be given for consideration of third reading of bylaw 33/2021.
Awesome. All right, call for the vote. Okay, we have consent to go on to third reading. Go ahead, Councillor Broadhead.
That bylaw 33/2021 be read a third and final time.
Awesome. Call for the vote. All right, thanks guys. That is done. That was unanimous, by the way. Councillor Watkins, you sent me a quick note that you aren't feeling well. You wanted to stick around for that vote. Are you going to sign off now?
going to sign off for a bit.
Just for a bit? Okay, well, join us back when you feel like you can. All right.
Thank you.
All right, thanks guys for sticking around. Now Steve has been sticking around even longer. Mr. Bannerman, go ahead on the tax rate bylaw.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. I'm just going to share my screen here. I've got a PowerPoint presentation. I'll just ensure that you can all see this. And it should read 2021 property tax rate bylaw.
Yeah, we can see it.
Great. All right, good evening. I'm Stephen Bannerman, City Assessor for Finance and IT Services. The following presentation is a supplement to the Property Tax Rate Bylaw 27/2021. The presentation will be broken into 3 sections, the first being the 2021 summary of the proposed tax rates. The 2021 general municipal tax levy component is based on the city's 2021 operating budget requirements. City Council has established the budget based on service levels for residents and properties for sustaining and developing our community. Passed in December 2020 and approved by Council, the municipal levy is made up of 3 distinct amounts. The general municipal levy at $108,576,000, the service place capital contribution at $3,281,000, and our 2007 annexation properties at $187,000. Summary is continued here on page 2. This portion of the requisition is something that Council does not control. The city receives an annual requisition from the province of Alberta, which establishes, what amount is to be levied and collected from the residential and non-residential classes of taxable property. The education tax, commonly referred to as ed tax, equals $34,488,000. Homeland housing requisition, $1,232,000, and the designated industrial requisition is $6,000. The total requisition, pages 1 and 2, equals $147,770,000. The proposed municipal tax rates are 8.25661 mils for residential and 11.29374 for non-residential. The vacant lands tax rate is 10.32076 mils. Council will require that Bylaw 32/2015 was passed as a stimulus to develop vacant residential lots in existing neighborhoods. This is exclusively applied to residential properties, and 18 lots were affected for the 2021 tax year. Slide number 5 is the Service Credit Union Place capital levy, commenced in 2005, and represents the annual debenture payment payable for the initial construction costs of Service Credit Union Place. 2021 the 2021's capital tax rate is split evenly between the residential and non-residential classes at 0.26394, and 3 years remain on this 20-year debenture. Education tax rates. The purpose of the proposed residential rate is 2.56613 and the non-residential rate of 3.86528. There are changes to both rates based on the provincial equalized 2018-2019 assessment base. Overall, St. Albert has a 0.3% increase with differing outcomes on the res and non-res split, which administration will provide more clarity on later in this report. Slide number 7, the 2021 tax rates for Homeland Housing residential are 0.09388 and for the non-residential 0.12611. New physical growth has offset these increases, and a good example of these types of properties is Homeland would be Northridge Lodge or the Chateau Mission in St. Albert. Designated industrial property rate is 0.0766 mils. The city levies and collects this on behalf of the province. It includes linear, rail, and major industrial plants, and a lot of people would consider this akin to some of those major projects in Sturgeon County, Strathcona County, oil and gas revenue. Page 9 is a summary of all the mill rates applied to both the residential and non-residential property types, equaling 11.18055 and 15.54904 respectively. And section 2 of my report is an overview of the 2020 assessment roll. Much of assessment is regulated under the MGA. Assessments are based off market value using mass appraisal. The valuation date is July 1st, 2020. Physical condition date as of December 31st, 2020. And completion of the roll is February 28th, 2021. And we're also audited by Alberta Municipal Affairs. Statistical snapshot of the 2020 roll year. 29,300 parcels total in St. Albert. The 2020 taxable assessment is $12.5 billion. We have 18,200 single-family dwellings, 6,400 condo and semi-detached units, and 800 non-residential properties. Our taxable assessment base is comprised of not only taxable properties within a municipality, but typically exempted are schools, churches, city-owned properties, college and universities, hospitals and nursing homes. The change to the taxable assessment base, it remained stable for the 2020 tax assessment year, at $12.5 billion. Slide 16, assessment growth. The total growth was 1.8% or 225 million. Importantly, much of that growth came from the multifamily residential, equaling 40% or 89 million. Historically, St. Albert has been known for its predominance of single-family dwellings, and interesting, it is the lowest of the three categories this year. Slide number 17 is assessment growth history. At the right-hand side of the chart is the summary of the two sectors, residential and non-residential for 2020. Note the healthy non-residential growth in green at 3.75. Overall growth was on the lower end of the trend line for 10 years. However, physical growth in St. Albert remained quite resilient in a year affected by COVID-19. Market value change. These are the overall supply and demand factors that affect property values. They include the sales of properties on the non-residential side, vacancy, and factors affecting overall income. The overall residential change was negative 1.2%. Non-residential properties were impacted by a downward market trend greater, with a median decrease of 5.2%. Overall, the market value change was 1.9%. Taxable assessment base split. The assessment base regressed 0.3%, primarily due to the non-residential decrease of 5.2% in assessed value. It is important for council to note that they have little control over the assessment split. This is derived by property values and the overall market conditions within the city of St. Albert. Section 3. Tax impacts. The property tax composition 2021. Municipal tax accounts account for 76% of the overall property tax bill. 23% is the education tax, and finally, homeland housing accounts for 1%. As mentioned prior, the City of St. Albert does not control the education or homeland housing levies. Municipal tax split. The municipal tax split has naturally migrated toward the non-residential sector in 2021. It is primarily due to the non-residential growth of 3.75. The non-residential component of the property tax base has moved 0.3%. And it goes from 19.9 in 2019 assessment year to 20.2 in the 2020 assessment year for 2021 taxation. This is a good news story. Page 22, tax composition. On the left is the municipal tax impact. In December, Council set the 2021 budget, resulting in a 0.7% increase at parity to both the residential and non-residential properties. Subsequently, the city has received education and homeland housing requisitions. The most impactful is the education levy for a residential property. It decreased by 2.1%, and it increased actually by 0.1% for non-residential properties. So what happened? Well, for a single family dwelling, the assessment decreased from $440,000 in 2020 to $435,000, which is approximately a 1.2% decrease. The municipal levy increased by 0.7 and the education levy decreased by 2.1. The overall result is a 0.1% increase to the average single family dwelling homeowner. And you'll note the three highlighted portions: the decrease in the assessment year, or decrease in the assessed value, the percentage change, the approved municipal requisition, or excuse me, the approved municipal levy, the decrease in the education levy requisition, and the overall tax impact is 0.1% on the last line. A non-residential commercial building valued at $1 million in 2020 decreased in value to $950,000 in the 2021 tax year, which is approximately a $52,000 difference, or a negative 5.2% decrease. The municipal levy is at parity and increased by 0.7%. The education levy, different than the residential, has actually increased a small amount. And finally, the overall increase for a non-residential property would be 0.5%. And page 26 is just the seniors property tax notes. It's a seniors homeowners grant. Continues for 2021. It is $200 per eligible household. The 2021 budget is $90,000, and approximately we're estimating 600 properties will receive that grant. The second seniors program is the Provincial Seniors Property Tax Deferral Program. It continues in 2021. This program is importantly administered by the province, and the 2020 uptake was 78 properties. 2019 was 82 properties. And that is my presentation. Certainly, I would be willing to take questions.
Thank you, Stephen. That was actually one of the better tax rate bylaw presentations ever. I would always ask Greg, is this a pause or a push here? We push it on to, but you answered it in your presentation. We're pushing a little bit onto the commercial. Can you explain real quick, the education property taxes by the province were frozen, but you're saying St. Albert is seeing an average of minus 2.5. How does that work?
It actually,
yeah, go ahead.
Madam Mayor, it differs between the two classes. So if you looked at my residential example, it actually decreased 2.1%, and there was a small increase in the non-residential. And that's based on the provincial equalization formula. Okay. So it looks between 2018 and 2019, the difference between those. So the education rate was actually frozen, but due to market growth, and that's comparing, it's an apples to oranges or an apples to apples comparison versus other municipalities and what's happened in their non-residential sectors and their residential sectors. And then that affects the overall provincial requisition.
Municipalities are always trying to separate those out and actually get the province to collect it on their own. And I think there's always this fear that education property taxes will go up, and then overall municipal property taxes go up, and then they blame mayor and council. But in this example, it's actually lowering our taxes to 0.1. So it's a good, I think it's a good news story, as long as we really clearly communicate that on the tax as a notice of what they owe. Questions? Nothing. Go ahead, Councillor Hanson.
Not a question, just I really like that you pointed out that the real estate's changing. that the single family dwellings is not at the top of the list. It's actually at the bottom. I just found that to be quite fascinating and wanted to thank you for pointing it out. It just makes me feel good about the decisions we've made around diversity in housing.
Yeah, good point, Councillor Hanson. While you're unmuted, do you want to put the motion on the floor?
Sure. I have to find it on my thing. What page is it? Or is it in the chat?
460.
460, yeah.
In the chat, okay. That bylaw 27/2021 being a bylaw to authorize the rates of property taxation for 2021 be read a first time.
Awesome. Anything to start?
No, just great. Thank you for that. And it was a really good presentation.
Yeah. Wouldn't mind a copy of the presentation. It was actually that good. It was really good. Anyone else have any comments? All right, call for the vote. All those in favor? That is unanimous with Councillor Watson absent. Second reading, Councillor Hanson.
That bylaw 27/2021 be read a second time.
Okay. Anything further?
Nope.
Call for the vote. That is unanimous. Ken.
That unanimous consent be given for consideration of third reading of bylaw 27/2021.
Perfect. Call for the vote. That is unanimous. And back to you, Councillor Hanson.
That bylaw 27/2021 be read a third and final time.
All right. Call for the vote. All right. That's unanimous and done. Thank you, Mr. Bannerman, for sticking it out with us. Sorry, it's 8:10 at night.
Thank you very much.
I am going to call a recess, guys. It's been over 3 hours. I need a break, and the next topic is a big one, so I need to wrap my head around it. So it's 8:10. We'll be back at 8:20. I'll give you 10 minutes. Okay?
Taxes weren't a big topic?
Did she say when we're coming back?
Yeah, she did, but
So 8:20.
8:20?
Yeah.
Okay.
AM.
All right, it's 8:20. We have the special purpose public hearing procedure bylaw, and then a couple things on consent, and then whatever we have for camera, and then we're done. But I needed that break, so thanks, guys. All right, so we are on to 10.5, and Marcia, do you have a presentation?
I don't have a PowerPoint, but I would like to speak to this item first.
Okay.
Before. Thank you. So with respect.
Hold on, Councillor Broadhead, are you back? Just want to make sure we've got everyone present. Yep, he's here. Okay. Go ahead, Marta.
All right. Half my screen is covered with my speaking notes. I couldn't see. Okay. With respect to the public hearing on bylaw 7/2021, 8/2021, and 9/21, respecting the Oakmont Area Structure Plan and the Land Use Bylaw amendments, which is scheduled for June 9th, 2021, administration is proposing to supplement the procedure bylaw and provide additional procedural detail and clarity through the passage of the special purpose public hearing procedure bylaw 37/2021, which is a mouthful, so I will just call it the second procedure bylaw throughout this presentation. The following is a summary of the matters that are detailed in the second procedure bylaw. There is a formalized process whereby individuals may register to act as an agent on behalf of other persons claiming to be affected by one or more of the proposed bylaws. Individuals who register as agents representing 4 or fewer other persons will be allotted 5 minutes to speak. Individuals who register as agents representing 5 or more other persons will be allotted 10 minutes to speak. Individuals registered to speak on their own behalf will be allotted the regular 5 minutes to speak, which is the same time allotted in the procedure bylaw. There are 2 new definitions added, that being group and new information. Both of these are terms that are used in the procedure bylaw, but there is no definition of those provided there. Here we are defining a group as 2 or more persons who wish to advocate for the same or substantially the same position and have chosen one of their number to speak for all. Groups will be allotted 5 minutes to speak. New information is defined as something that another registered speaker said during the course of their presentation. Speakers wishing to speak to new information are allotted 3 minutes. All speakers, persons represented by agents, and written submissions must outline how the individuals claim to be affected by one or more of the proposed bylaws. This is in accordance with Section 230, Sub 4 of the Municipal Government Act, which states that council is obliged to hear from those who claim to be affected by the subject matter of a public hearing. And it's also in alignment with the procedure bylaw. It is administration's opinion that this will provide council with the most fulsome information to take into account when deciding upon the proposed bylaws. Furthermore, it is, so I'm moving on to the next item that's clarified in the second procedure bylaw. We're clarifying that any written submissions not received by a certain deadline will not be considered at the public hearing. Normally, it's not an issue for administration to compile how many written submissions have been received after the cutoff time and how many were in favor or opposed to the matter. However, when there are potentially dozens or maybe hundreds of people wanting to provide their opinion, administration thought that it was sensible to institute a cutoff time for written submissions so that there was not a duty on administration to take into account late submissions and adjust the for and against totals right up to the public hearing and even during the public hearing. And finally, the second procedure bylaw explains the electronic meeting format in detail regarding entrance into the electronic meeting for speakers' presentations. And there's a specification that speakers must not use the electronic meeting chat format chat feature at any time while in the public hearing. When compared to the procedure bylaw, the following are the new elements in this second procedure bylaw. That's the formalized process for individuals to follow if they wish to speak on behalf of someone else at the public hearing. This process would not be mandatory, and individuals and groups would be free to register to speak on their own behalf. Agents who register in accordance with the second procedure bylaw and represent 5 or more people will be allotted 10 minutes to speak. As I mentioned, there's the 2 new definitions of group and new information that are added, which concepts are in the procedure bylaw, but there's no definitions in there. And all submissions at the public hearing, whether written, verbal, or made on behalf of someone else, must explain how the individuals making them claim to be affected by one or more of the proposed bylaws. In accordance with section 230 sub 4 of the MGA, any person, group of persons, or person representing them who claims to be affected by one or more of the proposed bylaws will be afforded an opportunity to be heard by council at the June 9th public hearing. The procedure bylaw will apply, and where there are any inconsistencies between the procedure bylaw and the second procedure bylaw will prevail. And I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
I'll start real quick just because I missed something. Marta, what section of the MGA did you just quote?
230 sub 4.
And that was referring to what?
That's the section that says that at a public hearing, a council must hear from any person or group who is claiming to be affected by a proposed bylaw at a public hearing.
Okay, and so what you're introducing into this is they have to say how they're affected. So that's part of the MGA essentially.
Correct, and it's actually in the procedure bylaw. It says that anybody who is affected can speak. This is just the requirement to explain how you are affected.
Okay, and that could be anything. Saying I want to go for dinner there or whatever. Okay.
To walk there, I don't know, whatever.
Yeah. All right. Okay, I'm opening up to questions. Councillor Jolly.
Thank you. So my first question is, and this is echoed in the comments that we had earlier this afternoon. Why just for this one hearing? Why aren't we just changing our normal procedure bylaw?
Thank you for the question. With this upcoming public hearing, we realized that there is a new Alberta regulation that stipulates that public hearings are permitted to be held in electronic format. But we looked at it and we thought we should really clarify that we're having a procedure for electronic format for a public hearing. So we decided to put in a bylaw in place specifically for this public hearing. And so the webinar format we're using for the June 9th public hearing is different than the format we use, the Zoom format we use for the other public hearings. So we wanted to put it in a separate bylaw. And then we were doing a separate bylaw and we thought, here's an opportunity to provide more clarity for this public hearing. In addition, there is the factor that was we were considering as well, which is that typically when a new council comes in, they will decide what procedures they want. So they will either amend the procedure bylaw or put a new one in place. So we knew that we would likely be amending the procedure bylaw within the next 6 to 12 months, say. So instead of adopting a new one, we thought it would be more prudent just to establish a separate one for this public hearing and clarify the electronic format. And of course, we will evaluate how this works if this bylaw is passed. So if it works well for this public hearing, certainly those would be recommendations that would go into future changes to the procedure bylaw.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. My next question has to do with sections 3 and 7I. So the requirement for people to say how they're affected. Frankly, I'm kind of considering proposing a motion to remove these because every person that stands there, they're saying it's like, well, I'm affected because of shadows. I'm affected because I walk down the path. I'm affected because I drive this road. So I'm really struggling with the need to include this because I don't think anyone would show up just for fun when they're not affected. Can you comment on kind of the need for that or how that helps our process?
From administration's perspective, we believe that, and actually from the legal perspective, we believe that doing it this way will provide, it will be the most defensible format for a public hearing, any public hearing. And certainly it is anticipated that anyone attending a public hearing is affected by the proposed bylaws, which is why we think it's reasonable to require a simple statement that says, this is how I am affected. We believe that will provide council with the most information that to weigh everything when you're making your decision as well.
Okay, thank you. My next question is about written submissions. So we're closing it. We're proposing to close it 6 days before the hearing. Are we not, and maybe this might be to Mr. Scoble, are we not able to pull someone in kind of on, Monday at noon and say, okay, everything Monday at noon, we can do that tally that we did last year? Is that not something that's possible, just so we can push it through the weekend instead of cutting it off so early?
Well, if I'm understanding correctly, it's about written submissions, right? So there's examples of recent hearings where we're receiving those at the last minute, and the delegate is wondering why council hasn't seen it and hasn't read it yet. And, so that's really the intent is, this hearing's been extended already a couple of weeks, and then it was, the 21-day period was extended in January. And, so, I mean, it's council's prerogative, but, I certainly won't entertain any criticism from delegates or council members if we've got something at 12 o'clock and haven't had a chance to get it together, so to speak.
So I guess, would there be an option to push it to, 1.5 days before the hearing, rather than the 6 days?
Just if I may clarify as well, that Wednesday date is to allow our ledge services staff, and Cheryl, just jump in if I'm off base here, but to allow our ledge services staff to compile everything together for the agenda package. So we have to have it all ready the Friday before.
Okay. And I remember the last one, we just got that verbal, I think it might've been even you, Cheryl, who read it out. We got a verbal tally of, 10 for, 10 opposed, or whatever it is. That's not something that we're contemplating for this one. I don't know who can answer that.
So yeah, I can jump in. Certainly it's within your purview. I think what we're talking about here is section 6B, where it says if a written submission is submitted after that deadline, it won't be included as part of the public hearing. I think our position is that there's ample time to submit a written submission. There's been lots of notice about this public hearing, and there's also the ability to attend to speak at it. You don't have to have a written submission submitted. This would allow our staff to compile everything and put it into the agenda for the Friday cutoff so that it's ready for the public hearing, and then everybody has access to it. So it would be the cleanest form. Certainly it's within council's purview to delete section 6B. And then that way the written, then you'll be submitting by June 2nd, and then we would do our best, as we always do, to try to compile the tally, which is what we're trying to get away from for this, what we anticipate to be a big, lots of attendance at this public hearing.
Okay, thank you. And my very last question is kind of speaks to the expectation that there are going to be a lot of people at this hearing. For 7M, so the additional 3 minutes for anyone who wants to talk a second time. To me, that just sounds like we're going to be there until midnight, because everyone is going to want to talk a second time. So why would we allow that when we have never done it before? And I don't think it's even been requested before.
Thank you for the question. I really appreciate the ability to answer this one. In the procedure bylaw, it does say that folks can speak to new information, and new information is not defined. And so, and there's not a time limit in the procedure bylaw. So we looked at that and thought, okay, well, we should define what new information is. So we limit what everybody can speak to. You've had a turn already, so it should be new information that a new speaker brought up. But also we wanted to limit it to 3 minutes so that there was a time limit. However, I do want to let everybody on council know that it's not actually a legal requirement to provide the ability to speak to new information at a public hearing at all. It is simply a matter of tradition in St. Albert. And we considered taking it out entirely for this public hearing, but we decided to leave it in with the parameters around it. So you have the option to delete the ability to speak to new information entirely.
Okay, I guess just Mayor here, and I'm going to throw it out there. I'm going to propose to amend that 7M to say that people cannot speak a second time.
Well, that means we might need to make a change to our current procedure bylaw.
Yeah.
Proposed one. Is that true, Marta?
No, that's not true. This bylaw, what we wrote is that if this bylaw is different from the procedure bylaw, this one will prevail. So if you want for this public hearing not to have the ability to speak to new information or to ask like extra questions after they've had a turn to speak already, then we would simply delete 7M and 7N because 7N pertains to 7M. And we would leave the procedure bylaw as is because there is a clause in here that says that this prevails in the event of an inconsistency between this and the procedure bylaw.
Okay, I would like to maybe see that amendment because it puts the chair in a super awkward position. I am now the sole ruler on what's new information and what's not. And I would tend to rule speak because I don't want to get challenged on it. And I think Councillor Jolly is correct. It's opening up just a whole back and forth debate between residents when it's supposed to be a public hearing for us to hear from residents and not for them to counter each other. And I'm really having a hard time with that. Was the biggest piece that I was having a hard time with. So I don't know where we go from there, but let's let the questions keep going. Do you have more, Councillor Jolly?
No, that was my only question. I'm wondering if I wasn't clear. I'm proposing so that people only speak once for 5 minutes or 10 minutes if they're speaking in a group, so they can't speak a second time.
Okay. So that would be a deletion of.
Yes, I threw it in the chat for Natalie, for Councillor Jolly's amendment. We would delete 2K, 7M, and 7N in order to make that happen.
So then, Mayor, nobody would argue that there's new information that they want to speak to for however many minutes.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it would make your job easier as chair.
It might, yeah. Okay.
I guess I'll let that sit.
Yeah,
think about it. We're tired.
Yeah. Okay, so just according to the participants panel, and it goes 2, 3, and 6. So Councillor Broadhead, Councillor Mackay, then Councillor Henson.
Well, thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Jolly. Those were my concerns. I don't know how, as a chair, you're going to be able to manage second requests. Procedurally, it's just very difficult. And then if somebody else says something, what's to stop the back and forth rebutting of, then you're going to have to start having somebody take a tally of who spoke when.
Mm-hmm.
And oh, by the way, I'm going to nudge my buddy. He'll be the next guy on the rebuttals stream. I just think stick to what we've got. It's taken us through difficult ones in the past. It's not as if we haven't had difficult ones in the past. So I like the idea about the group. That's an improvement for sure. I really had some questions around how to define what new information was. So I have some questions around that one. But this double speaking I thought was problematic.
Okay.
My thoughts.
All right, Councillor Mackay.
Yeah, unique challenges for sure. And a lot of the comments are around my questions. So I'll go more to logistics. In the electronic meeting format, and you've identified it perhaps maybe from previous public hearings where there was the opportunity to chat in the Zoom format. But I have participated, I'm sure we've all participated in numerous Zoom calls where the chat has been disabled. So why would we not disable the chat function in relation to public hearings? so that there's no opportunity?
I think Cheryl has more information about this than I do.
So for a regular Zoom meeting, we are unable to not allow the chat. So the chat is allowed in a regular Zoom meeting. And so we've done testing and there was no way to disable it. So that's why we chose for this particular public hearing to go with a webinar format. In the webinar format, when you first come in, you come in as a participant. And then when it's an individual's turn to chat or to present to council, they become a panelist. When they become a panelist, then they will be able to use the chat function. It is my understanding at the beginning of the public hearing, the mayor will ask all participants not to use it, whether or not you have access to it or not. So that's why we're doing the webinar. But in a normal Zoom, we can't disable the chat in a normal Zoom for anybody.
Okay, all right, I understand that. So I mean, then again, it goes to logistic questions, and I'll let a lot of the questions that Mr. Hussar had in relation to both his written questions and also what he spoke to. I think they're just more for administration to respond back to. I mean, in relation to process and I'm assuming those questions will be answered as each participant registers. But I mean, can somebody? So, I mean, after the chair opens up whoever's next, are they going to be able to watch the webinar, the Zoom webinar, up until when they're supposed to speak? Or are they going to be just kind of in a waiting room and then speak and then get, you know, those logistics of it?
So while they're in the public, so when they're in the public hearing, we've admitted them into the Zoom meeting. They will have access, or they will be able to watch it through that meeting, through the Zoom meeting. Okay. Once the public hearing, once they've finished doing their presentation, at the discretion of the mayor, the ledge officer will remove them from the public hearing and ask them to go to YouTube, depending on right now, depending on how council decides to do it. If they amend it where they can't speak to new information, we could easily just remove them from the meeting and put them into the, and request them to go into the, or to watch the YouTube. But that'll be at the discretion of council, the mayor.
So that would augment the previous conversation around, you know, trying to logistically look after new information. If potentially, if you logged them out of the webinar and then made them go watch live, and then how would they get back in if they wanted to speak to new information? So logistically, the challenges of running a public hearing in the format we're presenting them with is just almost impossible. They would have to somehow log back in saying, I want to speak to I have new information based on something that somebody else said. So logistically, we couldn't really do it in the format we're using.
Not if we remove them from the public hearing once they've completed their presentation to council.
Yeah, but one of the logistical challenges for the host will be determining if you're going to have to keep them all in the meeting. And how, I mean, I know we can get 300, 400 on a webinar, maybe even more, but still the challenges of that, trying to manage that logistically, I think it just goes to eliminating the opportunity. Anyways, that's my questions. Thank you.
If that section stays in about the new information, we would have to have a dedicated email address. So they could email one of our ledge officers saying, I'm logging back into Zoom. I'd like to become a panelist again to speak to new information. That's the only way, because they can't chat as an attendee to let you know, right?
Yeah.
We'd have to give them an email. This is getting complicated.
It'd
Marta?
be the old virtual party line from the old rural phone lines. You'd be
Marta?
Unbelievable.
And in addition to that, after we saw the public presentation earlier this afternoon, we started to really discuss the details and the limitations of the webinar format. And we realized that if we have the new information sections in the bylaw, we actually would have to remove section 11 of the bylaw. That's the section that says that at the conclusion of your presentation, you will be removed from the meeting and sent to watch the live stream. Practically speaking, we wouldn't have the ability to do that if we would have to leave everyone in the meeting for the course of the public hearing so they can all notify us that that they want to speak to new information.
Yeah, but they couldn't because you can't use a chat as an attendee in a webinar format. So they couldn't even notify you.
We would have to further amend this to say that you would email this email address, just as you had said, Mayor Herron, to let us know that you would like to speak. Yes.
And honestly, I don't really care if they said it as an attendee from the beginning to the very end. They're so limited, they can't talk to anyone. It's like watching it on YouTube anyway, so it doesn't matter to me. We could take 11 out. Doesn't. Ken, is that all your questions?
Yeah, I think so. I might have some more based on.
Councillor Hughes, Councillor Watkins.
Hello.
Oh, Councillor Hanson, I see your hand up. Sorry, forgot about that. You're 6.
Thanks. When I think back at the last public hearing that we had on this site, I actually thought it went quite well. And I thought that I liked that sort of there were people speaking for 5 minutes and that was it. And then you had the next person in the queue ready to go. And I would think that having the chat there, you could shut it down quite quickly if somebody started to use it. I mean, Mayor Herron, I think, would have to say a few times over, we're asking our public members not to use the chat because people might not be coming in all at the same time. So you'd have to sort of probably keep mentioning that, or even put it in the chat. All public members get off the chat. But I thought it was a pretty good format. And like when I think about the new information, logistically, I don't know how you're going to find out. I don't know if I'm a person in the public and I think I have new information, who am I emailing somebody to say I have new information, and then how do you deal with what is new and what's not, just like Councillor Broadhead said. So I would like to see the new information piece of it gone. I would like to give people 5 minutes to speak to their prepared notes, period. I thought it was really civil. There was no heckling. We got to listen without the din of the rest of the activity. And so I thought it went very, very well. Agent, Marta, is agents and groups are sort of the same, but agents are there on behalf of 4 or less or 4 or more people. And if they're 4 or less, they get 5, and 4 or more, they get 10.
They are distinct ideas. A group, they're all there. There's only one speaker in a group and they're all there to say the same thing. Basically, an agent, it means that you wanted someone to speak on your behalf, but they may be representing 4 or 5 people, but they may not all be necessarily having the same message. So the person who's the agent would have the responsibility, and it is supplemented by the new agent declaration form. So on those forms, the person who wants someone to speak on their behalf would say, I want this person to speak in favor of these bylaws or in opposition to these bylaws on my behalf. And so that agent may have a bunch of those forms and they have to know who's in favor, who's opposed, and they can present differing views.
So it's almost like a proxy. Okay, and I like the idea of a deadline, and I think it's fair to say your written submission should be in 5 days before, or 6 days. I think these things are so well advertised, particularly when they're so-called controversial. People know all about it. I say I like the idea of a deadline because then we're all receiving the same information, period. That's written. So I really like that idea. Yeah, so for me, I like the groups. I don't like the new information. I like to see that just removed. People get to speak once for 5 minutes, and I don't really think we need to go to the webinar electronic format. I think what we did last time was pretty good.
We used the webinar last time, Jackie.
Oh, but We did?
Yeah.
But I sort of remember using the chat. We didn't?
Panelists can chat. So you were a panelist.
Oh, I see.
Right? So if you go to the attendees, you'll see like two titles at the top. One says attendees, and there'll be like 100 people sitting there waiting. And Ledge was making them a panelist when it was their turn to speak.
Okay, well, I'm mistaken then. I like what we did that time.
And so as soon as a member of the public becomes a panelist, then they can start chatting and they can see what we're chatting about, and that could be an issue too. So,
well, I mean, I think you just, well, sometimes staff has to give us a message of some sort, or, you know, we sort of need to see that chat to get information all at once. But I think you just have to be really clean about what goes in there and ensure that it's just, because it'll get chaotic if public are using it too. So that chat is only there for counselors and staff. So, I mean, I don't know how you police that, but I thought it was a fairly successful day.
Yeah. No, I agree. It was a successful day. I think we've learned a few things since that day and in other public hearings that this special one is seeking to clarify. That's the way I see it. Councillor Hughes or Councillor Watkins, questions? Go ahead, Sheena.
Thanks. So let's just say we didn't pass this. So, because I don't know if we're trying to fix something that isn't broken right now. And if we didn't pass it, then people could still write up to the last minute and provide their information. There wasn't a discussion about new information because as soon as it was finished, they had their 5 minutes, and then the mayor said, log off and watch us on YouTube. But that was always a statement. It's always been the statement as long as we've been not in person. So I'm just not sure if we're trying to fix something that really wasn't broken from before, and I'm not sure if this is just going to create more of an impression with the public that they're getting something that they can't trust, and I don't want the public to have that impression. So there you are, I'm a copy with Marta. So if we didn't pass this, the only change that I can see from what we did before is about the written submissions. I understand that we have this whole thing about how many are for and how many are against, but you know what? We can also do tabulations ourselves throughout the day. I can figure that out. I also get a pretty good impression after they talk for 5 minutes which side of the fence they're on. So we'll just say we didn't pass it. I guess what would be the problem if we just let things go with how we've been doing public hearings up to this point?
There wouldn't be any clarity on the agent, which is, I think, is a huge thing. The agents is not anywhere in our, well, sort of is.
Okay.
Yeah.
But we had people that just said, I'm speaking on behalf of so-and-so because they couldn't attend. And then, okay. And then they talked. So like, I don't remember one person saying I'm talking on behalf of 5 different people who couldn't attend. It was just one person because they had to leave because they couldn't sit there for 7 hours. Like, I'm not sure if we really had a problem or what problem we're anticipating that was different from the last year's public hearing that we need to do this. Because I am concerned about the message that we're giving to people when this was put on last minute. There are changes, there are more restrictions as to how they can communicate about this topic. And I'm not really sure if what we had before was broken. So let's just say we don't do it. What's the downside to not passing this tonight?
In terms of the implications, there would be, like Mayor Herron has stated, there would be no formalized process for agents. So there would be no way for administration to verify if someone came and said, I'm speaking on behalf of this person and this is what they want me to say. There would have been no way for us to verify that. In addition, there's 2 new definitions that we're adding that I think are important. If we're going to go with the new information part, then we're defining new information. So it's easier to determine what is new information and what isn't. And we're also defining group. And then, yes, as you had said, Councillor Hughes, the written submissions part is different. And then we're asking everybody to clarify when they're presenting, to explain how they claim to be affected by the proposed bylaws. All in all, this is intended to have the most effective and kind of foolproof public hearing for June 9th. We do expect it's going to be a busy one, and it's a very important one. We want to make sure everything runs as smoothly as possible and that the public has as much clarity as possible. So we did add it to this agenda instead of the May 31st agenda to give everybody as much time as possible once we had sorted through the details, because as we can see from the discussions we're having, these are important questions and they're all, going to affect how this runs on the 9th. So we wanted to make sure that you had the ability to decide how you wanted it to run and also to clarify things for the residents so that there aren't any outstanding questions as we lead up to the public hearing.
Okay, I think we're trying to fix something that wasn't broken, and we're concerning ourselves with details that are, if I came to say I'm speaking on behalf of Joe and I wasn't, like, I just don't know why I would do that as a person in St. Albert. I don't know why I would say I was speaking and I have to make amends with Joe's, like, you're talking on my behalf. So these are concerns. I don't know if we're really just trying to create problems here and then now we're creating a solution. Like, we now are just creating solutions to a problem that we created, because I think it went really well last time. And we didn't have a communication about new information because the mayor said, after you're finished, log off and have the next person in queue. We didn't have to have this discussion at all. So I don't know. Okay, well, thank you. But I'm not really confident about needing to have this bylaw at all.
If I may just respond to that.
Yep.
The reason we started looking at this bylaw initially is because we really don't have a good legal basis for the electronic format that we're using. There's a Alberta regulation that explains it, but not in any good detail. And the format we're using is not in our procedure bylaw. So in order to have a foolproof public hearing, we wanted to outline that in a bylaw so that everybody knew how it would work and that we had the ability to do it that way in the most, defensible way possible. And then when we opened it up and started saying, okay, we're going to outline how the electronic format's going to work, we also took it upon ourselves to then say, okay, well, we can clarify this and we can do this and we can do this. And any lessons learned will apply to future recommended changes to the procedure bylaw.
I feel like we're in a bit of debate here.
Yeah, are we in debate or questions? It seems like we're
This is still questions, Councillor Watkins.
We're debating it now as opposed to questions.
Pardon?
I said it seems like we're debating
it. Says, yeah.
We're just asking questions here now, so maybe we can just go to debate.
Yeah, I know. My next comments are not comments; they're not questions. So, just trying to figure out where to put them. My biggest problem, Marta, is that these changes could easily have been made to our procedure bylaw, and they don't need to be specific for these three bylaws for the Boudreaux developments. That's my biggest problem. The perception is poor. We have a meeting on May 31st. Can we incorporate some of the stuff into the procedure bylaw? So that was a question.
We can do that. That wouldn't be a problem. My main concern with that would be the shortened amount of time that the public would have.
Sorry,
any changes.
Okay.
Well, sorry. My main concern with that is that there would be a much more decreased length of time for the public to adapt to any of those kinds of changes made to the procedure bylaw.
Yeah, I get that, but can I counter that with the public? I checked, it was not in the Gazette for Wednesday. So the public aren't even aware, most of them, that we're talking about this. This could get reported in the Gazette, it might not, but we're actually having an extended awareness program instead of approving it today. So.
Well, respectfully, we can't really publicize this bylaw because it's not on the books. It's not passed. This may fail today. And so.
Well, it might not even get moved, right? But what we could do is we could kind of piece out what we like and have it incorporated into the procedure bylaw. Cheryl, did you?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that the only caution I would have is that the first ad for this public hearing goes in on Wednesday in City Lights. So we would, if we're going to make changes, any changes should also be in the public hearing notice. If we don't have that, we would have to probably, and Marta, correct me if I'm wrong, we would have to pull the notice from the public hearing or from the City Lights and then re-advertise in the following 2 weeks and I just need to have a legal on that timing.
I just took a quick look. So we have to advertise for 2 weeks. So we could advertise on the week of the 24th and the week of the 31st, and that would be 2 consecutive weeks. So that would be, except the problem is that we wouldn't have the procedure bylaw amended by then. So actually, if we're wanting to refer to any changes in our public ads or public notices, we won't be able to until after the procedure bylaw is passed. And then we need 2 clear full weeks in between to give ads for the public hearings. So I don't want to say it.
Councillor Hanson?
Thanks. Does the chair not have the ability to say we've got a procedure bylaw, but in addition to that, as chair, this is what I'm asking the public to do, and then leave it up to at the next council to deal with the procedure bylaw and make changes. I mean, I know we're trying to keep this all clean because this is going to be a big public hearing, but I don't want to create confusion to the public, and I don't want to create optics that are not reflecting our intent to make it clean. It's just going to make it look like, we've already heard it from our speakers earlier today. So can't Mayor Herron just say, you've got 5 minutes, we're cutting you off, get off the, once you've done, remove yourself, watch us on YouTube, and do all the things, try and set those rules up without it actually being in the procedure bylaw?
We need a procedure for me, I think for Ledge needs a procedure for the agents. Because we had that problem already once with the MDP public hearing, and that was a miserable fail because we have it in our current procedure bylaw that you can be an agent, but we didn't say we need that piece, I think, and that's not something that I can do. The 5 minutes and that's fine, I can do that because that's what's in our current procedure bylaw. But that piece and the electronics refers to, we just set 2 public hearing dates for other stuff today. So I think we actually need it in our regular procedure bylaw because we don't want people using the chat function on a regular Zoom meeting because that's happened. We've had to talk to residents, say you can't chat. So this stuff needs to go into our procedure bylaw ASAP.
Okay, well, I guess that's where I'm going. Yeah. I guess back to your comment that pulling this particular public hearing out and creating special rules around it only is maybe what I'm not comfortable with. And I'm not either. Because most of the stuff that I see here could be in our regular procedure bylaw. It affects every public hearing moving forward. And it should be there. You shouldn't be waiting till the next council. So I'm struggling with how to do this to get it done fast and properly because there's a lot of good changes that they're being proposed. Marta and then Ray.
Can I offer a suggestion then? Perhaps what we can do is if we pass this bylaw, then council can make a motion today that in addition to this bylaw will repeal itself at the conclusion of this June 9th public hearing. So it won't be on the books anymore. But we can make a motion today to bring amendments to the procedure bylaw that are in alignment with this bylaw 37/2021 for the May 31st council meeting. So we can roll them both together so we're not impeding any progress on this front or on the procedure bylaw front. Because I think what I'm hearing is that there's concerns about it looking like it's just specifically for this public hearing. We're kind of seeing it as we started with this public hearing and we intend to bring the changes forward later, but we can certainly expedite that process and bring it sooner.
I think that's a good solution, Marta. If we do that, I have a feeling we're going to be dealing with 6 or 7 amendments to this bylaw to take out the new information, to take out section 11, maybe the article 6A or B, how they're affected. Like there's a lot of changes that might come tonight that we can do. Councillor Watkins.
No, I didn't have any questions, Madam Mayor. I'm just.
Oh, okay. You were waving at me. Sorry. I'm faced with a question to my council, I guess, because I don't see any more questions. Councillor Jolly? Oh, sorry. I'm looking at hands up over here, but okay. Natalie, then Wes.
So I like the suggestion that we pass this bylaw and with whatever amendments are required to make it work. And then a motion to bring back amendments to our regular procedure bylaw to match whatever we're going to do today at, I guess, the May 31st meeting. I would be okay with that because I also really like the clarity around agents that's presented. This for all public hearings, not just the one. So I would just throw that out there as an option. And the only parts of this particular bylaw that I'm dead set against are 2K, 7M, and 7N. So certainly I would propose those amendments if anyone wanted to move.
So it's 2K, 7M.
Yeah. So that's the being allowed to speak a second time.
And then, okay. All right, Councillor Broadhead.
Well, I liked where Marta was going as well, and with Councillor Jolly's comments. My question is, why do we have to pass this tonight? Why don't we just give direction to administration to bring back a new procedure bylaw for the end of May 31st? Is there a requirement to publicize? Is that what's the driver between passing it tonight?
Say that again, Marta, the timing on that?
Yeah, so we need to give 2 clear weeks after we have the procedures in place to do the public notices. Correct, Rachel?
Correct.
So if we pass the changes to the procedure bylaw only on May 31st, we would need 2 clear weeks after that, because the ad incorporates the rules that govern that public hearing. So we would expect to incorporate the rules surrounding this bylaw if it's passed, or the new procedure bylaw amendments once they're passed, and then we need to have the time. So what I didn't want to say, and Councillor Broadhead, asking me again, we would have to adjust the date of the public hearing in order to make that happen.
So, in other words, we better get after making the amendments then.
Yep.
But
essentially, when we advertise a public hearing, we also advertise which procedure bylaw we will be running that public hearing under.
That's
okay. Okay. Councillor Mackay.
Yeah, no, just in relation to the proposed or like the potential amendments, Marta, did you not say that if the ones mentioned by Councillor Joe, the 2K, 7M, and 7N, would you not also have to take out 11 as well then?
No, we would leave in 11 if 2K, 7M, and 7N are taken out. But okay. If you leave in 2K, 7M, and 7N, then you have to take 11 out. They work against each other.
Sounds like algebra, and I was never good in algebra. I can't find X if I was sitting on it. But sorry for you engineers in the group. All right, thanks. I just wanted to clarify that, Mayor.
And I would take out 11. I don't care if they watch it as an attendee on Zoom. They can't chat to anybody. It just really doesn't matter, but whatever. Okay, so if we're going to try to do this tonight, then I need somebody to put first reading on the floor. So, yeah, we're doing all 3 readings tonight, right?
Did you want to have a debate?
Pardon?
Was that all questions? And now, I'm not sure. I thought we were doing questions still, but in any event.
I don't see any more questions. That's why I'm talking about getting first reading on the floor, unless there's more questions. And then we would, can we amend the bylaw at first reading, or does it have to be at second reading?
Second reading. So
Second reading, okay. So we pass first reading and then we make the amendments when second reading's on the floor. Okay. Does anyone want to move first reading? Okay, Councillor Bride, go ahead.
Well, I'd be more than happy to move it, and I'd be more than happy to accept any amendments when they come.
Yeah, I think there's going to be a few.
All right. That bylaw 37/2021 being the special purpose public hearing procedure bylaw be read a first time.
All right. I don't know if you really want to get into debate now.
Just to get it on the floor, Madam Mayor.
Okay. Call for the vote on that one. Okay, that one passes by, okay, so let's count this. Mayor Herron, Councillor Jolly, Councillor Hanson, Councillor Watkins, and Councillor Broadhead. And I'm only really doing this so we can actually have the debate. And then opposed is Councillor Hughes and Councillor McGrath. All right, Councillor Broadhead, can you do second reading?
That bylaw 37/2021 be read a second time.
Okay. I'll accept that and look for some motions to amend.
I've got one in the chat.
They're all in the chat?
I've got one in the chat.
Okay, I'm not following the chat, so okay. Where are you?
So that bylaw 37/2021 be amended by deleting sections 2K, 7M, and 7N.
Okay, let's start with that. Let me see what 2K is. Okay, those are all related, so we can do them all at one time. All right. Any questions on that amending motion from any member of council? Councillor Hughes.
Yes. So is this applicable only to Zoom meetings, or if it was electronic, or is it applicable? Because we're having this discussion for this special meeting, but I'm also looking forward at the other meetings. Is the intention to take out this for everything, or is the intention to do it just for Zoom electronic public hearings?
That question to me?
No, I'm looking at Marta, not you.
There is a section in the procedure bylaw right now, the current one, that does speak about new information. So I think Marta and Cheryl would need direction on whether we would want this for just this, the June 9th or going forward. So that's not a question for them to answer, it's for us to answer. So what would you say, Councillor Hughes?
I would say that outside of Zoom, there's no reason why we couldn't allow it to happen. The way we've done it in the past worked.
Okay.
So that's my vote on that. Okay, I was just trying to figure this out because we're also saying to make this one and then make it as a guideline for the next one for everything. And so I think we need to be clear as to what is just for this and what is for everything. I guess that's my question. Or what we have to think about here at 9:30.
All right, any more questions on Councillor Jolly's amending motion? Councillor Broadhead.
So how does this affect section 11 again? Was 7M and N connected to that, Marta?
You can leave in section 11 or take it out if you take out 2K, 7M, and N. But it must come out, in my opinion, and we shouldn't have had it in there if the new information stuff, 2K, 7M, and N stays in.
Right. So we can deal with section 11 depending on whether this passes or fails.
Fair enough.
Okay. All right, Councillor Jolly, I'll accept that amending motion. Go ahead.
Really briefly, I think it would be very confusing for the chair to have to decide what's new information, what's not, to allow 100 people to speak a second time. So that's why I want to see these out. That's all.
Okay. Anyone else want to speak to this? Councillor Watkins, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm going to take the contrary position. I think we should have the right to speak to the information. And we already have it existing in our procedural bylaw that you can speak to new information. I've been at public hearings where we've allowed people to speak to new information. And now with this, if we take it away, we're taking away a right that somebody already had. This is a public hearing where we've been criticized 6 ways of Sunday by every different people about information and what information we're taking in and how we're going to allow people to speak. And without that, I think we're just going to open ourselves up to more criticism. If we take out the right to new information, something that we already have, we're saying, well, no, you don't have the right to speak. And let me tell you why it's so important. The city of Edmonton has it all the time. They've been doing it for 30 years. So there's an order in which people speak, and say the developer goes first, and then all these 20 people who speak against it come after. A strategy at a public hearing is to bring up a bunch of new information, introduce a new report, bring in a new something or other and say, hey, here's something that we've just done. Here's our report. I'm speaking about it now. Here's some new information. And it could possibly have a great impact on how we make a decision. And to not allow somebody to rebut that new information, say it's a new transportation study that somebody presents at the meeting, and to say, well, the developer can't speak to that new information, I just think opens us up to an unfair hearing all the way around. Conversely, if the developer comes at the meeting and says, there's this new thing I'm proposing, I'm going to do this, I'm going to drop this height, I'm going to do this, I'm going to change this around here, and that's new information, nobody has the right to speak to that new information. I don't know how we get a fair hearing. This is done all the time. And it's up to the mayor as the chair to decide whether it's new information or not. And it's pretty easy. If every person gets up and talks about traffic and says traffic's a big hassle, and then the person says, well, I want to speak on new information, and he gets back up and he starts talking about traffic again, that's not new information. It has to be something that's new that we haven't heard. And they do it at the city all the time, and it's left with the responsibility of the chair, Don Iveson, to decide if it's new information or not. And if it's not, he just shuts it down and says, that's not new information, we've already heard that, please don't speak anymore. So I think that if we take that out, we are going to open ourselves up to something that we have done in the past, and we're going to take it out and say, now you can't do it. And we're also going to create I think, a hearing that is not as fair if either side brings up a bunch of new information at the hearing. So those are my points. I'm not going to support amending it to take that part out.
Any more comments on debate? Councillor Hanson.
Thank you. This would be a question then to Councillor Watkins. So if somebody brings up new information, which is new, people are hearing it for the first time, does the mayor allow people to get up and be in either support or not supportive of that new information? Or is it just the new information? And at what point does the mayor stop it?
Who presents new information? If somebody else gets up and says, well, I support that new information, that's not new information. The new information is the new information presented, and who should have a chance to rebut it is the person who that information is presented against. I don't think that if somebody comes up with new information that every other person should be able to get up and say, yeah, I agree with that new information, who are on that side. It's basically,
no, but somebody could come up and say, hey, I didn't know that new information. And then, you know, and it could take off from there.
Then they should be able to have concerns. They should be able to ask questions about it. If it's new information brought up at the meeting, or rebut it. That's what I think. That's only fair. If something new is brought up from one side, they should be able to rebut it. Like I say, this is done all the time at the city of Edmonton. We've done it here at our hearings in the past. We just had it last week where we asked Mr. Dibben, this is new information, did you want to respond? And he came up and said something. So I just think we have to exercise caution in trying to shut down new information. Because if it does come, then we're going to be accused of if it comes from the developer, we're going to be accused from the citizens of not allowing them to respond to it. Because we have in the past.
Sorry, I'm muted. Seeing no more hands flying up to speak to this. I'm struggling with this one. I almost wish this had never been brought up because it's in our current procedure bylaw. To take it out today has a completely horrible perception. So I think we have opened up a can of worms, and we're going to be dealing with a nightmare of a public hearing on the 9th because people are going to want to speak to new information. I'm not supporting the motion. Ray, you totally convinced me because you're right. This is about being fair. I'm going to count on you, the rest of you, to call point of order if I'm allowing somebody to speak and it's not new information, because I'm going to be put in this awkward position. I've never really had to deal with it before, so it's going to be a team effort on this if it stays in. But Ray, you were absolutely right. It's already sitting there. It's been the way we've done it, and to take it out now, it looks really bad. I didn't even think about the developer because they always go before the public, but you're right. So, okay, I'm not supporting it. Councillor Jolly to close.
Councillor Watkins, you've convinced me as well, and Mayor Heron, you've got your work cut out for you. That's all I have.
It's going to be a tough job, believe me, to make sure that this is happening. But I think it's the only way to go is to try to allow people to. If new information is brought up on either side, it gives everybody a fair shot at it. And I say, as the mayor, you have to rule on that, or as councillors, we have to.
Mayor, point of order. We're in debate.
Yeah, I think we're wrapped up, Councillor Watkins. I think we're going to go to vote, and we'll see how this goes. So all those in favor? All those opposed? That was opposed unanimously. All right, other proposed amendments. Councillor Mackay. So we actually have to take out 11 now for sure.
Yeah, that's what I was just going to do. I was just typing it into the chat.
Okay. Well, let's do that one real quick.
And then there's another one, Councillor Hughes sent it by email. She's not in the chat.
Okay, go ahead with yours first, Councillor Mackay.
Yeah, I am just typing it in, but that bylaw 37/2021 be amended by deleting section 11.
Okay, so before I accept that, we'll ask quick questions, but I'm assuming, Cheryl, this would allow people then to be moved from panelists back over to attendees, and they stay there. And if do we need to add something here? Or is it maybe administrative procedures, how they let Ledge Services know if they want to speak to new information?
So we would remove them as panelists, so they would be participants. They would have to email us,
okay,
and let us know that they want to speak to new information, because they don't have access when they become a participant. There's no access to the chat.
Okay, all right.
Marta's put a revised motion in there. She's added the additional information.
Okay, the bylaw 37 be amended by deleting section 11, adding the following at the end of section 7M. During the course of the public hearing, a registered speaker may alert the moderator of their intent to speak to new information. Perfect. Okay.
I'll accept that. Yeah, I'll accept that.
Okay. So we'll move it as that is. And so essentially a resident or the developer or anyone interested in this public hearing could log on from the very beginning and stay in as an attendee till they speak, and then bounce back to attendee and stay to the end. Okay. All right. Any more questions on this?
I just had one question. When we, so when we tell somebody to bounce out and go on to Zoom, what's the lag? Like if they go off and we continue to talk, do they miss 10 seconds of conversation? Do they miss 1 second if they just go on?
I don't think they don't miss any conversation because it's so delayed. They actually can listen to themselves speak still.
Okay, that was my only concern. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I do it all the time.
Councillor Mackay for that answer.
I just hear voices.
Okay, any more questions on deleting this section and adding that one piece? All right, accept your motion, Councillor Mackay, go ahead.
I've got nothing. We've talked this one.
All right, call for the vote. All right, that's unanimous. Okay, Councillor Hanson, you had one in the chat about 7I. Okay, 7I, which one is 7I?
It's all persons must provide a brief explanation of how they claim to be affected by one or more of the proposed bylaws during the course of their presentation.
Okay, all right. So did you put the exact wording in the chat?
I just put that,
that works.
Amended by deleting this section.
Okay. All right, any questions on that one, guys?
Or just a reminder which one that is?
I'll read it to you. It says, once council has, oh no, wait, all persons must provide a brief explanation of how they claim to be affected by one or more of the proposed bylaws during the course of their presentation. My only question on that one, Marta, would be, we're also asking members of the public that are asking an agent to represent them to state why they're affected. So we need to probably take out, if this passes, we need to take that one out too.
Yes, so thank you for the question. Yes, so if this amendment passed, then I would recommend we would have to make a bunch of other changes, because there's a reference to that in section 5B, where that's the part where the agent declaration form, it would have to be changed. And same with written submissions, we're requesting that they state as well how they claim to be affected. So that would have to be section 6C would have to be deleted. Section 7F refers to that. And that is all. So, but yes, further amendments required if this one passes. I can get you the details of those if you'd like.
Could we make a motion, Marta, and would this help you to remove all references from bylaw 37 that request a statement of how you're affected? And then you can figure that out after. Would that work? Okay. So, Councillor Hanson, can we change your motion that bylaw 37, 2021 be amended to delete all references to requests for statements of how you're affected? Would that work?
Yeah, that would be fine. That's my end goal.
Your end goal, okay.
Yeah.
Councillor Mackay, question.
Yeah, question of Marta. I mean, initially, and it seems like an hour ago, you had a legal argument, or it was under the MGA, right? In the sense of why we should include this. Can you go over that again?
So, section 230 sub 4 of the MGA provides that council must hear from anybody who claims that they are affected by the proposed subject matter of a bylaw at a public hearing. And then our procedure bylaw also says in section 30.2 that anybody who claims to be affected by the subject matter of the bylaws will be heard at a public hearing. So essentially this is to outline the process, because it will clean up the process and make this if there's a challenge to the bylaws, if they are passed, this would be the best defense to show that there were no speakers who ought not to have spoken for whatever reason. I'm just, it's a hypothetical. If that was a challenge, then we could defend that better if we're able to point to the fact that every speaker was required to explain how they claim to be affected by the bylaws that were raised.
Yeah. So it doesn't, I mean, it's a requirement, and yes, it doesn't necessarily, I mean, anybody could stand up and say, I'm affected because I'm a resident of St. Albert and I like our river valley. So, I mean, the reasons aren't important, but it does speak to process, and it's identified in the MGA, correct? Doesn't matter what they particularly say.
Well, if I may, the information provided about what they say may in fact impact what you decide.
Yes. I guess I didn't make my point clear. I guess I'm just saying in a sense, it meets the requirements under a statutory regulation, but it also, I mean, but in reality, it's a minimal impact on somebody wishing to speak at a public hearing.
That's correct. That's what we believe. Yes.
Yeah, that's what I believe too. Thanks.
Councillor Watkins.
So you said that the NGA says that we must hear from somebody who claimed to be affected. So we're putting this in because we want to ensure that we hear from people who claim to be affected. Is that the case? But there isn't anything illegal with listening to somebody who says they're affected and they're not affected. Is that correct? Like if somebody gets up and says, I'm affected and I live in Riel Park or over by Riel Park, isn't it up to us to decide whether that person's affected? And isn't it up to us to ask that person, like, Like what I would do is I used to sit on the city event subdivision development appeal board, and we would ask people, how are you affected? How do you consider yourself affected by it? We would just ask them that plain question. And the chair at that time, I remember the one case, it was for like peep shows in Edmonton back in the 90s. And the lady came from Lethbridge and wanted to speak on them. And the chair said, you're not affected by this because you live in Lethbridge. You're so far away, right? So it was the chair who made that decision. So I'm kind of wondering if we actually need to say that in there, or if that's not our job to listen to people and decide whether we think they're affected by the project based on what they say, or ask them that question ourselves. Like we could all ask every person who gets up there the first question: how do you consider yourself affected? As opposed to having them write a statement, because I mean, I am a little concerned that this is a little out of the ordinary, asking people to write a statement like this because we've never asked for it before, and so I do have some concerns about that. But I do see the purpose of it saying to protect us, that we must hear from people, but I don't see the downside of hearing from people who say they're affected and we don't think they are.
Yes, you can certainly hear from anybody, but you must hear from the people who claim they're affected. And having the information about how they claim to be affected, it shouldn't really impact a person horribly to say why I don't believe why they're impacted by the bylaws, but it would offer us the best process going into the public hearing, and it would also make sure that every person going into the public hearing had that at top of mind. So in the event that for some reason all 7 of you accidentally didn't ask that one person that question, if it's in the bylaw, then everybody should arguably be on the same page and accomplish the task. At least it'd be an attempt to make sure that everybody provides that information.
Once again, I'm really not too sure if that's not our job or if we need to put that in a bylaw. And what I think will happen is if you're going to get 40 people in opposition, those 40 people are going to get together and they're all going to say the same reason of how they're affected. They're just going to say, well, traffic affects me on my thing. So I'm not too sure what we're really accomplishing. It's still up to us to judge if we think that person is impacted or affected or not by what they say. I'm not too sure if having everyone write a statement.
Problem is, Ray, we don't want to ask. Last time we had 70 some people registered to speak. They give their 5 minutes and then we get the opportunity to ask some questions. I'm not asking 70 people a question because as soon as we start asking them questions, we're opening it up for another 10 minutes. They can speak, right?
What are we going to do with their statement? Is that going to, like this statement that says how they're affected, are they going to bring that with them before the meeting? Are they going to submit that before the meeting? Are they going to bring it to the meeting?
If it's written, they're supposed to submit it in their written submissions. If they're verbal, they're supposed to say in part of their verbal.
So we're still going to question it anyways if somebody gets up there and says something that we agree with about them being affected, right? But I don't know how that's going to save us a bunch of time because I'm still going to question if somebody hands me a written statement or says this is how they're affected and I don't believe it, and I'm still going to ask them a question.
They're not there to ask though.
But they're saying this statement that says they're affected. And you have the ability to question that statement, do you not? As part of the public.
We're getting into debate here.
That's what we're into. We are in debate. That's why.
Oh no, we're just asking questions of this of Jackie's motion. I haven't really. We're kind of crossing the lines. Is there any questions on this? Okay, Councillor Hanson, I'll let you open.
Thanks. I'll be brief. I think that there is merit in understanding how people are affected by any changes to a bylaw that we may make, but this is a public hearing, and so public is public, and so I'm shying away from actually having it written in a procedural bylaw. I think what Councillor Watkins was saying, it's a good question, because if a lot of people from Lethbridge came up and started talking about this, well, then we would say, how does this affect you? And I think that will provide us. I think that's just part of the conversations that we will have. I don't think it needs to be laid out in the bylaw. However, I do think it's something for the next council to think about in their procedure bylaw. And really, this is mostly important for really big public hearings. I mean, that's the difference with this one. We think it's going to be huge and there's going to be a lot of people. For the most part, we don't have to have all of these prescriptive rules in there for public hearings. It's just these, very big ones. So I'm not ready to put this in today. I think the next council should look at their own procedure bylaw. Add it if they want.
All right, Councillor Mackay.
Yeah, I'm not going to support this primarily because I think this is the one where we actually have a statutory requirement outlined in the MGA, and we're really imposing minimal impact on anybody that wants to come and speak at a public hearing. Take an example, every public hearing we've been involved with, pretty much the first thing that somebody says is, I'm opposed to this because, well, to me, that means I'm affected by this. Same words. So, I mean, whether or not we ask the question later, we automatically know within the first sentence what the individual is, whether they're opposed or whether they're for. So that clearly indicates to me how they're affected. I mean, I don't care personally where they live, if they live in Lethbridge or if they live in another part, because we don't know what property they own. Maybe they own something in that could be impacted by it. So we don't know that. It'll come out in the statement as to why they're speaking at the public hearing. But the big difference for me is that we actually have it written in the MGA outlining clearly what our requirements are in running a public hearing. So I don't think this is a great imposition on anybody coming in, because in reality, they're going to tell us within the first 3 sentences what they're opposed to and how it affects them. So I'm against this. I'm supporting of it because it's a statutory requirement.
Councillor Watkins.
Yeah, let's go back to it. It says we must hear from somebody who claims to be affected. If you err on the side of caution, you just listen to everybody. And then everybody's going to come up there and claim that they're affected no matter what. So we're going to listen to them anyways. I don't know what having a statement is going to say. If we have a statement, we're going to judge that and say, well, we don't think you're affected. We're not going to listen to you. But we're going to listen to everybody anyway. So I'm not too sure what this statement will accomplish. And not listening to somebody based on what their statement says, going to leave us open to getting the bylaw challenge. That's for sure. Somebody's going to say, well, I said I was affected and they didn't agree with me. I'm going to challenge the bylaw. Then they can challenge it on a personal law or jurisdiction. They didn't have the opportunity to speak.
All right, Councillor Hughes, you have your hand up, and then Councillor Broderick. Okay.
So I agree, Councillor Watkins. This would only be a concern of having this requirement if we had any intention of excluding someone's statements. So because we listen to everybody, regardless if there's 2 or 70 people, because we accept everybody's statements, then it's not a concern, because we are meeting the bylaw in that we are listening to all that are affected, regardless of whether or not they've stated how they're affected. But what we do have is, if we have this in here and someone is not aware of this change and then puts in a written statement and does not meet those requirements, then their statement could actually be excluded, because they weren't aware of it and they didn't meet it, and so then it would be kicked back, or they would get kicked back and have to come back, and if they didn't have it done in time, again, we have potential for exclusion. So I think that the fewer restrictions we put in here, the more that we can be sure that we have a blanket statement where we are listening to everybody in the public, and that there's no reason there's a technicality for why their statement has not been heard. And I don't think that people from Lethbridge are going to flood the floor. We happened last year. They're not going to come in from Red Deer, and people who I think some of the people who had concerns are people who may not live directly beside the development, but still have an opinion about how this should move forward in the community and don't want to feel that perhaps they're not valid enough to be heard. So I agree, Councillor Hanson, this needs to be removed, just so that we do not give the impression that if you did not jump to the correct hoop, that there's potential that you will not be heard or considered when we have to have this public hearing. That's it.
Councillor Broadhead.
Well, I'm going to take a divergent view. I'm with Councillor Mackay on this one. The reality of it is that we are going to listen to everybody. The fact that they're going to state their rationale for speaking is just something that we ask everybody to do. It's up to council to judge the value of what they are saying. And ultimately, it's up to the 7 of us to make a decision around whether we're going to pass the bylaw amendments that are before us on the 4th of June, and we'll listen to everybody. But if somebody says, I'm from, well, we use Lethbridge, and say, Lethbridge, you know, Madam Mayor, you could probably say, you know, you're not affected. But everybody who's in St. Albert, they have a legitimate cause to speak. I mean, I don't live next to it, but I might have an opinion. I have an open mind about this, and I'm going to try and keep an open mind the whole time. But if I was not on council, I might have an opinion. And I believe that my opinion might be valid. And just as if something happened in Aikinsdale, or if it happened in Grandin, you know, the community has the right to speak what's happening in their own community. But the fact that we ask them that, I don't think is egregious. Why are you concerned? I'm a resident of St. Albert, and this development means something to me, either for or against. It's up to us to evaluate whether or not their comments carry great weight or little weight. That's my opinion.
Anyone else? I think that's everybody. I'm okay taking this out, Councillor Hanson. I'll support it. To me, the MGA says that anyone who claims to be affected, we must hear them. If they register to speak, that's their claim. That's their claim. And honestly, somebody from Lethbridge might be affected. Maybe they're thinking of opening a business in this new area. Somebody from Bonaccord might feel affected because they're worried about the quality of the Sturgeon River downstream. You don't have to live in St. Albert to be affected by this development. So to me, it's just kind of adding a layer of red tape that we really don't know. Why don't I start off this public hearing and every public hearing with that request? We'd really like to know how you're affected. Here's your 5 minutes, go ahead. So I'm supporting it just to keep it simple. Councillor Hanson, to close.
Nothing further, Mayor.
Okay, all those in favor? So that's Councillor Hughes, Councillor Hanson, Councillor Watkins, and Mayor Herron in favor and opposed. Councillor Jolly, Broadhead, and Mackay. All right. Carrie, there's no lights in your basement?
I'm living in hopes and dreams.
I think we're almost done. Kevin just texted me, says that he can skip the CAO dialogue. So this is pretty much, unless we have council dialogue, but this is pretty much the last thing. So,
that's a little spooky, actually. You're looking a little spooky.
You had another amendment?
Yes, it was to remove 6B. Specifically, it's that the written submissions received outside of that deadline of June 4th will not be considered, and that's to remove that.
Okay, so 6A says written submissions must be emailed
by that date, June 2nd.
On the 2nd.
But it's 6B. It's about the written submissions after June 2nd would not be considered.
Okay, all right. Before I accept that, any questions? All right, I'll accept your motion, Councillor Hughes, go ahead.
Okay, so I understand 6A because Legislative Services has to get out of the package together and has to somehow make it come up in a bow. So I totally get that. But stating that if it's stated after it, it won't even be considered. First of all, it creates a bunch of problems because people email us and we're going to open emails and then you're supposed to disregard the email that you just opened, all of that. And it limits the ability for the public to be able to provide their 2 cents. But what it is clear to them with 6A is that if you want to be in the package, in the public disclosure, you have a deadline. We said after that, it's not going to be part of the public package, it's there. Obviously, council will have it, and that's what we've had in the past. I know it's a bit more work probably a lot more work, for Legislative Services just to handle the influxes coming in. But I don't want to be in a situation where you're being told to disregard the information of the residents. whether it's a controversial issue or not. I don't want to be in that kind of a situation. If they submit it afterwards, they're not part of the package, but that does not mean that I'm going to disregard their opinion or the value or whatever they want to bring to the table for us for consideration. So I think it's a dangerous statement to make. And I think that that's something that's also a real problem for some people, for many people, is to believe that if they don't meet that earlier deadline, because perhaps they will come up with something last minute that they realized, let's say Friday afternoon, but they're not going to be coming to speak at the meeting because they can't get off work or they can't do it. And then they're not able to present that information. So I want to make sure this information, the entire public hearing, is as open as possible and transparent as possible, and that everybody feels that they've been respected. And I don't want to have a deadline stop that from happening. So that's it.
All right. Any other comments on this one? Go ahead, Councillor Watkins.
Yeah, I'm going to support it too, just for most of those reasons. If we put this in, we're just opening ourselves up to a challenge of somebody who comes at the last minute as a full report or couldn't get it there in a week. And I think this is just about the new information also, because somebody's going to come to a meeting, pull out this information, present it, and then after the developer has spoken, and then somebody will say, well, that's new information. They don't get a chance to respond to it. This is a perfect example of where this could come into play, because they wouldn't have it submitted in the package, and they would have showed up at the meeting with this information and presented it there, and it would be basically new information to everybody at that point. So, yeah, I think.
Okay, any more debate on this one? All right, call for the vote. Oh, Councillor Hanson. Oh, see, now you're checking.
Sorry. Yeah, no, I just, you know, the interesting thing here is that we're not supposed to receive any, we're not supposed to talk to anybody until the public hearing opens. And we're supposed to listen to everybody at that point in time. And yet we're going to be getting information that the public wouldn't get after a deadline. And it can't be included in the public package. So I have trouble with this. I'm sorry, Councillor Hughes, I can't support this because I really believe that this should be really, there should be a hard deadline for written submissions to be in. There's new information. It can be spoken at the public hearing. So yeah, sorry, I sort of just had to speak my thoughts.
My thoughts are only that, I mean, I'm going to support your motion, Councillor Hughes. I think I would have preferred a deadline of the 8th, like the Monday before, because honestly, I don't even have none of us will have a chance to read if another 50 emails come in. So people need to have some accountability and get their opinion in due course. But I think it is our duty to do what we can to make every effort to listen to everybody's opinion, and that might be a written submission on Monday. So if it had happened in a live council meeting, and I know a lot of these changes were for virtual, we would somehow figure out to photocopy them and give them to everybody in the gallery. And it was just the people in the gallery that we would be worried about. That would be the public. But the process is awesome now that we can include the entire community in this process. I'll do my best if this passes to go through them myself and maybe do, so and so and just kind of do that. But yeah, I don't think we can come off, especially that early. So Councillor Hughes, to close.
Yeah, I understand Councillor Hanson, your concerns. I look at this, and you're not going to be able to not see the emails that come in. So to say we can't do it, just comes down to the fact that you're going to see it anyway, and so it is going to affect us because you can't just maybe tell the jury, please disregard those last comments. Well, the jury still has heard them, and we're still going to see them. And I think that we should also be willing to acknowledge them. I mean, understand if they bring it into the very last minute, we may or may not be able to absorb it all. I understand that. And they also understand there's a risk if they do it later. But the public hearing is about council hearing from the public. That's the key thing. So if all of council gets that information from the public, in essence, we have received that information. Whether or not all the public has received information, they can comment on it if it's new to them. But the key thing is that council gets to hear everything we need to from the public. And a deadline is going to be a problem to ensure that happens. And again, we want this to be clear and we want this to be fair. And we don't want to give anybody the perception that they will not be able to be heard because we set up arbitrary deadlines. That's it.
Marta, do you need to jump in before we vote? That's fine.
I really need to point out that if council considers something that the public has not seen, that is an invitation to challenge the bylaw successfully or the bylaws successfully. That is the crux of the issue, which is why we put that in there. So I just wanted to make sure that that was top of mind before you voted.
Can we ask a question, Mayor Hearn? I'm just trying to come to terms with this. Is that, I mean, in the past, we've had it where, again, it was distributed to council and it was available in the gallery. And sometimes people were still emailing us at 2 o'clock in the afternoon on a 5 o'clock thing. So, and the vast majority of the public would not have seen it. And yet we did not have a problem. So I'm trying to come to terms with, you know, we're trying to make sure we heard from the public. So you're saying that if the public doesn't get to see it as, and I'm not sure how we're defining public, that there's a problem, because I think Mayor Heron had said, or in previous emails, we would get something last minute, and then Mayor Heron would say, we've in the past, whatever, since this has been distributed, we've gotten 5 submissions, 4 were in favor, 5 were against. That's where we're at. And then that would kind of encompass what we had from the previous times. So wouldn't that also meet their criteria?
The situation is different now because of the electronic format and COVID. So in the past, at public hearings, what we would do is distribute it to the public that was in attendance at the public hearing, which was the stopgap attempt to get around the issue, which is that the public needs to have access to the information that council is considering at the public hearing. Now with COVID and these electronic rules, there's really not a way for us to make that happen up to the, you know, the day of the public hearing. So this is our attempt to make it happen in COVID times and electronic format times. That's how I think, though, it would have worked in the past, Councillor Hughes.
So how do we reconcile the fact that people are going to email us after June 2nd? And we're going to get, I mean, you're going to open it, it says no reply, you open it, you're reading it. The council still has that information. And we're just going to pretend to see it?
You ought not to read it, and because you ought not to consider it. Because if it's information the public does not have, then it can't be something that you're considering in the public hearing.
So this is a problem because we're cutting them off a week in advance. Like this is, I'm just looking to like this is a problem.
This is for written submissions. So certainly it's open to anybody to register to speak up to the day before or whatever. I think it's the day before to speak at the actual public hearing. So it's an attempt to, you know, kind of put a box around how submissions, if the written sort are submitted, so we can handle them appropriately and disseminate them to everybody in the electronic format. But there is still the opportunity to speak, you know, verbally at the present or at the public hearing. Sorry, I'm just getting tired.
Yeah, we're tired. Well, this is kind of an important one. So I'm sorry, I'm just trying to, I realize we're in debate, but we're also in negotiations right now.
Councillor Hughes, you could say written submissions received either by administration or councillors after, and put a date and time in, and you can make it Monday or whatever you want.
So this is my
on the website. Can we just put a bunch of letters on the website? That makes it public.
Errol, I don't know the answer to that. Are you able to jump in?
We have the ability to put information that's received after on the website. And I believe the reason why the logic behind this was that there's no, even though we would put on the website, we would have to probably, and I could be wrong, but we would have to amend the ad. So we could easily amend the notice to let them know any information received after the deadline of June 2nd We'll be posting the website and provide a link to the website where it would be posted. That could resolve the issue that Councillor Hughes is talking about. That could resolve that issue, but that would be up to, again, that would be amending the bylaw, that we would do that and we would amend the notice to do it in that fashion.
So Mayor Herron, like, I'm not the one making the rules here. I'm just trying to figure out a solution. If we had said noon on the 7th, that would be the Monday. That would give Ledge Services a day and a half from the last one, because you have some that came in earlier, but you would have more time to prepare for those, right? So if we had said 12 o'clock on the 7th, would that be sufficient time for, I'm looking at you, Charlotte, for you guys to be able to handle the situation?
It's actually hard to say because we would not know how many we would get late. So if we were to compare it to the last public hearing, I believe we received close to, well over 200 submissions. And the number that we received after the deadline was a substantial amount. So if we put the deadline on the Monday, because the public hearing is on the Wednesday, so submissions received on the 7th, I would think we would be able to post them, but I couldn't say for certain because I don't know the number of submissions that we've received.
Okay, I know we have unknowns here, but we also just need to be fair to everybody. And I don't want a large number.
Okay, I'm struggling right now because I've got a motion on the floor. I've accepted the motion and we're in debate. Council owns a motion, so I'm trying to figure out if we should just defeat the motion and start again.
Yeah.
Okay, Councillor Jolly.
Yeah, I was going to enter into, I asked to enter into debate. I haven't done that yet. Up to you.
Councillor Hughes, do you want to just call for the vote, defeat this and start again?
In light of the new information at the very end of the debate, yes, I would be fine.
Okay. Or I can't remember because I'm tired too. Can she just withdraw it, Marta? Although I've already accepted it, I don't think she can.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's just vote it down.
Yeah.
Okay. Call for the vote. In favor? Opposed? Okay, that's defeated. Sorry, it's, why don't we just keep going for another 2.5 hours and we'll actually have an official 12-hour council meeting? Just crazy. Good thing we started early.
I have an avatar sitting here. I've gone to bed 2 hours ago.
Okay, so Councillor Hughes, what would you like to do?
Personally, I'd like to have it changed to the written submissions received by administration or councillors after 12 o'clock noon on June 7th will not be considered.
Okay. I think I can live with that. I can support that one. And then so all that we need to do is figure out how those that were received after the agenda package went out to that 12 o'clock noon on Monday becomes public. And we don't actually have to figure that out today. That's what I'm thinking. Okay.
Admin can figure that out. That's not our problem.
Or I can even participate in reading each freaking letter if we have to into the public record. Okay, so Marta's got something in the chat. I'm going to go to Councillor Jolly because it's a question, I'm assuming.
Yeah, I guess to Councillor Hughes. So kind of is your expectation that we clear our schedules on Monday to potentially read 200 submissions that are outside of our package?
I'm not expecting 200 submissions. They had 200 submissions in total, not 200 submissions in the last 5 days.
Sorry,
So,
I understood, Cheryl, that you commented that the last rush, there was about 200 that you tallied. Is that, did I misunderstand?
She said there was a substantial.
It was a total amount of 200 in some submissions that were received. And we had quite, and I don't have the exact count, we're just trying to look it up, of how many were received after the deadline, but there were quite a few after the deadline.
Okay,
so, yeah.
my intention is that if they are given up until that deadline, that they are available for council. What you choose to, whether you choose to read any, all, or none of the submissions to a public hearing is each councillor's personal decision.
Well, as you know, I read everything.
Well, awesome. So, but I think it's only fair. I mean, this is a for some people, this is a very emotional public hearing. And I don't want to think that they're going to be excluded. So in the event that this happens, you may want to, but also this is not about all of them coming on Monday. It's the Monday's the deadline. So if they come in on Wednesday, Thursday, or Friday, for example, Legislative Services can say, here's what we have so far. It's Friday, add them to the package. The Monday would really only be things that came in on Saturday, Sunday, or Monday morning. It'd be my expectation that they will put them on as they handle them. So they're not doing one massive package and a blowout at June 7th. It'd be my expectation, but they can manage their workload. And so, no, you wouldn't have 200. You'd have whatever came in on the weekend. And the odds are that they were emailed to you during that weekend. And so you would have had a chance to read them as they came in. It would go on the website for the public by the 7th.
All right. Do you see Marta's proposed wording?
Yes. I can read it if you like, Mayor Hamm.
I'm just making sure we got all the questions out of the way. Councillor Mackay.
I'm sorry. Just Cheryl or Kevin or whoever can answer this. How much staff time is involved in doing all of this? Like I don't know what even comes in. What's the staff time? I'm not saying that we don't do it. I'm just curious in the sense of what the impact is.
Yeah, well, Cheryl, feel free to chime in there.
It is a lot of work. It's a lot of work to get, it's just not a matter of just popping it up on the website. It's scanning the documents, getting it up on the website because it depends. I'm hoping, well, actually that's not true because they'll be sent electronically. I do apologize for that. But it would take staff time to get it up on the website. Yeah, we would have to redact it. We'd have to go through each submission. It would be quite a bit of time depending, and again, and I do apologize, it depends on how many submissions we as to with the staff time, but we do have to read through them, we have to redact them, etc., before we can post them.
Thanks. I just wanted to see how that impacted you guys, because you don't have like 30 people in your office, bunch of 30-year-olds, but 29.
Any more questions? All right, Councillor Hughes, I'll let you start with the debate.
Okay. Let's try to make this as briefly as possible. I think we've said it. I think I've said it all. We need to be able to let people not believe that they have to have it out a week in advance. To try to give as much possible time. I understand this is going to be a lot of work for administration. This is one of the largest public hearings that we're going to have this year. And I want to make sure that we've done everything we can to make sure that the public has been heard. And if they come in the last minute, as of that time, they're not going to have them. The odds are that if they're being emailed in, we're going to see them as they come in. This is about disclosure for the public to see what's happening. So as we get the emails, we'll read them, is what I'm expecting. And hopefully administration will be able to keep a track of them, and they'll just have that weekend of whatever comes in those last 2.5 days to be putting up, and then they'll have that day and a half to get that up in time. But I really think it's important that we do everything we can, or that we allow the last minute information to come in, and that we don't say that we're not listening to it because somebody wasn't able to attend the meeting in person and they were not able then to get their point of view brought forward to us. That's it.
Anyone else on debate? Trying to figure out if I'm going to enter in. I'll support your motion, but I'm also going to put out a beg and a plea for residents to respect council's time and Ledge's time and get them in before the package goes out the week before. And I mean, honestly, it's been said before. Kevin said it earlier, we extended the public consultation period to February. We've extended this public hearing. Get your submissions in by June 2nd. There should be no reason why you couldn't. I'm speaking to the public right now, but you know, on the odd case, as Councillor Hughes has pointed out, that could happen. We owe them to listen to it, but I'm not looking forward to a bunch of last minute stuff that won't make me happy. I won't have time to read it. So, anything to close, Councillor Hughes?
Yes, two things. First of all, in the messaging to the public, I would suggest that perhaps we say it is strongly recommended you get it in there if you want to be assured it's in the council package or something like that. I'm looking at you, Cheryl, because you're in front of me and you're the one who does it. Like put that messaging in there that it's strongly recommended we get it in there before that deadline. And then the second thing is that Mayor Herron, if we have a link to that, then you actually don't need to read it. You could say any additional information that came in after the second's available at this website address. And I think that that should cover it. I'm looking at Marta if I'm wrong, but wouldn't that, if you just direct everybody to that one location of whatever the new information is, that we'd have it covered.
But we need to read it, Councillors. I beg to differ. If we're going to consider it, we need to read it.
Okay.
Sorry, go on. I would just like to say that all information that is presented to council for the public hearing should be considered by councillors at the public hearing.
No, but I'm saying that when at the beginning of the meeting, if Mayor Herron says we got 10 emails that came in after the deadline, the public can review these at this website link and just discloses that as opposed to having to read the 10 emails out loud.
It just depends on the length of the emails and how many of them there are, because the public arguably may not have had the time to review everything. So yes, it may achieve what we're hoping to achieve, but it may not. The risk would be there that it would not be able to achieve it.
I have no idea.
Deadlines now. There's a one to get it in the package and one to have it considered by council and available to the public. There's two deadlines now.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And Marta, that happens all the time. If it was in chambers and somebody came in with a written submission, who knows if the public would bother to read it or not, so, or would have time. So I'm calling for the vote. All those in favor of Councillor Hughes' motion to remove section 6B. I don't even know what I'm voting on. 6B's, or we're amending it to give a new deadline. All right, all those in favor. Councillor Hughes, Mayor Herring, Broadhead, Watkins in favor, opposed. Councillor Hanson, Jolly, and Mackay. All right, is there any more amending motions? So I haven't been watching the chat as closely as I probably should be. Seeing none, and so this automatically repeals when there's a motion to close the public hearing. Is that correct? Okay. I think we've addressed a lot of my concerns, so thank you for that long conversation. And thank you, Marta. This was not easy and it was rushed to try to get it in before this, so I appreciate. In the end, this was about clarity, and I think we have clarity now. So that's good. Oh, you want a motion to then amend the procedure bylaw to synchronize it with this one? Is that right?
First, we would have to finish this bylaw, so give it second reading as amended, third reading, and then if there's any changes requested to the procedure bylaw, then yes, another motion.
You want another motion? Okay. All right. So we're still on second reading, though. We just haven't as amended. And who made this? Who made the motion for second reading? Councillor Broadhead. Still want to move it? Sure. Okay. All right. Anything to add to this, Wes?
No, the debate has been fulsome.
Yeah. Okay. So the motion now reads that bylaw 37, 2020 and be read a second time as amended. Okay. All those in favor? That is unanimous, I think. Okay. And then unanimous consent. Go ahead, Councillor Jolly.
That unanimous consent be given for consideration of third reading of bylaw 37, 2021.
All right. All those in favor? Unanimous. All right. Go ahead, Wes.
That bylaw 37/2021 be read a third and final time.
Okay. Anything further? All right. Oh, Councillor Hughes.
I think that we have done everything we can to try to present this as a fair public hearing, to listen to the people's concerns and to make sure that they've been heard. And I think that all these amendments we've done today are an indication that we are doing everything we can to make sure that everybody's being heard and everything is being as fair and as above board and fair as possible. So I feel a lot more comfortable with this. And I mean, I think that this council's done everything we can. That's it. All
right, call for the vote. Okay, that's unanimous. All right. So we don't need it, but we could have it, a motion to say that administration, oh, there you go. Marta, you're fast. Can somebody move that one? Go ahead, Councillor Jolly.
That procedure bylaw 3, 2018 be amended in alignment with bylaw 37, 2021 by May 31, 2021.
Awesome. Okay. Anything further on that one?
No.
Call for the vote. That's unanimous. Okay. Check that one off. All right, so we had nothing for emergent items, council information. The quarterly report was approved on a consent, and it was just received for its information. And then we had our civic and external agencies was received as information. We've postponed council motion 15.1 on the driveway fire pits to May 31st. Any information requests, notice of motions? Councillor Jolly.
I've got 2 IRs that I've sent in. The first is to provide a listing including current balances of any reserve or sub-reserve that has had no activity in the last 3 years. So from 2018 to the current date, and to also include any background information that would aid in the understanding of the reserve. And thank you to Diane for Ms. McMorty for the wordsmithing on that. It's much more eloquent than I could do. And my second one is what would be involved in requiring EV charging ready infrastructure, new developments, and whether this is something we've already been working on. And I just included a link to Victoria's bylaw where they require that new developments.
Awesome. Thanks for reading those in. Anyone else? Okay. So Kevin, you do not need to go into camera for 3.3?
Nope, not unless members of council want to have a discussion.
Anyone want to talk to Kevin in camera?
It's got 5 minutes. We might as well knock it off. And we've been here 10 hours already.
Is it, so we'll have a CA, actually I don't know. We'll make sure we have a CAO dialogue on the 31st of May. Can anything you have wait till then?
Yeah, yeah, I'll send a quick email to council on just a couple items. They're really just
okay.
Information.
Then, Wes, are you saying you want to go in camera because you have something?
I can send him the question. Don't worry about it.
Okay. And I had something for 3.4, but I think it can wait till May 31st. So May 31st for both.
I got a tea time at 7. We can really just knock it off all night long here. Come on, let's go.
On the 31st?
No, right now, today, tomorrow.
Oh, 7 a.m. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, that's it then. We're adjourned at 10:13 p.m.
You guys are in trouble with my dog, I can tell you that.
Bye, everybody.
Thanks for the conversation, guys.
Good night, everybody.